I mean,
How
I
is it?
didn't, I didn't, I didn't go to the hospital or anything. Like, why
I
would
didn't
I?
go to the hospital.
My healthcare is VA healthcare. There's no fucking way in hell I'm going unless I'm dying. So, VA healthcare is my favorite argument to use against socialists that are like, I want socialized medicine in America. I'm like, dude, just go to the VA. Don't like, do not pass go. Do not collect $200. Just hang out at the VA for an hour and tell me, and then go to a regular hospital.
Me?
Can you guys hear me okay? Do I sound good?
Yeah, we got moved. You know, it's funny because there's a level where I've heard that argument from a lot of veterans, but I don't know why, but everyone I talk to that goes to the VA in Evansville, most of them are actually pretty happy with it. So make of that what you will.
Oh, I mean, sure, you're gonna have certain places that are run effectively, right? And there's gonna be certain private hospitals that I'm sure are gonna be horrendous, right?
Yeah.
Wait, can you guys hear me okay? Is my voice coming
We get-
through?
Yep,
Sound
we're
good.
Yeah, we
good.
can hear you.
Okay, good.
How you doing, Lactoids? Good to see you, buddy.
I'm doing good. How are you all doing? Good to see all of you.
You saving puppies and shit?
You know it. I'm just volunteered for a rescue.
Woo!
okay.
Hot damn.
I'm
You said
kidding.
you
I'm
said you were
kidding.
doing good, so I assumed you were enacting
Yeah,
moral
we
actions.
need to clarify, like, rescue in what way exactly?
Hmm. Yeah, it's a look. I don't know. It's interesting topic at the very least, I guess.
Okay.
Hey, I like the fact that you basically defend veganism at this point.
Sure. Yeah. Vegans
I'm
are-
so lost. What the fuck? Am I that out of the loop?
This is how we're gonna start every Prime panel with just a at least 30-minute debate on the ethics of bestiality, and then we can move into whatever the topics
Please
are.
kill me now.
No.
I have better things to do with my life.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, no.
I think
It's gonna
calling
be
it
it's gonna be a
bestiality is
no
kinda
go.
like- It's kind of strange to call it bestiality. I'd prefer to call it like animal-human relation.
Zoosexuality, maybe.
No, well, calling a zoo anything implies that these are like
Paraphilic
slave
disorders.
animals, right?
No, not if it's zoosexuality. I mean, the thing is,
When
like,
you're zoo anything, you like associate that with the zoo where these creatures
Why
are
is
like
this
behind bars.
actually
Well,
a
but-
conversation right now? When I enter the Twilight
Without the
Zone,
consent, by the way.
well, Doobie, I feel like
Yeah,
like human
so I'm
animal
gonna go
relations
ahead and-
implies they're
Hold
lesser
on
than
real
us.
quick. Prime guys, go ahead and DM me whenever we're done talking about this. I'm gonna hang out and talk to chat and mute you guys.
sounds great.
I love you, Fabian. Or Scott, whatever the fuck.
Do you like my what do you think about my MGTOW positions, Doobie?
I mostly agree with him, actually.
Yeah.
So, when did you become a chud?
No, you mean Chad.
No.
There's an A,
No.
not a
Well,
U.
maybe we'll just ask
No,
you,
there's
do
a U.
you guys think... Can someone like DM Scott? DM Scott. He's afraid of the animal sex stuff.
Yeah, now we're just going to talk about human sex and its
Zoo
degeneracy.
sexuality. Let's get our terms right.
Sorry, guys. I'm having a little trouble with my camera, but keep going.
Okay,
You're
sir.
good.
All right.
Hey, what's up?
Scott,
Welcome back.
do you think
What's up?
that going down on a woman is like inherently submissive?
Do I think that going down on a woman is inherently submissive?
Yeah.
Why does it matter?
It depends
Why
on. It
do I
depends,
give a fuck?
Extremely important.
No, I mean it depends on.
It's
It
critical.
depends on what you
Correct.
mean
Maybe
by
for you.
submissive, right? So like, and also it depends on what you mean by going down, right? Because like, let's say she has her hand right like on the back of my head, and she's like calling me names and making commands of how I do it. It's kind of a very different situation than like tying her up to my coffee table gagged after I've beat her ass red and then I just happen to eat her out, right? Like, so like, what do you mean by going down, right? Like going down is like not enough information to know whether or not
Why is
this
this my
act is
life?
submissive.
Why do you all do this to me?
So me and Doobie agree that it's pretty clearly like submissive. I think submissive behavior, it's servile behavior, and so like
So like, but the second situation I described, would you consider that servile behavior from a man, right?
I think
Like
yeah,
if he has a rope bunny that's tied up and gagged, and like and he decides to eat her out. Is he being submissive to her in that moment?
I think the other elements are not submissive. So tying somebody up and like having complete control, like that's all like factors towards non-submissiveness. But like
I'm
the
not
eating
supposed to have
out,
an aneurysm before the panel starts.
the
We're
eating
supposed to
out
be
is submissive.
At least into the panel before I die. Okay, like what the hell? Lactoid?
Well, no, it's
Right, but I
true.
mean, like,
Hold on, wait. Okay,
but
wait, stop.
it's like,
I need to ask Alu. Okay, because Alu is one of my
Uh-oh.
favorite people on the planet because he's from my server. Okay. And
Is he in
Alu,
white
we're talking
face
about
right
something
now?
extremely, extremely important. Do you think that like eating a woman out, right? Like just gobbling that shit up is inherently submissive?
It can be submissive. I don't know if I would say inherently.
I think
What do you
I've
think,
heard
Lactoid?
this guy before. Is this one? Okay, so you said
So
he's from the politics server. Is this another one of your lackeys, Doobie?
I don't
I'm
have
just,
lackeys. We're just
would-
like we're all nerds and we hang out in the same place. That's all it is.
I would put it more like one of his goblins, but by all means, I mean, I don't know. I think it can definitely be submissive. I don't think it has to be submissive.
So Lactoid, basically, he says you're a fucking idiot for thinking it's like inherently submissive.
I don't. I didn't hear that.
He's nicer than me.
I think it's inherently
it's an
submissive.
active service.
Yeah, thank you. It's servile, right? You're doing.
Right,
You're
that's
not. You're
fine.
not
Okay,
doing
wait,
it.
It
wait,
is an active service.
Yeah,
but it
so-
can also be a gift that you choose to give someone as a reward for good behavior.
Wait.
Right? Like you could be incredibly dominant in giving a gift.
No,
So
because-
no, I don't think you can be.
No. What if the woman doesn't want it, but you ask and she obliges?
I think I think gifts are.
Who's the servant
Oh
in
wait,
that
wait.
case?
That's hyper servile. If she wants it and you don't.
No. The opposite.
Oh, the other way
they
around?
don't want it, but you enjoy it, and you
True.
ask, and they oblige.
Yeah, I still think there's
True.
like there's more dominance there in terms of like again like the kind of going for what you want kind of thing, but then the question becomes like why do you want that? Like why like I think there's something inherently submissive when you're doing an activity in which the only pleasure you're gaining is like the knowledge that somebody else, like the dominant one, is gaining pleasure. That
What?
there's
I
some other
don't-
person gaining some kind of stimulation from it. I think that's inherently
And
sort
there's
of
still talking
servile.
about
I
That's
don't,
code.
I don't understand.
No,
I
that's
don't
code.
understand at all. I don't understand.
I
what
think
makes
gifts
it
are
code.
gifts
I'll
are then
prove- I'll
somewhat
prove to you it's
submissive.
code.
Oh my god.
Every dude that is having sex for more than 5 minutes is not doing it
That's
for
submissive.
him. He's
Yeah.
doing it for ego, and he's doing it because he wants the other girl to enjoy it.
I think
So
that's
you're
Other
saying like
girl?
Okay, but wait, is that submissive? 'Cause
straight up, like being
no.
good in bed is service.
there's a level of
Doesn't make you
submissiveness to
I
it.
agree, but I don't know if
I
service
don't know
is
about that.
submission. I don't know
I don't
if
know
like
about that
service
last
can be
part.
dominant.
I don't think so.
Like,
Yeah.
I think so.
So again,
Being
again,
good
wait,
in bed
like,
is
I
I
submissive.
ask
can
you-
make an argument
I
that to
ask
be
you-
dominant,
I-
to be. I'm sorry, I can make an argument that to be dominant is to serve.
Can
That
someone
being
What?
dominant, you're almost
To
serving
be
more than
dominant, you got to
dominant.
serve. That doesn't make any sense.
Well, who has the power in that dynamic?
So the person being served is like that's the power locus, right? Being able to
person-
command other people to do what you want, being able to like your pleasure is what's on point, right? Like there is different elements, I guess, of dominance, but I think dominance includes like again control, command, their pleasure is being like kind of the focal point of both groups' pleasure, and with like in every single element here, like
Lactoid.
eating out
Lactoid.
alone
Lactoid.
is
Lactoid.
submissive.
I
And-
understand where you're coming, Lactoid. I understand where you're coming from, but you really ought like you're out of your element, right? Like talk to a dom, right? Female or male, right? Talk to a dom about like orgasm denial, and then tell me that like eating out as an activity of orgasm denial is somehow submissive because it's
You don't even
fucking
have to go
not.
there.
So
But
orgasm.
even-
Lactoid
you don't even
orgasm
have to go there.
denial is just sex. Like that's what happens every time you have sex.
Women are objectively bad people. This is a fact. But on top
Oh
of that,
my
right?
god! Oh
Oh
no.
God, no.
On top of
I
that-
wouldn't say that.
I'm joking, but on top of that, right? You don't even have to go there. Like the dynamic of a healthy, like more dominant, submissive relationship. If you're the dominant one, A, you're not likely the one who sets the limits of what happens, and then B,
Mm-hmm.
What?
a unsatisfied submissive in that scenario is just a recipe for a failing.
No, if
dynamic,
you're
like, straight up.
dominant, you set.
You-
Hold on, if you're
yeah,
dominant,
set
you set the
dominant.
limits. If you're
Nope.
maximally dominant,
Nope.
No, not
No.
typically.
No.
I don't agree with that.
Every single if you talk to anybody in the kink community, they will tell
I'm
you
not talking
that
about.
it is actually the sub that is in charge
Oh my
because
god.
that is the individual that sets the boundaries about what is acceptable to be done to them.
Okay,
right?
hold on.
It is not actually the dom that is in charge.
So
in many instances.
I guess then I'm like
when did
pushing
you all
back.
become left wing?
I'm not part
I've
of it.
always been a DJ.
No,
I have
see,
been a DJ my entire
I'm not
goddamn life.
I'm
I
not
just don't
degenerate at
wanna
all.
fuck dogs.
See, I'm not degenerate at all. So for me, look, I understand like the kink community or whatever the fuck, like they have their own sort of definitions and their own understandings. But I'm talking about dominance like in the most primal sense, right? Like in the most primal sense, like the eagle is the one who's setting the terms, and the rat is simply, having those terms expressed to them. There is no negotiation.
Sex through that
Problem
lens, or at least like all sexual interaction through that lens.
I'm just saying it's
Random,
dominant compared to it's dominant compared to non-dominant. And so I think when
Even
you eat
in that
somebody
scenario.
out, you are that's a non-dominant activity generally speaking. And so like you can like to be a sub, but I'm not a sub, so that's why I don't do it.
I
Even in
really
that
want to hear.
scenario.
No, I really want to hear Jay Chow's opinion about the subservience or dominance of eating out. Right? Like, if I got to get dragged into this shit show, I need to know what Jay Chow thinks.
Why am I being named? I'm not
Who's
even
what-
paying attention to you guys.
Because
I
you're
will,
on the
Continue
panel.
on.
Scott, I'll give you my
Coward took the coward route.
Scott, I'll
Okay,
give you my
look, so
opinion.
even if you were in that scenario where
I
you
am
want
currently writing
absolute
my
dominance,
opening
right?
statement.
All right, cool. Well, while you're doing that, even if you want active, I'll just talk to the tree then. Even if you want like total dominance and she wants total submission, and you don't want to have a conversation about limits or anything like that. What I want is what I want, what you're gonna give me. There's still a point where you're gonna have that conversation of what I'm looking for and what you're looking from. And at some point, you're gonna have to check in and make sure that this arrangement is still desired, right? All of that power is still in that conversation. All of that leverage is still
Yeah,
on.
but that's what a
Chow?
submissive man
Is that
pretending to be a beta,
the Game
like
of Thrones
a dominant
chair?
person would
Okay,
do.
so
What a dominant guy does is he just does the thing, right? And if the woman doesn't like it, she says, "Oh God, please no, don't rape me," and then she runs away, and then you get a new girlfriend. Like, it's not that big.
Okay, the pack route. I
Calm
got you.
down, Andrew Tate.
So, Lacto, is that your
That
justification for not
that is
doing it?
Cruel. Why
Yeah,
would you ever
I don't
compare
do it.
anyone to him?
I'm not submissive.
So
like-
I'll give you my opinion. Like, I think that giving pleasure. I think that people take this idea of domination and submissive too far and apply it to too many things. That like
Mhm.
you can just be mutually giving pleasure to someone that you love, or no, not even
Yep.
love, but just like a person you're with. And that be it, right? And I disagree. I'm not sure if Scott was serious before. He may not have been. But when he was talking about like a guy who like lasts longer than 5 minutes is doing it just for service. I mean, like, there's a little bit of that, but as a person who lasts a lot longer than that, I can tell you, like, it's also for my own pleasure. Like, I'm doing it because, like, yeah, I want to have extended,
Mhm.
stamina-filled
Mhm.
sex. Okay,
You let all the ladies know that he goes until sunup.
It's
We
actually
talked
a good
about
deal.
this on this channel previously. Yeah, but still, but anyway, but the point is, like, that's not where the focus here. The point is that, like,
The whole conversation's a meme. Like,
fair enough.
there
fair
is
enough,
no
fair enough.
point.
Fair enough. But like, I just like think that you guys, and not just you guys, but just people in general, focus too much on this, and just enjoy the back and forth between your partner rather than wondering like who's on top and who's on the bottom.
That's fine. Look, there you could have like a healthy, like there could be like some minimal level of submissiveness that you should have for like a healthy sexual encounter. That's probably true. I just think that some people were trying to argue with me and Doobie. They were saying like, no, it's not submissive. You're actually dominant. Like you're the one. No, it's like you're not. That's not like a dominant behavior.
Lactoid. So let's look at this from a traditional conservative perspective, right? In the institution of marriage, right? Like throughout most of human history, right? It is the man's job to protect and provide, right? Like until recently, until like, women's liberation and suffragette movement, right? Would it not be the man's job to protect and provide?
Yes, and importantly,
And
to
what are
control
those?
and to control.
Right. But those are acts of service and giving for the woman, right?
Yes.
So would you say that traditionally all of men throughout human Western history once we enact like marriage and that philosophy of marriage, are actually just subs to the dominant women because they're doing acts of service for those women.
No, but that's only because there was like a correlating and overpowering level of control associated with that. Like let's imagine let's imagine if that control didn't exist and it was just to protect. And so she had complete control and he was protecting her. I can't think of a more submissive relationship than that, right? Like my queen.
But in eating out, right? Like she can't move my tongue. She can't move my fingers.
Yeah, but why are you doing it? Why are you doing that though? Like you're servicing her.
I'm providing for her.
Yeah, you are servicing.
Pleasure for her.
You are providing. You're servicing. You are absolutely. That's like
or
that is submissive.
Maybe, and I don't say this often, but maybe I'm 6'5" and I have a giant dick, and I got to make sure it's ready for me.
I haven't done the math about
she rides
that.
Your face, is that submissive? If she rides your face and all you're doing is sitting there with your tongue out. No.
So,
if
right,
you're
just inherently submissive is just silly.
Wait, no.
And I think it. So if you're doing it for eating out's sake, I think that's submissive for sure, inherently.
Like, what if you just like? Wait, no. What if you like?
But now you added a caveat.
You're right, because I didn't think about this like. You can probably add something on it where it's like, well, actually, it's going to be dominant because of this other factor, right? I agree. Like in the same way,
all we're saying is it's more complex.
Well, in the same way, like if you tie somebody up, like, but again, like the tying up is what's dominant, or the whipping out the big ass schlong, like that could be dominant. But the eating out part, that part is submissive, right?
Why do you all make me question my life decisions? Just the real question.
Just admit it's submissive, and we can move forward.
Okay, even if it was submissive, right? Like, and I don't think it is, right? I think it can be submissive. I think within context, anything can be submissive, right?
Right. And vice versa.
Exactly. Yeah. It also could be an act of dominance. Like, for instance, if you, and not that anyone here would do that, but like if you force yourself on a woman, and then like not only did you stick your dick in her, but you went down on her, is that an act of submission to the person you're sexually assaulting?
The act of it being like aggressive and non-consensual, I think, is hyper dominant, and that's actually the motivation of rapists, right? When they're polled. Or when there's studies done on these people, the number one reason why they do it is a desire to extract power and a desire to have power over the situation. There is a level of dominance there. But like when you have like the act of eating out like that in of itself, because again, the focus is not on one's own pleasure, it's focused on somebody else's pleasure. I think it's like that is a submissive activity.
Unless you enjoy it yourself.
Right, but if you enjoy it because like the other person's getting off, I think like that is submissive. Now, I agree with you. If somebody just genuinely liked the taste, that could be dominant, right? Because now it's not like associated with this other person leading the dance.
Well, what if they genuinely like?
Your argument is no. It doesn't matter. You just defeated your own argument. Your argument initially was that it is inherently submissive.
Yes, the act of eating out.
That it is essentially submissive.
Yeah, it
right?
is.
That it is unchangeably submissive in some way.
Eating out itself is.
We've showed a bunch of ways in which the act itself can be motivated by dominant. Dominant.
Right, but then I would associate like those intentions and the level again, like maybe like the certain other things as being dominant, but like the act in of itself, again, because the focus is on somebody else's pleasure, not on your own. Again, unless you think it tastes good. This goes for oral for anybody.
I'm getting even more like prime.
No. I'm even more confused. Yeah, like if I. You said if I like the taste. Well, hold on.
Scott was going to say that was. Hold on. Scott was going to say I was right, so I got to give him space to do that.
No. You're adding like submissive and dominant to things that they don't even necessarily apply to, right? Like it's an act of service. I wouldn't walk into a room on like Christmas morning, right, and see like a dad giving his wife a present and be like, look at this submissive little cuck.
I wouldn't make fun of him, but it is submissive. Yeah, it is somewhat submissive.
Not submissive.
Yeah, it is.
No, it's not.
Of course it is.
Go ahead.
You were saying when I said, okay, what if you just like the taste? You said, okay, that could be submissive.
No, that could be dominant.
If I just change it, Right, I'm sorry, that could be dominant. If I just change it to
Nope.
I like making them feel good, I can absolutely make an argument that making someone feel good is a form of dominance, or that it can be.
I
But
think
so-
no.
so-
I think that's
so actually,
intrinsically
w-
submissiveness
what
because
if,
again,
like,
your
you're
happiness
paying-
is based on predicated somebody else getting off.
So what if you're paying a
Right, but you
sex
don't really
worker to
have a
do
ch-
that? Like,
You
and
don't-
so in that, even in that
Oh,
dynamic,
that's doubly submissive. Not only are she leading the
But
dance
Lactoid,
and
what
you're
if
like
there's a
doing that, but
contract
you're
that said,
giving
like,
up your
hey,
life
I
for
eat
it.
you out and you
Well,
suck
no,
my
no,
dick.
as in like, so as in if you pay a sex, like
Yes.
say, hey, I'm paying you so
That's
that I can
double
perform this act
submissive.
on you.
That's
double
double submissive, right?
A
Because not
contract is
only
double submissive?
not only then are
100%
you like again focusing on getting the other person off, like she's leading the dance or whatever, but you're also like paying her for that time. You're giving up
What do you
part
mean?
of your
No,
life
no,
for
but-
the privilege of
no,
pleasuring
I don't
her.
think- so
That
you're
is
saying,
very
you're,
submissive.
No, you're saying like the McDonald's employee, like they're dominant over the manager. No, I'm like you are paying a
No.
sex worker as in you want to do this. This is I'm paying to perform this act. As in,
Right, but
I'm
why do you
con-
want to? Why do you want to do it?
Because they enjoy it. As
How-
in, like
for-
this is their way. As in, like they want to pay to perform this act.
Why-
And in
why
your
are they
case,
enjoying
you're
it?
So
Right.
well,
It
I
doesn't
can't-
matter. Like Lactoid
Ejaculation.
has stuck his foot in the ground, right? And said, I'm right, you're all wrong, right? And even though he has contradicted himself in his own statements, and his position now has to change from inherently to something else, you know, he's
So
going to keep
I
going.
no, I
And,
will
like, I
change
don't
it.
see the value in this
I
conversation.
will. I will
going.
change. I will change it partially when I did. So when somebody who genuinely likes the taste, I guess that could defeat intrinsically, right? Because if somebody genuinely liked the taste, that
Lactoid,
could be
have you ever
that could
gone
be
down
dominant.
on somebody?
But I think if you eat out, that's irrelevant, right? I think if you eat out somebody,
No, it actually does.
No, it's
because, like,
irrelevant.
because you
No.
would know that. Because if you have, you would know that at a certain time, the taste disappears.
I
don't
Did I
understand.
just out myself? Of course. Am
Okay,
I
so
submissive? I guess so. By
Wait,
your
what do you mean
eyes.
it disappeared?
Yeah, like you just taste nothing.
what I'm taking from this right now is
Like
that
it'll be
you
salty.
conceded
Uh,
Like the first
Okay, no.
10
So
seconds,
okay.
it
So
might be salty.
that's
Salty?
still
Salty?
that's still
Yeah.
okay. That's still submissive. That's still submissive.
Alright.
But I would go
But
I would go
then
Sure, we're
further.
talking about the
after you
same thing.
replace it with her vaginal juices as well as your own saliva, then the saltiness disappears. And you
Unless-
probably also
no.
just get used to it.
Saltiness.
What?
Unless
sure it was
unless
salty?
you like the
I'm pretty
taste,
sure it was
unless you like the taste, I think
My
then
sample
it
size
is submissive.
only one, but on
Okay.
multiple occasions.
Oh, I'm
Oh,
gonna
man.
leave this
So-
alone.
There was okay,
Oh,
it's one
man.
sample, but the sample size of recurrence was quite
You
large.
should probably talk to her gynecologist about that.
Yeah.
Right?
But also, okay,
Oh,
wait,
fuck,
are
man.
you
Bro,
I'm done.
you
I'm out.
conceding
I'm
the
out.
point?
graduated.
You're conceding the
No
point?
one is topping Jay Chow calling pussy salty.
I'm
right?
conceding the one caveat that if you like the taste, it could be
Wait,
dominant.
Scott,
All
have
right,
you
so
gone down on
I need you to say,
somebody? Is that
I need
salty
you to
for
say,
you?
I am conceding
Do you
to
taste
Alu the
strawberry and
caveat that if it
flowers?
tastes good, I'm wrong.
Yeah, if
Oh,
you're doing
God.
it because it tastes good, I'm wrong in my original statement that it's intrinsically submissive. However, if you're doing it for the pleasure of the other person without like it tasting good, I think that is very submissive, and I think it's even more submissive if you're paying somebody for the privilege of pleasuring them. I mean,
So
how
if you
fucking
hit-
You've
submissive
already
can
listen.
you get?
You've already broken the chain for one exception, and then you'll find a bunch of other exceptions, right? Like
That's how
orgasm control is
That's how
another.
discussions work. You can prove me wrong. I'm not like ideologically married to one thing. You can show that I'm wrong on like a certain element. I didn't think about the taste.
No, I'm just
That's a
saying.
good point.
Like, I'm saying, like,
But
if
Lactoid, isn't
if that's
submissiveness
one,
just
right?
subjective?
That's the
And
only
it's
one I
about
can
the
think of.
motivation. It's about the motivation.
It's about the
So
motivation,
another one,
yeah.
right? Would be orgasm control, right? Like if you're
If they
you're
don't
engaged in-
orgasm, maybe. But I mean,
No, no,
are you
no, no,
pleasuring
like-
them?
No,
I-
like
I
some
don't- I don't get this,
some
dude.
people in dominant
right.
relationships, right, engage in what's known as orgasm denial, right, where they try and bring someone right to the brink, and then they don't let them orgasm as a form of control.
Does the person like having their orgasm controlled? Because then that might make it submissive.
Oh, we're short one.
Well, I mean, so what you're saying is it's always submissive if the other person enjoys it.
If you're doing it for the
So
primary,
all sex is now. So if I have sex with a girl and she enjoys having sex with me, I'm just a fucking sub now because she liked it. Like no, like orgasm control is specifically a dominant thing, right? Where individuals are engaging in punishing the person or controlling their partner's orgasm.
I stop,
you
you stop
like
feeling
it's
good.
very
I
dominant.
start, you start feeling good. That is like
Yeah.
the entire
So
dynamic. And on top of that,
I don't know though,
I wanna
because
add
again,
another
Or
point, right?
being in a relationship.
if they're,
Oh.
I'm not saying, like I said at the
Lactoid, why are
beginning,
you
like a
swerving
little bit
with
of
this?
submissiveness. I'm saying is not like
But why does
terrible,
that
but it is
matter?
it. Well, because
Like
it's
when you're in
important
a
when we
relationship,
define our
are you
terms here.
straight? Wait, are
I
you straight?
wanna,
Yeah,
I
I'm
wanna
straight.
put another point on
Okay,
top
so
of this,
if
right?
you're gonna have a girlfriend, like, is this on the top of your mind of like what actions you have with activities with her, like whether or not they're
Every
dominant or submissive?
single thing we do, I'm
Oh,
measuring. Am
wow.
I submissive or am I being dominant?
Okay, so Lactoid, would you ever date
Mahalo, Billy.
a partner that makes more money than you, like way more money than you?
Have you all become debate bro brain?
Well, it
where we can
depends.
just
Am
argue
I gonna
about
get that
anything?
money?
Is that what's going
Depends.
on now?
Because if
Do
I'm
I
getting
go
that, if
down
I'm
her
getting,
level?
if I'm
always
getting
gonna
that
make more
money,
income than a
if I'm
woman.
getting that money, that could
I
be
don't even
dominant.
understand the premise from the start, right? Like most
Like
doms,
pimps, right?
believe it or not, most doms are not.
Are you gonna pimp out your significant other?
No, just hold on one second.
Well,
hold on
well,
one
marrying them is kind of like pimping them out. You're getting the money from their work, right?
Sure, that's one way to analyze it, I guess.
That's the other way for you. But go ahead, Alu. You wanted to say something?
Yeah, I want to, because like most doms, and maybe this is like anecdotal, but there's a shitload. I would argue the majority of doms are like extracting less pleasure than they're giving, and yet nevertheless are doms, right?
Mhm.
Like I would definitely argue that most doms are not out there like I'm just gonna extract my value, my pleasure from this sexual encounter and move the fuck along. Most doms are in some way because they are control freaks for the most part, and
And
do like
usually,
that feeling of
and
control are
usually,
like
if that's not the
excessively
case, it's
pleasuring that
usually
person.
abusive. Like if
True,
like
true.
Yeah.
it's
One
usually
side with a
abusive if
Well,
like they're
things-
just
things, yeah,
such a
things can be
sadist
abusive and
that they love
dominant,
it.
right?
Yeah.
No, no, no.
but
What I'm
that's not the
saying
point
is
when
like
yeah. Go
what
ahead.
I'm saying
And
is like
insecure.
of the doms, right, that are like getting more of their own pleasure, right, than simply just control, like that psychological element, right? Like if they're just hedonistic about their own pleasure, you'll find that those tend to be pretty toxic.
And I think maximal dominance
if
can
it's
be
like
toxic. Yeah.
communicated and you find someone who is looking for the other end of that. But like, yeah, for that is like what I was gonna say at the beginning is that in a healthy dynamic, it's not like that. In a healthy dynamic, typically, not only is there conversation, but like there is a give and take, right? In terms of
Right, and the give.
We're
That's
approaching-
what I'm saying.
We're
Like the give
approaching
and
the
take.
half-hour mark, by the way.
That's negotiation.
know.
And so negotiation is like obviously implying some level of like submission, right? You're having to give something.
no.
So-
You
The
can have
the
conversation
dominant take
agreement.
everything, right?
Okay,
Yeah,
Lactoid.
but doesn't that go back to neutral when you are given something in return?
Right.
wouldn't
So
say
you could be
neutral, but-
equally dominant and submissive, right? The question is whether or not an
Okay, so
activity is
then like
more or
the
less
net
submissive.
output is 0.
It could be. It
Kind
could
of
be
more,
zero.
yeah,
Yeah, for sure.
But to launch this
So
conversation,
like
do
if you
know
like
what
if
the
you
union of
Wow,
egoists
this
is?
crazy.
no.
So Lactoid, well, like when let's say a guy hires a prostitute, like who in your mind holds the power in that dynamic during that time?
The prostitute. Yeah. I see them like drug dealers and like their Johns are like the drug users, right? Ultimately, like they're enslaved by their own like
By
biochemical, by their own biochemical like responses that they can't
They
control.
can't help but
Yeah,
pay
exactly.
for their
Well,
compulsion.
Absolutely.
This is ripping.
Wait, but hold
I
on.
just
It's,
say that if-
okay, so are people who need to work out because they really just like have a need
Wait,
to work
hold
out?
on. Hold on, no. Ignore that. Hold on, I'm not
slave
concerned about
to-
that part. Hold on. I'm not concerned. No, this is interesting what you just said though. So like men end up paying for sex in all kinds of ways, right? Either directly or hey, I'm gonna take you out on a date and I'm gonna pay for that date.
Yes,
Are you
yes.
saying that? Okay, all right. You know what? Maybe I might be okay with that. Then we're all a slave to pussy because that's why. Otherwise,
That's
we would
the
never
power of
take
the
girl
pussy,
out.
It's all
baby.
it's all serotonin. Think about it, right? Like drugs work often by like abusing the same pathways that sex does, right? And so you have people who like on the internet or in person or maybe they have giant like on certain websites that maybe start with an O and
Let me-
second word F.
let me
they
highlight-
control
Okay,
people.
let me
They
highlight
control
it.
people by
Yeah,
selling
maybe for
sex,
addicts, but
right?
we're not talking about sex
I'm
addiction.
now-
we're talking
right,
about
like,
whether
I'm
something
now-
is submissive or dominant.
This conversation has gotten so absurd that I'm now imagining like a robot chicken cartoon of a claymation piece of chocolate and like a woman on her knees like getting domed by the chocolate bar during her period, just being like, yes, pleasure,
Oh, do I have an anime
serotonin,
for you?
wakow, you are submissive to the chocolate bar. Like, no, dude, like everything doesn't need to be put into the fucking lens of analyzing it from a
We have
submissive
broken
and
Matrix.
dominant perspective.
I like looking at it from that lens though, right?
Uh,
I think
so-
people are controlled by chocolate. I think chocolate companies do like hold a position of power and they control people. Of course they do.
Can I just say that if you enjoy
fucking
like eating,
Hershey
gobbling
just
up
has a
fucking
fucking harem.
vaginal mucus and discharge, you're a fucking degenerate. You should probably go to like a mental
That is what the
It's
brown
actually
M&M is.
disgusting.
Yeah, would
He
you
is a
would you
degenerate.
drink like a fucking hockaloogie? I wouldn't. Fuck, it's disgusting.
All right, it's 8:30.
Yeah, like, did this show start a half hour late now?
Yeah,
What's
calm
going
down,
on?
Ty. But like I'm saying that like
Were you waiting for somebody?
Lactoid,
No.
like it's a weird like look, you can look through look at it through any way you want, right? And that's fair, right? And you can, you know, in terms of what you do in the bedroom, that's always up to you. But I guess my problem is that like this leads to this like analysis that you're using this lens leads to a distorted view of relationships. That everything is, you know,
Leads to unhealthy
domination or
relationships.
submission. Yeah, exactly. I think it's a healthier lens to just like look at things as, you know, a give and take between both people, trying to find some balance that works for them, a balance that might be skewed, in which one person is providing more than the other person, but for whatever reason they're happy. But in that scenario, it doesn't necessarily have to be something dominant, submissive. It can be, but not necessarily. But I mean, that's up to you. You know, what lens you want to view the world.
Yeah, I think this is a question of like definitions. I agree with you.
Let's talk
Somebody
politics.
who's hyper dominant and dominant all the time is probably not like a cool person to be around, right?
Yeah, maybe we should stop thinking about it like that.
Mhm.
Here, I have an alternative. So I think in the real world, okay, not in the internet space that we're in, because all of our audience is probably like 99% male and like some red pillars, that in the real world, men who could cause a woman to get off an orgasm are probably like rare, and it would be really good to have that on your resume for acquiring relationships. and
When you
whatnot.
apply
Like
for
just
your next
being,
girlfriend.
yeah, just being able to be like in the bedroom, because like I'm
I
pretty
actually
sure
have pussy
like there's a
achiever.
good chunk
pussy
of women who are
successor
like, yeah,
in my,
I've never
in my bio.
orgasmed before in my entire life. I've been through this many relationships. I'm hypersexual, but no guy ever has been like wanting to get down on me and, you know, tickle my little clitoris.
No, you know,
Using
I
my
got it
as
now.
in
What
the
we
general,
need,
not me, Lamau.
what we need.
Please
No,
say
no,
that
no.
again.
I
Say
got
those
it.
words like
I
10
got
more
it.
times.
What we need, what we really need, right?
So
is
funny,
we
Doobie.
need
My God,
we
you're
need
like
a hookup.
like a kid.
We hold on. What hush? What we need is a hookup app like Tinder or whatever fucking people use nowadays, right? And we need to get if we want more guys, right, to like really try. We need to have like Steam or like Xbox kind of like unlocks, right? And the girls can give you achievement unlocked, right? And then that way you can actually have this resume that Jay Chow's talking about, right? Like you date a girl and then achievement unlocked, like he made me come through
Wait.
cunnilingus, right? Like you get that little star, and
I
you know
think
it'll
guys
be a
would
better
actually
world.
be
Yeah.
really
Boy
into
just
that.
wants Yelp
There
proposal.
They'd be
is-
really
Holy shit.
motivated. You know what I mean? You want to get that achievement unlocked.
They actually
no,
would. They would go for
there's
that.
already too much of a problem, I think, of men like being obsessed with how women view them, and I think this stuff just makes it so much worse. They're like
Yeah,
trying to get the
realistically, if
achievements.
she
oh
has
my
other guys
God.
to
but,
compare you
but do you
to,
think
you're already
yourself
fucked
as like,
up.
oh, I need to be like dominant in everything, or else I'm gonna feel like a beta or something, is really gonna help you out on the dating job market. Good job.
I mean, that's what betas would say, but go ahead.
I mean, so
Go
Lacto,
ahead.
would you ever cook dinner for your
No more
significant other?
questions.
No, I'd rather make them starve. Fuck that
Because
bitch.
they might
I
enjoy
made
his
cake.
cooking. I don't
Dude,
know.
I'm
But
not
then
for me,
again,
she makes
I'm
my
not-
sandwich. She stays in the kitchen.
he's European, so
Prime,
like
I'm
yeah.
not doing like I've had fun. It's past
Yeah,
the
yeah.
half hour mark.
American.
I'm not doing another meme panel.
Scott. Got it. I'm just telling Lactoid, that just reevaluate this. Okay, just spend the time.
I
know,
got a
considering
lot
you
more
said-
for you later. We can talk about it. I've been
Okay,
going.
yeah.
No, no,
I would
no,
absolutely.
Actually, I got a better one,
have a
Prime
deeper
guys. You know what
conversation.
you need to do? You need to reach out to one of the sex positive, like sex worker people, and like pitch this idea to them. Have a one-on-one conversation. It'll be great content off of this fucking panel, and like maybe your mind will be changed, or maybe you'll just fucking dom the person. and win.
Maybe he'll.
I
dom
could
the
convince
person.
him
You
they're a
know?
drug dealer, but we can.
So
Whatever,
let's
you
get
know, just it'll be a
started.
great stream.
JHL, why would
let's-
he post that in the group chat?
Lactoid,
Like,
how tall
the
are you?
fuck is going?
No,
You said 6'5".
none of this.
He's 6'5",
Yeah,
and
yeah.
you're thinking about how to be like dominant in all other aspects when you're already 6'5". You're just taller than them. You're just bigger than them.
Yeah.
It's really
Let's get.
Alright,
being
okay.
6'5" is really not
Penis
that nice.
size. Next.
Sucks.
I'm also
Okay.
I'm 6'2", not I'm
All right,
6'5".
From
Is
the
having
balls,
a
from
large
the bottom of the
penis
balls
submissive?
to the tip. Okay,
Ooh.
in inches. Okay,
No.
we're not going with a metric system. That's
Okay.
sub.
All right. Okay. All right. Well, we can
Massive sub energy.
discuss discuss the various massive penises that are on this panel later on. Okay. All right. But I appreciate everyone for coming through. Guys, my camera is just not cooperating. I tested it literally just before we started,
Have you tried
and
restarting
now.
it?
Yeah, I've tried everything and it's
Okay.
just not working. I mean, it's
Like,
working, but just badly. And it was working, whatever. In any case, so we're just gonna move forward. And unfortunately, I just won't be able to turn on my camera, but I am here. Now I'm gonna have to say this multiple times because I'm gonna turn this to multiple VODs, so people are gonna be wondering. So if I say it again, you know why. All right, so thanks all for being here. Thank you to the audience for stopping by. If you missed the pussy conversation, well, this is why you should come early to look at these panels. Our pre-panels are
Also, a great
oftentimes
way to come early.
our pre-panels, right? Oftentimes some of the best, right? Like just before you come, it's sometimes the best. All right, we're moving forward.
Relax, Prime guys. Don't do it
Okay.
when you want to.
I'm going to introduce all these fantastic people, right, and okay individuals, and we'll go from there. Lactoid, Lactoid, I love learning more about you, friend. I like it's a pleasure, right? Which means you've been submissive to me. When I learn more about your personality, Fred. So thank you for being here.
Thanks, thanks, Prime. No, I love these discussions. You can find me on Anti-Communism United, Discord, Twitch, and YouTube. We always have these conversations, and yeah, we'll do a full form MGTOW, why sex work is evil discussion later on. So that'll be fun.
Oh man, that's actually all right. I really need to make something happen with you in a conversation because that sounds like a lot of fun. But next we will go to Scott. Scott, we started off the panel agreeing, right? Like we're on the right foot. Let's see how long we continue this. I put
We'll
it at
see.
10 minutes. But
We'll
Scott,
see.
thank you for being here.
Yeah, I am Scott from Fabian Liberty. You can find us on Rumble, Twitter, YouTube, Twitch, obviously, and Fabian Liberty. Yeah, we're a libertarian duo stream, though I do all the debates and most of the talking and stuff. My co-host is cool people. You guys should come and check him out, right? You're only going to see him if you come by our channel. Yeah, so tomorrow we'll be interviewing Stefan Kinsella, who is the IP expert, libertarian philosopher, and kind of the person that put in the final last piece of important libertarian philosophy, which is bringing a estoppel principle into the judicial idea of libertarianism. And then and if you're not into that nerdy weird shit and you just like wild fucking conversations, then the day after I'll be talking to Zonia about chasers. So come hang out.
Awesome. And Sonia's a great person, so I'm glad you're having a conversation with her. Let's move on to our next person, Alu, who is brand fucking new. One of Doobie's friends, so buckle up. But they come
Okay.
from some politics Discord server, and I'm happy that they stopped by. Alu, introduce yourself to me and the audience.
So I'm Alu. I am Doobie's goblin, really. You know, I'm under the bridge. He comes, he says hello, gets me onto the debate. It is what it is.
I
Nice to be
appreciate
here.
it. And I'm really glad that you stopped by. Let's go to our friend Ty. Ty is with us once again. I'm happy to you accepted, friend. I wasn't sure if you would, but yeah.
I definitely owed you one. I've actually had Prime on my show, Saturday Night Lights, I believe twice, in the not too recent past. And so it's always good to have him. It's always good to help him out over here on reverie. And so it's good to be back. I'm sorry I don't get to do this very often. I know you all miss my saner takes from the right wing, but it is good to be here. I can't wait to talk about foreign policy. You all know I really, get my rocks off on that. So thank you for the invite.
Jay Chow, I've convinced Jay Chow to come back after last time.
Okay.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if you would,
Sure.
but you are. But and I thank you for that. Thanks for being here.
Yeah, I'm here, and that's what's important. And even though I was called out randomly by Scott to talk about something that I would have, once I do, and then everybody starts, what is he saying? What is he posting in the Discord? Yeah, it's an interesting GIF. It should have been a GIF, but it's not. Anyways,
Yeah, I know.
I'm Jay Chow. Stream on twitch.tv/JChowLive. I do a lot of stuff, but when I do talk about politics, it's often from a political science and international relations perspective. That's what I studied in school. I find it incredibly interesting and incredibly important to frame political discussions through that lens. So if that ever interests you, come on by.
Hey, thank you so much. Next, our friend Corey motherfucking Campbell. Corey is back with us. The only Prime approved Canadian. So thank you for joining us, friend.
Yeah, that's high praise. I will take it. Yeah, as always, grateful to be here with these fine faces. And on that note, wish I could see your face and your camera worked, but maybe next time. Yeah, I'm Corey Campbell. You can find me on twitch.tv, CoreyCampbell84. I cover science, I cover news, and if you want to be like a true dom, like Lactoid is concerned, I also do workout streams. That's how you become a true dom, I guess. That's why you should pass by Lactoid. But yeah, happy to be here. Looking forward to getting into it.
Thank you. And last but not least, our Dark Lord and Savior, Doobie is here. Doobie, again, proving he's a savior, bringing in a new person. I asked for a bit of help, and Doobie, as always, came through for me. So thank you, friend.
You're welcome. I'm Doobie. Hi.
Okay. Oh, and Vice Lord Xerxes, thank you for the 18 months free sub. Awfully kind of you. Thanks for sticking with the channel for so long. Okay. So we are going to get started. Oh, we got some people following too. Guys, thanks for being around, stopping by. You missed the pussy talk, and that's your own fault. But we're glad you're here now.
Summary: Jay Chow says vagina is salty, which is interesting.
We'll have to dig into that later. The vagina. Okay.
Get it. Doobie, have you ever dug?
Dug?
I'm sorry. What was the question?
No answer. Okay, it's okay.
Wait, what was the question?
It's fine. Just pussy out. No, like, have you ever gone down on somebody?
No, I'm not a bitch. I don't do that.
Okay. All right.
Good man.
Lactoid agreeer.
Based.
You guys are fucking great. Okay, let's get started. Topic 1. Virginia Governor Glenn Youngkin has ended negotiations to bring a $3.5 billion Ford electric vehicle battery factory to his state. The Ford plant would have been built in cooperation with a Chinese battery maker. The stated reason for killing this deal is to prevent taxpayer money to fund, quote unquote, a front for China. This news comes as many in the GOP have been stepping up their aggressive rhetoric against China. What do you think about the cancellation of this deal? Should we be more skeptical of foreign investment, especially when it comes from adversarial nations? Is the heart of this recent anti-Chinese rhetoric actually due to Sinophobia? So, yeah, it's exactly what it sounds like. It wasn't a lock to get this factory. They're still in negotiations, but he specifically ended it, saying that China was going to get a foothold in Virginia, and this was some terrible thing when they were just going to give like 2,500 jobs were a possibility for this Virginia area. So does any of this make sense to you? And is there a bit of racism or bigotry behind these types of decisions? So we will start with friend Lactoid. Lactoid, who is a noted friend of the CCP.
Of course.
Lactoid, please go ahead.
So in researching this specific plant, I think that this whole cancellation likely was just a political move. There was a number of analysts that were skeptical that this battery factory even had a real chance of being placed in Virginia due to the economic costs associated with shipping batteries over long distances, especially to Ford's plants in Mexico, Michigan, and Memphis, all of which would have required a significant amount of time to ship, to create, package, ship, and there's a question about whether or not that was even economically viable. Regardless, assuming that they could have given a bunch of incentives to a company to stay, this runs contrary to market economics. A market should not be politicians giving corporate welfare so companies locate in inefficient regions for political purposes. Instead, a market should, absent some kind of existential crisis, be driven by efficiency and consumer choice, neither of which are served by having the government involved in this deal at all. Welfare is wrong, and corporate welfare is even more wrong. This is what this deal is, corporate welfare, and the Democrats are criticizing him for not giving more corporate welfare. I think that's interesting. However, big picture thinking can be important when we're talking about existential threats to humanity or liberty, and I think China is a threat to both. I've said this before, by doing business with China, we are selling them the bullets that they will use against liberty-minded people everywhere, especially in Taiwan. I'm in favor of restricting some freedom if it means weakening existential threats to all freedom. In this case, communism. For example, I also would be against selling the Chinese rocket technology or selling the Chinese large amounts of ammunition for the exact same reason. Maybe to a different scale, but the exact same reason. Ultimately, it's not the Chinese people that are the problem. It's not Chinese that's the issue. It's communism and the communist authoritarian Chinese government. I see this all the time. People often associate criticisms here with xenophobia, but I think this is just an astroturf by Chinese hackers. Imagine how insane it would be to associate dislike for fascism or Nazism to be Italian phobia or Germanophobia. I think it's a complete red herring.
Thank you so much. Now we'll go to Scott.
Yeah, so not a whole lot to add to that because basically everything he said was 100% correct. Sorry, still getting over that fucking long COVID. Yeah, I mean, it's obviously not xenophobia, right? Whatever the fuck xenophobia even is, right? If we assume that it's some irrational fear of Chinese people and culture, right? I don't see Republicans coming out and saying the worst thing ever would be to have civil service examinations, right? Like they're not angry at Chinese culture, they're not afraid of Chinese culture, right? They have a very rational fear of communism. Right? There's nothing irrational about fearing something that has killed hundreds of millions of people when it's implemented, right? And has stolen away liberties to the most extreme that we've ever seen in human history. That being said, I do find it interesting, right, that like Youngkin pulls out of the Virginia Economic Development Partnership, right, the VEDP, which is the state and corporations working together to make sure that corporations follow the behavior and go against the demands of the free market for the benefit of the state and the welfare of the people. It's like a corporate, a private public partnership, a corporate, the marriage of the corporation and the state. Like he didn't do a fascism, so he must be racist. I don't get that either. Danville probably could take the jobs, right? Danville, I mean, if you've ever been to Danville, like it's an industrial area. There's a ton of stuff that goes on there. It has everything that is needed to do it. It might be better somewhere else. But one of the things that I often hear, especially from libertarians, is, well, any reduction of taxes is a good thing, right? Because what this mostly is tax subsidies, right? This allows China to get tax subsidies, especially under the Inflation Reduction Act. But to do it by using Ford, right, as a kind of shield so that they can get benefits that wouldn't normally work for foreign companies, right? And the idea is like, well, any reduction in taxes must be good, right? It's less stealing, it's less taxation. The problem is that it's not actually less taxation, it's not actually less stealing when you do a subsidy. What it is it's a field of theft and taxation, and then the government or the state picking winners and advantaging them in the market, which is even more destructive to the free market. So this is anti-free. Like what he did is pro-free market. It's anti-communist. It's not xenophobic, And yeah, it probably was political. Congratulations. Youngkin is a politician and he does what politicians do. So I don't really see the controversy here.
Thanks so much. Okay. We'll go to Alan.
I don't think this has anything to do with communism or free market economics. It actually strikes me as protectionism. Like, and funnily enough, because to me, when you're talking about the EV market, this kind of just protects the early entries into it. Tesla, things of that nature, who have a enormous presence in China. Having an alternative to that, bringing in companies that can actually compete. I mean, when we're talking about EVs, we're talking in America, right? We're talking about like high-end, essentially luxury vehicles, right? There is no economic model for EVs. Getting Ford into this game is what's going to make this launch. You need American EV, right? So the anti-communist take is weird to me because this isn't. I don't know. Secondly, Danville, Virginia. I live in Northern Virginia, right? So this is the
I
opposite
live in
end of the
Richmond.
state for me.
Here.
Okay, I'm up in Arlington. So
Nice.
I was here when they moved Amazon into Crystal City. There's going to be cranes in every neighboring county for the next 30 years. Okay, there's 25,000 jobs, and then on top of that, the way they do contracting licenses in Virginia is really pro-consumer and really pro-labor market. So at the end of the day, we're talking about a region that's almost uniquely fit. Southern Virginia is insanely well fit in culture and in like mechanisms in terms of market mechanisms and industry to have this kind of plant. And then on top of that, I don't even really see how this is like a major win for China if the deal were to go ahead. It feels like the only people who lose here are Danville. China, it doesn't necessarily benefit China for us to have a better EV market and a better like logistics system in terms of EV and batteries and all of these things. I don't get how this is a good move. It just seems like he's like battling other reactionary, conservative mayors.
Sure.
Keep
Thank
in
you
mind
so
also
much.
in Virginia,
Uh,
you can only this is just a quick sentence. You can only run once in Virginia as governor. You have to bow out after the first term. So more than likely this is a presidential optics thing.
Okay.
Probably senator, but yeah.
Okay. I guys, let's try to speed up a bit so we get to the open. Okay, let's go to Tiberius, please.
Yeah, I'll keep it short. I'll table the EV conversation because I think we've all had that one too many times. And when it comes to the meat of this conversation, is this anti-Chinese? Well, we're friends with the Taiwanese and they're Chinese, so yeah, I don't really see the whole Chinese bad kind of thing. We don't like the PRC, and it's just straight out. And it's weird because the free trade guys above me are on the same side as the guy who's the trade protectionist, being me. So whenever we're agreeing on something when it comes to trade, even if we have different outcomes, you kind of notice like the stars are kind of aligning here. So for me, this is an anti-Chinese move to some degree, but it makes sense. I regard the Chinese as not only social competitors, not only political competitors, but also economic competitors, and they are no one that we really want to associate with when it comes to this particular government and the way that they run their society. So yeah, I see this as an adversary. It needs to be combated, and this is a step in the right direction from my political agenda.
Thank you, Jay Chow.
Okay, so the reason why Glenn Youngkin killed the deal is because Ford has a partnership with contemporary Amperex Technology, the Chinese battery manufacturer, ranked first in market share in the world, and it was to prevent taxpayer money from funding a front for China. I think it is clear by now that China is a peer competitor to the United States for global hegemony. Perhaps this is less known that one of the United States' prime foreign policy goals is to continue being the global hegemon. And I think these two statements are what led Youngkin to kill the deal and make people become scared of anything that has to do with China. I think this is flawed because, as far as I know, I'm unsure how Chinese batteries constitute a front for China. I understand policies like the TikTok ban on government phones because it has something to do with data at risk of being compromised, right? However, the Ford deal would have added American jobs, it would have made products for American use, and for the profit of an American company. We should always be skeptical of foreign investment. I think that makes sense, especially if it's going to be coming from an adversarial nations. But I don't think the Ford partnership poses harm to national security. And since this also just seems to be something that we're doing, juxtaposing our positions to others, while Lactoid and Fabian Liberty are free market economists when it comes to their policies on economics, and Tiberius is more trade protectionist, I think that Youngkin's policy here, it goes completely against the logic and what we know about international economics, which is that free trade produces the most wealth, and that by integrating the world into global supply chains, then we are able to produce this kind of relationship where countries have to think twice before they do anything that may be militaristic or anything that goes against international law or norms in order to protect those trade policies.
Corey, please.
Yeah, I'll be short, or I'll try to be short. Both
You're
stature
always
wise
short.
and speech wise. Yeah, I saw it coming. Don't worry. um, so I'm against this. But like so that sort of like the same end goal as, let's say, even Lactoid and Scott, but for different reasons. Where it's like I come from an entirely different viewpoint of like, I don't think we should be transitioning from fully combustion engines to like all electric vehicles. And so I don't think taxpayer money should be used to subsidize EVs, just because I don't think replacing one-to-one is the way to go. And I'll leave it there for now. We'll get into it in the open panel.
Okay, thank you, Deebly.
I'm actually torn on this one. I think, like Scott said, it's pretty obviously like a political move, but I really don't see that there's anything inherently wrong with that. If overall it's beneficial. So yeah, I'm kind of torn. I could go either way right now.
And so we'll go to open, but just before, guys, the reason why my camera's not on, because we've got problems with the I'm having problems with it, unfortunately. So I am here, the person in the center of your screen. So if you hear my voice, you know where it's coming from. All right, let's go.
I want to make a quick distinction, right? In that while Tiberius D and Lactoid and I are like aligning here, like our motivations and our philosophy is different as to why we align. And correct me if I'm wrong, Lactoid, but I would say the reason Lactoid and I are aligning are from a free market libertarian perspective, in the idea that the state giving out subsidies, right, to specific companies to control behavior and attempt to get something that goes against market principles, right? But we reduce taxation so that it can be done is not what's appropriate here, and that the factory will get better deals elsewhere. But if assuming they didn't get any deals, if they wouldn't have been profitable, then they shouldn't have been built there to begin with. And if they would be profitable somewhere else without those special deals where they're getting a sweeter deal elsewhere, then that's where the market is most efficient at doing that. Now, Lactoid and I disagree probably deeply here when it comes to whether or not a factory producing things that is, bringing money back to China should exist at all. I don't give a fuck if China gets a factory and builds a factory in Danville. I just don't think they should have special privileges from the state in order to do so. Right? Like, I'm all for free and open trade. And I would probably be taken to task, or vice versa, with Lactoid and Tiberius D here. My issue is the subsidy itself is a problem, because it's anti-free market, and it's also anti-free trade because it's anti-free market.
Right.
I was gonna say it's always gonna be a little hard to reach out to Scott because you're somebody who like despises the role of government in any way, shape, or form. But the real kicker for me here is that even if you're assuming that we're supposed to play nice, the Chinese clearly have shown that they don't want to. Almost every industry that they're involved in is hyper subsidized, and even if you were gonna cut away like every U.S. like labor law and economic law on the books, we have a higher value added chain, which means that they're more economically competitive against us when it just comes to labor and wages. They can't do everything as good as us, but when you're fighting a billion of them, it's kind of a different conversation.
The number is staggering.
Yeah, my head just perked up because you kind of made it sound like the Chinese not playing fair by subsidizing their industries is like something that we ought to antagonize. And maybe if you had some economic ideology that despises any government intervention, sure, but like I didn't expect that from you.
Well, that's more of an overture to my libertarian friends, because I'm not going to have another wonderful conversation on how great the state is in economic affairs, right? Because while I will cherry blossom this to simply say that, yeah, it can be horrible. We've seen very good instances of that. I think there are things that actually the United States government or any government can do that actually does turn a profit and turn good revenue. But they will probably vehemently disagree. And I just don't want to go down that conversation again.
Yeah, sure. So just speaking between you and me, we can recognize that if there was any subsidizing of this Chinese firm, which I have no idea if there ever was, if there was any, it seems to be quite successful because they are the number one in market share around the world in selling and manufacturing
Cato.
EV batteries.
You're talking about Cato, right?
Yes, I think so.
Mhm.
Yeah, the contemporary Amprex technology, that's Cato.
So the problem
I'm
is,
pretty sure that's the company in question.
just the problem in like our disconnect here is that I'm talking a little bit more or macro because I'm more the forest guy. You guys are a little bit more in the weeds in like this particular factory and this particular sub industry. Don't know much about that one, to be honest. So there may be very specific factors that I'm not aware of, but just generally by what we've seen throughout the entire Chinese economic model, they subsidize the hell out of everything with a bottomless supply of zero interest loans. It's hard to compete in that environment, and so like
Hold on,
if
the United States also has like near zero interest loans.
Only
We
during
recently
COVID.
increased our interest rates.
Yeah,
Well,
That's not
you might know
from COVID. That's
look-
from like years ago. It
Well,
started
look,
in, like,
I'm not going to
2008 or
say that
something.
we haven't had like record low interest rates, but like what they do is legalized loan sharking. There's a whole order of magnitude compared to
I
what
mean, like
we do.
you could there are actual criticisms that you could have on how the Chinese manipulate their economy. One, by manipulating their own currency so that it's a
Okay.
higher value than it actually should be. And the second thing is the practices that they do in order to actually become competitive with the United States across a number of industries, which basically ends up to being IP stealing. Like
Right, like
they're unable to produce any new technologies on their own. They have to rely on hacks and breaches into our security in order to actually produce anything that new for them to compete against us.
I'm not going to like go down the road that China isn't overhyped. I think they are in a lot of ways. However, a rival and a threat is still something that you have to deal with. You are still talking about the world's second biggest economy, even if their numbers are inflated as much as we think they are. You're still talking about a population mass of over 1 billion people. That's still a lot of economy of scale, right?
WC, I have a question for you. Do you
Go
think
ahead.
that the state subsidizing industries and moving away from a competitive free market helps or hurts the economy,
It more often
independent of a
hurts.
nation?
It
Right.
more often hurts. The problem is
So what
that
I
there's
would
certain ones I
argue-
think that do help, but there's sometimes more of a social calculus there than an economic one.
I would
Add-
argue that the only reason that China is able to compete is that they are hurting themselves in terms of long-term economic policies by subsidizing the market and having authoritarian control over the market. However, they're economically helped by stealing IP because the theft of that IP, as you would put it, right, is not theft at all and is a more free market position. They are boosted economically by not having anti-free market policies such as IP laws. I mean, they do have IP laws, but they, I mean, like, kind of, right? Like their companies are stealing other people's things, stealing, right? But we're shackling ourselves and our economic growth and productivity behind IP, and they are not. And this is one of the reasons that they're able to absorb the negative costs of their economy by engaging in kind of high time preference government sponsorship and subsidies that are less competitive and less economically advantageous than free market policies. And so I don't understand why we go, well, they're doing these bad things, so like, should we do the same bad things? Like, no, I would argue we don't subsidize. We don't do the same bad things.
There's a whole lot to unpack there, but I'll simply suffice it to say is this. When it comes down to them being the bad actors versus us trying to be the good actors, right? I don't think every single time that you intervene in an economy, it's always going to go bad. And China does have a lot more breathing room here. Whenever you're lower on the value added lower on the value added scale, a lot of your people, even though they have different technical expertise, kind of fall into a lot more similar things. This is largely going to be an industrial economy and an agricultural economy, which means they can specialize a lot more correctly for their population base. We do everything from top to bottom. We are a lot more diverse, and while that diversity is definitely a strength, we have far more economic vitality. they are able to punch above their weight in ways that they shouldn't be able to. Now, I think it's going to go all to shit probably this decade, and I can't wait. But there's the other side of that where if I'm wrong, that's a huge problem.
Well, their market's becoming less free, right? Like large corporations are engaging in less economically free transactions.
Oh, like this is the thing that a lot of people hate people like me for, is that I and a lot of other people have been like, hey, look, China's gonna eat it after a while because they're doing literally by the economic playbook 90% of things you shouldn't fucking do, and somehow they've kept this thing rolling. If anyone remembers, Japan actually did this back in the 80s, and it finally caught up to them. We're just surprised that this hasn't happened to the Chinese yet. I think it's going to implode in either way, but I'd rather be prepared. And the problem is that what you would have to sell to me is the whole, like, how are we actually, like, neutering ourselves whenever somebody kind of has some certain edges on us that we can't really ignore?
But like what? What are these edges? Because as far as I'm concerned, the United States is dominating China in like every single aspect and continuing on. Like experts have come out and said like, yeah, China will probably never reach the United States in definitely not in military strength. And it maybe like 10 years ago, it was like, yeah, maybe China has some potential to surpass us in economic strength. But now that's not looking, especially with what they're going through right now with their Belt and Road initiative. Like there's a lot of news coming out that their projects are falling apart. There's a lot of cracks, and
Yeah,
it's like putting these countries who are like taking out these debts into debt traps and all that stuff.
I've been saying that
And I
for about the sorry, I'll
ahead.
finish this up real quick, Doobie. I've been saying for about the last year, like some of the warning signs have been going off, particularly when it comes to like the
I'm
Chinese.
not asking you about the warning signs.
Uh-huh.
I just want you to be straight with me. Like, what are these aspects that China is dominant over the United States?
You're talking about people who simply, by the fact that they live at 1/5 the standard of the United States, they are competitive against us on labor on every major front that you can be, except for anything that we can do locally. So a teacher's job isn't threatened, but if you're a welder, if you do any kind of fab, if you kind of do anything that can be outsourced, it tends to, which is the big trade protectionist argument coming from me, is that I thought we shot ourselves in the foot when it comes to bleeding wealth into the third world.
Wait, we can't outsource welders. Welders have to be here.
No, like you can train the Chinese to weld. It's not that much of an advanced skill.
They can also send the goods.
Okay, so then they're sending their immigrants to us to become welders.
They ship the goods over, right? They do the welding, like they manufacture goods prefab.
Yeah.
This is the problem with global economics,
but that's totally a benefit to us because we're able to buy cheap products, and companies that are U.S. are able to use cheap labor in order to make massive profit margins that will then like go into like that's why the United States, as it was supposed to be with NAFTA and all these global trade routes and relationships, that's why it's so beneficial for us to be a service economy.
Okay,
so that's why our GDP has been like so massive.
That's a separate talk on globalization, and I would actually like to have this conversation because I have all kinds of thoughts.
But this at the end of the day has something. Okay, sure.
But let's go to Doobie. You want to say something?
Yeah, I think the spirit of the question, from my perspective, was more about so China has a long history with the United States, kind of like an adversarial relationship. You guys mentioned the IP rights abuses or IP rights just rejection entirely. And like long history of human rights abuses, long history of like what people would consider like unfair trade practices, etc. And I kind of like related this to the thing that's going on with J.K. Rowling, right? Where people are saying, "Oh, well, she's a bad person." Yeah, China is going to blow up your mind, right? So China's a bad country. So China, most Americans would consider China to be like a pretty immoral, authoritarian nation, right? And
the government, yeah.
So, and just as people say that J.K. Rowling is transphobic, so the argument is, hey, we shouldn't purchase this book or this game or support it in any way because that in some way benefits her. In the same way, allowing investment here from China through this company would benefit this nation that we believe is doing all these human rights abuses. So why shouldn't we just reject China entirely, just as we'd reject J.K. Rowling for her transphobia and Harry Potter, the entire universe for her transphobia? Why shouldn't we reject them in the same way?
Right.
First, I'd like to say I'm totally going to play Hogwarts Legacy on stream.
Okay.
Well, okay, that's
There you
See,
go.
that's
There's
a
my
that's
answer.
kind of
Totally
fucked
a
up
panel
because
that's a
like
topic.
strange response
she's literally
though,
said
because
that. Go ahead.
well,
Makes
so my
sense.
thing is, I think you're dealing with an existential threat there. J.K. Rowling is a bad entity. She's a bad faith entity, and considering that she is the creator of Harry Potter and this is an extension of her, I would prefer a more American book series. And, like this is the point, right? Like, at the end of the day, I'm gonna play Hogwarts too because it's gonna provide value to me. I don't really care about J.K. Rowling. She's the artist. The art is separate, right? And in the same way, China, you can disagree or agree with what they're doing, but this deal would have regenerized Danville, which is not a particularly upscale place. And on top of that, Northern Virginia is incredibly. It's one of the most rising business sectors in the United States.
Yeah, but that's
I
what
wonder
Georgian
why.
horse though,
We're
isn't it?
talking, but we're
Why
talking
is
about
Northern
an
Virginia
entire.
growing so much?
Well, because again, right, we have played smart economics. You look at Amazon and what it's doing to
Played
Nova.
smart
It is insane.
economics?
I would say smart economics. Yeah,
That's why you think Nova's growing? The place where
that and a
basically
combination of other things.
everyone
Yeah,
that works in the government lives?
that's not true.
Well, the
So-
government, the
That's
U.S.
just
government
no,
is
no,
the
no,
number
no,
one
no.
employer
That's just
in the
not
United
true.
States.
That's just not true, right? You
That's
have
good
the
economics.
IT corridor. I don't think it's a part of it, right? You do have a lot of
Yeah.
federal workers here, but that creates. You go to Nova, it is built. I mean, we're talking about contractors. We're talking about an IT corridor that stretches from Alexandria all the way to Herndon. We're talking about marketers, consultants. We're talking about blue labor, right? Construction, uh, repair, all of your sectors that require a healthy functioning contractor sector. We have that. We have a heavy retail system. Like to say that we are a state that is successful solely because of this, the government. I mean, sure, there is a factor where being close to, I don't want to say the means of production, but the federal state ensures that you're going to have a leg up in terms of success.
I would
But I can make
I
the
would
same
never
argument that California being on the
I would
west
never
coast
I
and
would
next to the beach makes it in some ways better to like more able to succeed. Every state
I
has
would
its
never give
advantages.
I would never give do a univariate analysis and say that it is only one factor. I'm memeing on you because you're talking about the area that basically never got hurt by the financial crisis because there's so much money from every fucking person that works in the federal government in DC, everybody that like every lobbyist, every corporate lawyer there, half the
They got good
politicians
pension
own a home
systems.
there.
Yeah.
They got a lot of federal employees that have
In
bolstered it, and
Danville.
with a growing state, you're going to get a growing
No, I'm
you're going
I'm
to get a
sorry.
growing economy.
Yeah, the
Once you're
government is a
north of
reliable employer.
Quantico,
Wow.
sure. Once you're north of Quantico, and you can reasonably commute to the nest of Nova and DC, sure, right? But past that, let's move all the rest aside. Danville is not an upscale area.
Yeah,
It's
it's a
Fredericksburg.
completely different culture,
It's
right?
right, but it's also a culture that's heavily dependent on manufacturing. I mean, they're known for furniture sales, dude. We're talking
Yeah,
about bringing a industry that is about to theoretically implode. Ford is no matter what, getting into the EV industry. They are going to
mhm.
dominate. There is going to be American domestic companies that engage in the EV market.
So,
Virginia could be productive in all regions.
do you believe that we need to engage in tax subsidies to specifically bring them to our state, despite it not being as economically advantageous, right, to the company itself, but to make it more economically advantageous
You- You're,
by
s-
engaging in special protection of this specific company versus them simply being built in Minnesota or
you're
Michigan?
using the word need. I don't think we needed Amazon. We have a very healthy growth in Virginia, Northern Virginia. There's going to be cranes in the sky for the next 40 years, okay, all the way down to Quantico, and it's pushing further and further south. It is getting more um, industrialized and you can call it gentrification if you want. That's fine, but it is heading further and further south. This would have
Gentrification's
been
good.
again, you can make whatever argument on that you want. But what I'm saying is that at the end of the day, this would have been productive for Southern Virginia. It would have been productive for the entire EV market. It would have allowed more competition against Tesla, which potentially could allow an economic version of product, right? We don't have
Right. Could you answer the
a
question though?
re-ask it.
Yeah. Should we have engaged in protection for this specific company, despite market demands that it would be better production in another state? Like, should we have given them special privileges and tax exemptions, right, to make sure that it's in Danville? Do you believe that that needs to be done? Because a lot of things you're talking about the local economy, right, could just as easily apply to a different state, right? Like building this factory in a different state just means there's jobs over there. Is Danville somehow more important than like Michigan residents, or right? Like, so none of these
Danville,
arguments
pay
apply,
for it,
right?
yeah.
people who live in Danville, sure. And as far as like, I slightly disagree with the premise because again, I think the ban or the axing of Ford was in its own way protectionism. I think people like companies like Tesla and people
That
like
makes no
Elon Musk
sense.
are
He
selling
didn't
end
say
products.
they couldn't sell there. He didn't say they couldn't build a factory there. He did not ban the factory in any way, shape, or form. He simply stopped the Virginia Economic Development Partnership from giving them special subsidies and working out a deal between the state and the company to try and get them to Danville and like be like, we're going to give you these taxes. And like, he stopped an agreement of the government giving them special protections and said, pull that off the table. Like, if he didn't ban them. He didn't say they can't build the factory in Danville. They absolutely can. They just don't get any special privileges for doing so.
Are you a consequence source?
Well,
Well,
let's
we're
start the
getting to this.
conversation now.
No, not at
no,
all.
no.
I don't think it's a valid form of normative ethics.
I
Great.
would argue that if it provides better results, it's probably better to do it. I think that if it requires some form
For
of
who?
subsidy to, again, for the people of Danville and for the other people it affects.
So,
So
right, but if it's
I
not economically advantageous, right, to bring it
But
there,
I don't see
why
I
are
don't
the
see
people
how
of
it wouldn't be.
Danville more
I
important
wanna
than
get
people in
some
other
other
states?
people.
So I don't.
I wanna
This is what I don't
wanna
understand.
I wanna guys. I wanna give some other people a shot. So Corey and Lactoid. I do actually want to focus. I'll try to bring it around to xenophobia thing because I don't think people interpreted my question there properly. But first Corey, and then Lactoid.
Well, I guess on that. So yeah, my question was for Lactoid. In that, like, given your position, like, so essentially, if I'm understanding you correctly, like, pretty much like the U.S. should be sort of like isolationist towards China, as in like pull out all sort of like economic interaction with China. Like, would you want like Tesla, for example, to like shut down their factory that they have? That I
I
understand they have a
prefer they
factory.
would move to different areas. Yeah, I would like to see more maybe like relocation, because and this is something I wanted to talk about a little bit when it comes to the
Oh
when
yeah,
it
so
comes to like
I
China.
just have a little bit of a follow up, but I'll let you go. But
Yeah,
like, so
move
like,
to different countries. Yes.
but like, so, but obviously that probably would only like is really effective if like other countries cooperate, right? Like, because like the U.S. could be like
Massively
shooting itself.
expensive,
Yeah,
and
it
also
could like
impossible to move factories
You
and
know, you could
manufacturing
well
supply
you
chains.
you would ramp, like it would be ramped up. So, and I know Scott's gonna hate this. I think it would be fine to implement some kind of like commie tax, where anything sourced from like a communist country gets like a 1% percent increase, and that money goes to like lower the price from like liberty countries, like sourced from here. And so there's like, and like every year it gets ramped up by a percentage until eventually there's no more factories in commie countries, and there's plenty
Don't
of
you see
stuff
that
in
as
non-commie
potentially
countries.
antagonizing commie countries from no longer being interested in liberalizing their economies? Vietnam, I think, is a good example of a country which we've fought against in a war, the Vietnam War. They were very ideologically communist driven, and yet for the past few decades, they've been slowly but surely liberalizing their country to the point where some people, and I think most people, don't even see Vietnam as an actual communist country. Excuse me, any serious person with an interest in international relations as well as economic systems will see that Vietnam is not at all the communist that it used to be.
Wait, what does that
So
mean?
hold on,
Wait,
hold
I
on.
don't understand
They
at
are
all.
they are
But
absolutely
my
communist.
point is that like if you were to approach like international relations via taxes on bad adversaries, like sure, you know what, you might have the moral high ground, you might have that moral of they're bad, therefore they get bad policies, they get bad trade relations.
Wait. No, that's not what I'm
However,
taking issue with.
what
Let me respond to some of this real quick because
Sure,
because
okay.
Jay Chan, I'm not sure you're making. So first of all, Vietnam is a communist country. They're very authoritarian. The reason why they've somewhat warmed up to the U.S. is because China is a
on
threat to the.
economics, we're
so
talking economics.
even economics, even social policy, like yes, maybe they're better than where they were like in the 70s and 80s, but but compared to like other countries around them, no.
And will they continue liberalizing?
So
with
as
your
long
tax?
and maybe we can make an exemption for them because of their relations with China and how strained that is right now. I'm just saying that this was the idea behind doing business with China, that eventually they
But
would
you're not gonna be
liberalize.
opening the
No, this
door
was
to
the idea.
anybody?
This was the idea, to liberalize, and China would liberalize and we'd be great. But in reality, it's only gotten worse because this idea only works when you have a smaller nation that actually has an interest in
how
sucking
has it
up.
been worse?
So when we look at China, for example, right, in terms of they have not changed in terms of being an authoritarian dictatorship, in terms of genociding people, in terms of bullying their neighbors, in terms of global hegemony, in terms of being a threat to liberty, in terms of threatening Taiwan, in terms of every single thing you can think of. The idea of the Nixon regime was to look, we'll open up free trade with them. Like as they economically liberalize, they will abandon their authoritarian ways, just like the other countries did, just like Japan did, just like South Korea did, just like Taiwan did. What they failed to account for is when you have a country of over 1 billion people who packs a serious punch, like there are other factors at play. And the regime in China has enough legitimacy to stand on its own and doesn't need to suck up to the US like Vietnam does, or like South Korea does, or in some cases like Japan does. The idea here is whether or not we can punish bad geopolitical actors. And Jay Chow, I'm sure you're in favor of this if you're in favor of sanctions on Russia for invading Ukraine. Why can't we increase taxes on China for threatening Taiwan, for genociding people in Xinjiang, or North Korea or Cuba? I'm not proposing something radical. I'm just saying that for too long, this is one bad geopolitical actor in which we've just given so much credence to. We embargoed oil to the Japanese in World War II. I think that was a good idea. Maybe there might be some pushback. I think it's a good idea to cut off important economic lines to dictators. That sounds like a pretty good idea to me.
That was during a war economy.
Okay. So you said a lot of things. So I
did.
agree with you that if the goal, looking at the goal and judging the policy of the Nixon administration, we're going to open the doors to China. They're going to liberalize. They're going to turn into a free market democracy, and there's going to be world peace. Okay, the end of history, Fukuyama's wet dream. Sure. Okay, that is a very far-fetched dream, and I agree with you. That was very unrealistic. But I think if we were to dial down that goal to something that is a lot more realistic, such as, hey, we're going to be doing this and exposing China's economy to a whole bunch of consequences if they were to overstep the line. And I think we have effectively changed their timeline as well as changed their methods. Like if I don't think that if we were to go back in time, redo our policies in exactly the way that you think it would have, I don't think that would have been better. I think it would have been much worse. And you mentioned Russia. I do think, and I do agree with you, that the sanctions put on Russia, that's a good thing. And I think Russia is a good example of, hey, if you're an antagonistic country that oversteps the line, if you fuck up with international law and international rules, if you fuck up with sovereignty, you are going to face the full force of Western economic warfare. And look at where they are right now.
I'm not
They
saying
are
the full
in
force.
Shit. Okay. Okay.
I'm not saying. I know we are using full force for Russia. I'm saying that for China, I'm not proposing we go full. I'm saying, like, again, you start with like a 1% tax or something, or some smaller percentage, and if they start showing we stopped genociding people, well, then maybe we tone it back a few percents, right? And what, Taiwan, they're their own group.
Responding to what you were saying, but going back to this 1% tax, the whole point is that, like, if you want to actually create good societies for these kinds of countries, then I'm just suggesting, hey, perhaps being antagonistic towards them by doing like some sort of, I don't even know what this is. Like, it's not even protectionist. It's just targeting. It's just
targeting
violence towards them. Like, you're not going to change them. You're going to make it worse, is what I'm suggesting, is what I think is going to happen.
Empowering them makes it worse.
When you look back in history, you mentioned Japan. You mentioned the U.S. oil embargo onto Japan.
Which was good.
Most historians, I think, would argue that was the principal reason why the Japanese attacked us. Is because they were
and it's also why they lost in
we
China.
can't we can't rely on the United States for our supplies. So what we're going to do is we're going to attack Pearl Harbor and we're going to blitz through the Pacific front, and they're not going to have a navy in order to fight against us, and it's going to be a short war. They assumed that it was going to be a short war. They assumed wrong, and they faced a consequence for it. And it just so happened that our aircraft carriers were not stationed in Pearl Harbor.
Right,
So-
right. But
so
our
one-
oil
so
embargo
let me-
crippled their war machine. That's
let me-
also an
I
important
wanna-
point.
And guess what? They
I
didn't
wanna
stop
add-
their
so
war.
I wanna add-
They
so-
They
continued.
I wanna
lost
add
it, and then
something
they
right here.
lost it.
So I want to jump in real quick, right? Because I think, also Jay Chow, based for mentioning the way we antagonize Japan. Fucking love it. But anyways, one of the things I want to talk about is unintended consequences, right? This is what happens when the state gets involved in economic policy and protectionism, right? Unintended consequence. I'll give you a couple examples, right? In 2022, right, companies, the FDA decided that enough people were allergic to sesame seeds that what we needed to do is we needed to add sesame seeds to the allergen list. And what that meant is companies can no longer say this product may contain sesame seeds or this product is made in a factory where sesame seeds exist, right? And you got to make sure there's no sesame seeds. And this will help people that are allergic to sesame seeds. Well, the problem is that sesame seeds are really small, right? And they didn't account for this. And because they're really small, and because they'd be financially responsible for it, the companies decided, well, we'll just add a tiny bit of sesame seeds to our products regardless, and we'll just add it to the recipes. And then that way we won't have to worry about getting sued because it's on the list. So now people that are allergic to sesame seeds have less things that they can eat because the government decided to regulate for allergens on sesame seeds. Another great example of unintended consequences, you talk about sanctions on Russia, but in 2014, we did sanctions on Russia. And this actually hurt Ukraine way more than it hurt Russia economically. That's just a historical fact. Let's talk about another unintended consequence is that in America, we like to produce honey, right? There's a lot of honeybees in America. We like local honey. It's a thing that we love. We like real honey, not like sugar added honey. China saw this as a big market, so they started producing what you might call fake honey, right? They would produce honey and then they would do certain things in the chemical process, right, to make the honey difficult to detect as fake honey and then sell it as high value honey, thus flooding the market and devaluing honey because it was difficult for people to tell the difference. And so state regulators in America were like, well, you know what we're going to do? We're going to put regulations on this and we're going to try and track them down. We're going to stop imports of honey from China. Well, China still does the same thing. They just strengthen their relationship with Malaysia, right? And use Malaysia as a front to bring in massive amounts. So over and over again, we can see the way that like when you engage in these large scale meta trade policies and you're like, it's gonna work. There's all kinds of unintended consequences. We have no idea what the fucking outcomes of engaging in bad trade policies for the sake of behavior that we want, whether or not that's actually gonna work. I think and this idea that we're going to liberalize the Chinese economy with economics, I think is false for the most part. And a
It has
great book
happened
for
already.
this.
What are you talking
It
about?
has happened to some degree, but I want to say the idea that we're going to like turn them over fully, right?
Yeah.
Read Ezra Vogel's Four Little Dragons and look at how Japan, Taiwan, South Korea, Hong Kong, and Singapore used economic protectionist models and took advantage of our free trade policies to grow themselves, and it worked great. But why did these places liberalize in such a way that mainland China, Beijing have not? And the reason is very simple. These places weren't explicitly Marxist, right? Like no amount of like free trade and good economics is going to combat a pernicious and strong cultural philosophy and moral prescription of Marxism. Until we can change their philosophy, cheap goods and good jobs aren't going to magically make these places not communist. What we're just going to get is a fascistic state that states communism as its ideology and philosophy, but engages in a mixed market fascistic economy.
I don't
Okay.
know what a mixed market fascistic economy is, but regardless, I want to bring it back to where we started, right? Because to me, it comes down to like a simple question of like, to me, it's this, right? Why are we okay with? I'm gonna just read this off actually, because I was saying it to Doobie earlier. Why are we okay with Elon Musk and Tesla, who operate in China? Meaning there's like vulnerability of China seizing that asset, right? Because again, your complaint is that they are a state capitalist economy, right? So they can do that. They can just seize the entity, say you're no longer a ownership status in terms of the factories that you have here, etc. That's Elon Musk's deal, right? That's the EV market as it stands there. Leaving, if they were to do that, you leave consumers just sitting there with their dick in their hands. Or Ford, who has, in my mind, they are a larger corporation capable of more assets and also more likely to have a product line that is amenable to the American consumer, right? Not only that, they'll grow an impoverished local economy and they'll compete in the EV market, which we fucking want. So it seems to me that Musk and this route of the people who are going to remain in the status quo of the EV market, if we stop Ford, right, is more vulnerable to China mechanisms than not. Whereas Ford is at least a domestic economy. Like this is the dichotomy, right? I don't understand. You're saying, well, we don't want to do this for China reasons, but we do things for China reasons all the time. Amazon has insane deals with China on a much larger scale than Ford ever has. Yet they are in the. I mean, you say that, but again, earlier we were just talking about how in Northern Virginia, the line of income has doubled. Right? We are seeing Virginia gentrify further and further and further and further in south. So people who are living in impoverished situations are becoming more and more likely to be able to access things that help their lives. There's going to be a line that finally pushes past Vienna. We've had the same line system for years. Half of the reason that things have been difficult to develop further south is literally transportation, right? Getting people out there, getting productivity, right? This absolutely would help.
Okay, but I think this is why this has been called like a Trojan horse, right? So yes, it would help these people in this community. Yes, it would help the state in some capacity, but it would also definitely help China. It's another hook in the United States for this Chinese adversarial government, right? So I feel like we need to like balance like a big picture. Is giving China another hook into the United States, another place through which they can influence our local politics, national politics, worth these 2,500 jobs and whatever else is going to do to the infrastructure in the area.
Can you elaborate on this hook?
Earlier, we were talking about consent dynamics in a sexual perspective. We were talking about whether or not you could be
my God.
dominant while committing to a quote-unquote subservient act, right? Can you dominantly eat someone out? It's the same concept. Can you do investment with China in a position that is still going to leave you with what you need? I think it's possible
Welcome
to do
to Twitch
investment
politics.
and
That's
investment
beautiful.
with
I like
China.
Wait, but actually, that is such a great point because I feel like a lot of just talks about international economics, most people go into this zero-sum thinking where their gain is our loss and vice versa. But what has been actually persistently true in international economics since the end of World War II is that we could all gain. It's not zero sum. We have to break this prisoner's dilemma thinking.
We
I don't think
lose when
Lactoid
communists
wants
win, though.
China to gain.
Yeah,
way-
them gaining is a
Are we
loss.
losing now?
Yes,
Are we
yes,
gaining is
losing
not a
now?
loss.
yes.
Them
Them
gaining is not a
gaining,
loss.
them
We're
gaining
not.
is a
The
loss.
United States
It
is
is not true
dominating
that-
every other
Here,
country
let
in
me
every
put
single
let me give you
economics,
let me give you like a
military, we are
let-
the most
to say
secure
no,
say-
you're missing what
Let's
I'm
let
saying.
Electro a chance,
Majority of
actually.
Yeah,
history.
you're missing what I'm saying. I'm not saying that like America isn't ahead in certain
Okay.
categories. Of course, China is ahead in some categories as well. I think the
Categories
fact
that aren't important. Like
sure, I mean
labor.
GDP, PPP, I guess isn't important or whatever. Having over 1 billion people is not important apparently. But
You want to talk about population issues in China and how they're unable
I
to
understand
keep
they
it up?
have population issues, but again, like even with those population issues, it's not
Yeah,
even
this
close. We're
1
still less
billion,
than a
then
third.
All of a sudden becomes a moot.
Yeah. Well,
But
and,
continue
and
on.
once it becomes a moot point, then maybe it's a different conversation about what strengths they have and what weaknesses they have. But like, we can think of other countries in which you guys would also find it like them winning is a loss intrinsically, right? Like if we had a deal like, well, I'm not sure it may have been.
You can
Ford,
even bring
actually.
it down to the micro level, like
Ford-
I did with the J.K. Rowling situation.
Sure, yeah,
But
well, yeah. So J.K.
Yeah,
Rowling,
it's a
or
similar
maybe
concept.
a better concept would be like, Coca-Cola opening Fanta in Nazi Germany, right? And it's like, oh, well, they benefited and we benefited. Well, no, them benefiting like is a loss, right? Them getting power is bad. Like that's a negative off of whatever we gain from it. Communist, genocidal, totalitarian dictatorships, them winning, like it's not a win-win whenever they win.
But
It's
what
always a
happens if
win-lose.
Hitler like looked at his plan on invasion and was like, hold on a second, we have a whole bunch of trade with all these other countries, and maybe it's a good idea not to compromise on that. But there's actually some truth to it. Even back then, a lot of European countries were trying to form economic ties with Nazi Germany, and maybe that was going to deter them from doing whatever it is that they were going to end up doing. It didn't work out, and maybe you would think, and people would think that like, hey, that is a case example of economic
what
ties
about the
not
opposite?
preventing war.
Right, so
But
what if it's not preventing
I
anything?
think it's important.
God.
It's important to know that during that time, like that level of economic ties is drop in a bucket. Like the level of
It was
economic
significant.
integration we are in right now is like insurmountable when compared to any point in history. Like I think your position, actually, you never said this, but it sounds like you're really in support of decoupling from China. And
That's what I
think
asked
that
him.
is that is an
I think I've been very
Okay,
clear on
wait,
that.
wait, let me-
unacceptable
I
answer,
think I
okay?
directly asked
There
him.
has to be a
Stop.
better
I need
way
to ask
for
this
you to
question.
deal with it, because
Yeah,
like
do-
decoupling from
yeah.
China
So we
is going to
understand.
be
You've already made this point, like, 4
for
times.
everybody. You're going
Yeah,
to be
get it.
causing so much more harm just for like some virtue signaling of
It's,
like
it's
oh,
not,
China
it's
bad.
not
signaling.
virtue signaling. I am
Okay, wait,
I'm
hold
genuinely
on. So
concerned
what if
about
what
the
if it could be demonstrated that some of the revenue that China generates through this deal, right, directly goes toward the genocide of Uyghur Muslims in China?
The United States has a policy.
Hold
of
on. If it could be
sanctioning a number
demonstrated,
of
if it could be
industries
demonstrated that was the
have
case, would you be
ties
opposed to this
the
deal?
Xinjiang concentration culture
Wait,
genocide,
just answer the
whatever
Okay,
you
question.
wanna
answer the
call it.
question. If it could be demonstrated
I
that
support.
money
If-
from
I
your-
support
directly,
that, but I don't know.
directly,
But I don't know how
would fund one of these
EV
camps.
batteries
Would you
are
be
doing
opposed to
that.
it?
Can you
Jay,
You're
demonstrate
not
being a
answering the
pussy.
question.
batteries
You're
are
not answering
doing
the
that?
question. You're not answering the. Okay, if it
I'm
could be
not
demonstrated
answering your
again,
question because it's a stupid
okay.
question. I'm
because you're being a
giving
pussy.
you the
Yes,
better
no,
position.
you
which
are absolutely being a
You
pussy.
gotta
my
relax, bro.
beliefs.
You gotta
Okay,
relax.
Okay,
Please just
okay,
answer the
okay.
question.
Hold on. Let's just engage the question. I haven't gotten about you, Ty.
I bet
let's
Jay
engage
Chow
this-
tastes salty.
Let's try
right
to-
now.
Oh my god.
Lick
oh,
me.
fuck. Let's just try to gauge the question. Let's say that Uyghur Muslims were in a forced labor camp and they were part of the supply chain for the batteries. So the fact that batteries are being bought and used by Ford in this plant basically kept that labor camp up and running, right? Where otherwise it might be closed. In that case, would you still support it?
Wait, is this to
Is this
me
an
or just
open question?
everybody?
Yeah, no, to Jay Chow. And then we got to get to Ty.
Oh, would I still support it? I just wouldn't buy Ford then.
Okay, but you'd allow them to hold on. You'd allow them to generate money in the United States that funds a genocide.
Would I vote
Is
for
what you're
it?
saying.
We do that all the
Is
time.
What you're saying, or like, or am I?
I'm
in
not
a
asking
position
if you'd
of power?
vote
Like,
for
I'm
it or if you're in a
I'm
position
president
of
the
power.
United
Would you
States.
personally say, "Hey, don't"? I'm opposed to this.
Yeah, if I were to support it, I would have to really spin it. But there's probably some way.
But why would you need to spin it? Just say, like, hold on.
Because obviously,
It seems like
this is
you're taking
terrible
like
optics. But like
you somehow
politicians
need to
and
support this thing for some reason. Like if you're
politicians
opposed to it,
always
just say you're opposed
have-
to it.
No,
Wait,
politics.
but fuck
Okay,
optics.
so
If
are
you're
you
right,
talking
you're right.
about
If you're
me
wrong,
as
you're
a
wrong.
person in a position of
Yes.
power, or me as in like just a
You
private citizen?
Twitch guy.
You
would
on the
say,
panel,
Oh,
give
I'm
your
a
thoughts.
opposed to this. I'm
Okay, then
opposed to
I-
funding a
okay, I'm a
genocide.
Twitch
Is
guy. I
that
wouldn't
too
buy
hard for you to
Ford.
say?
I wouldn't buy Ford.
That,
I'm a
okay.
Twitch guy, right?
But you wouldn't
buy
be
Ford.
opposed to them like opening up this plan.
I would criticize it. Yeah.
Like you wouldn't
You would
revise your
criticize it.
opening
You
statement.
wouldn't say, "I
Yeah.
do not want this to
You
happen."
would-
This is a
So,
bad
so
idea."
here, I'll
It's
answer it
funny.
very
Yeah,
quickly.
That's difficult for
I
you to
would
say
be
for some
opposed
reason.
to it. I would be
that
opposed
would be
to
an
it.
important detail to put into my opening statement. No, I would probably criticize it.
Would
But,
you?
like,
You'd be
you were-
opposed
if you
to
were
it.
the governor,
if
if
people,
you were
but
if you were the
people were to-
governor,
now if I were the governor, okay.
if you're the no, come on. This is where we go.
No, this is fun. Come on,
Whether the plant should be there or not. Okay, so if you were the governor, it was up to you. And Doobie, gave this information, this intelligence
Virginia
on
citizen Doobie, yeah.
exactly right. On the production process of the battery, would you end that deal because of this?
Yeah, I probably would.
Okay, that's all we needed. Tiberius.
Yeah, I
Um,
want to tie
Isn't that
both
already the case though?
guys. It's my turn. Shut up.
Is it?
All right. Yeah. All right. So I want to tie the former conversation and this later part of it together. Every time we've seen throughout history, when it comes to economics versus security, the nation sides with security. If that means that they think that they live for another day, a decade, or a century, they will nuke their own economy. We've seen this with the Japanese. We've seen this with the Germans multiple times. Yeah, everyone wants to feel safe, and that means actually making sure everyone has a good job. Sucks, but that seems to be the reality. When it comes to like free trade and whatever, I want to kite past that conversation because I don't believe comparative advantage works whenever you're looking at massive thresholds in difference when it comes to income equality. Yes, technically free trade is better when it comes to generating wealth, but that wealth gets rapidly concentrated, and the social issues that stem from that are horrific. So that's one of the reasons why I'm a protectionist, and also is one of the reasons why I'm pro-union. Things to actually break up that
The easy
concentration is
solution
problematic.
to that would be to enact social policies that would
I
actually
don't.
trickle down the top 1% of the
Yeah,
1%
trickle
to the
down from
rest.
like no, trickle down from the wealthy, whether it's the left wing version of taxing the shit out of them or the right wing version of just invest, doesn't really seem to work very well. For some
Okay,
reason,
all right, then
rich
what is
people are
your
just really
criticism
good at holding
against
on to
then
it.
what is your criticism against the very good outcomes across life expectancy, happiness, income, and poverty in Scandinavian countries that have those welfare systems that I would like the United States to replicate?
So I think it's
The
weird.
fuck does that
Maybe
have to do with the topic?
Yeah,
What?
like here, I'll just surmise it really quickly because
We should buy batteries from them,
Yeah,
and not
yeah.
China.
They
let me
don't sell
surmi-
batteries.
Let me
Are you sure
surmise
about
this.
that?
Guys. Just
Probably not.
5 seconds.
Not to
all
the
right.
level that China does.
Hey,
Okay.
let Ty go. Let Ty go.
All right. When it comes to most of Europe and not Scandinavia, one, I'm going to praise their institutions. A lot of these countries, particularly the Scandies, have very strong unions, a very strong social cohort in actually saying, "Hey, we're going to show up to the party. We're going to have a decent deal. We're going to have a standard of living." Helps when you have those kind of institutions. Most of the world doesn't. When it comes to the other side of that, is that you are talking about countries that are basically at the end of the road to where, yeah, they have this huge cohort of 40 and 50-year-olds who can pay the tax base to have all the nice things, but they don't have any 20 and 30-year-olds to replace them. So in about 10 years, most of Europe jumps off the fucking cliff because there's no one to pay for all the retirees. Yeah, I'm not wanting to be anything
We're going
like
to keep people in poverty so that they could fucking produce children.
Look, it's better to have a future than not, which goes back to that
What is
security
happening?
conversation that we just had.
get immigrants, right?
Well,
Yeah,
it's not
sorry,
working
we're-
out very
we're-
well for
we're-
Europe.
We're straying far from the conversation. I really
Yeah.
want to pull
Really
it back.
far.
I mean, we could definitely engage with this at some other point in time.
I'm sorry.
So, Tiberius, did you have a larger point?
So the larger point is I don't want to be like Europe. I don't want to like security matters here more than anything. And so yeah, like we can start in sanctions, but as long as it's within the threat where the sanctions actually make the security of that country look like it's better to work with us, then it's probably going to be a win. But if it's better that they're just like, hey, we need to go our own way from the Americans as a security measure, then sanctions are fucking worthless. So I'll put it in that particular context.
I think it's really weird that we're having a conversation. Maybe it's because it seems like mostly libertarians in here, but like we're having a conversation about foreign investment and security, like national security, and not once have we brought up the State Department or DoD. It's very wild to me. If there was a legitimate concern here as far as China goes with this deal, I can guarantee you the State Department is looking at it.
Ooh, yeah, they would have
Guarantee
said
you.
something for sure. Maybe they have. Like they just sent a secret memo to Youngkin.
They wouldn't be talking to like so. The State Department regularly engages with corporate entities. They do this regularly. They have to. They engage with Google. They engage with Amazon. They engage with all large corporations that have like a meaningful reason to engage when they do that because they are aware that China has a vested interest in quote unquote infiltrating corporations. They're well known to do this. This isn't like a surprise
Especially
to
in
anyone within
2008.
the federal government. So we're talking about a scenario where
If anything,
I-
we're
I-
taking
I don't know how
advantage
you
of
don't talk
China.
about
Alu, I think the reason that we're not talking about the State Department's involvement, right, is that we're having the level of discussion in terms of the general meta benefit of the CCP in China in general from the proceeds and from the subsidies, as opposed to going to that next stage of like a higher issue, right, which would be like, is this infiltrated in such a way to gain or capture some level of our infrastructure?
This isn't
right?
infiltration and it's not capturing. In fact, again, like I would expect Ford to be more resistant to Chinese pressure than Tesla, who has less leverage in the market. Ford has just straight up more leverage than Tesla in terms of like economic mechanisms that protect, you know, from foreign influence. And
Right, but that doesn't deal with
State
what I
Department
said.
has to be talked about. Like in terms of like integrating
Why?
that into, how do you talk about a corporate structure without the federal government that oversees how these things get regulated and dealt with?
He's an
Well, you
anarchist.
answer my question with another question, right? So, like, what
Right.
I'm saying is, if you want to talk about the State Department, right? And
Mhm.
then I was like, okay, yeah, I think the reason that we're having this conversation at this level is that we're having a meta conversation simply about the general proceeds and like where that wealth is going, right? And whether or not they deserve tax exempt status. If you want to have that conversation, certainly do. I'm just saying posit an argument as to why that's important,
Maybe that's
other than
confusion
just
because
we
I don't
should.
know. I mean, we know who wins in this arrangement to some degree. Yet there's a degree to which like
Mhm.
certain corporations within China and maybe even the party itself through some like exigent
Taking
manner
their rare earth minerals, guys.
gets some pluses out of this. But on top of that, we know that consumers in Danville, we know that there's going to be jobs, and we know that there's going to be huge industrialization in Southern Virginia, which I would consider an odd. Outside of that, I don't really understand the conversation of like it seems to me that the entire theory of neoliberalism is casting a wide net economically so as to avoid violence between nations. If you look at
Mhm.
nations that engage in violence, especially against the West, typically they are nations that have a harder time leveraging an in economically. Yes, so China's not that. China has an in. China is here, and they are intermingled in a global economy. You can look at it as we lose, you lose, or we lose, you win, we lose, but that's just not the current state of global economics. Current state of global economics is you put skin in the game, we don't nuke you.
Can I really quick, Al, you mentioned this a
Yeah,
couple
I
times.
mean, the McDonald's argument is a strong one. I mean, like the Russia Ukraine is kind of like the first example of like that not being proven true, but I don't think that that necessarily like destroys the argument, right? That like, when goods go across borders, soldiers don't tend to, right? And I agree with that. I'm free trade guy here, right? Like what I'm specifically talking about is I'm against subsidies, right? Benefiting one company or another, right? I'm disagreeing for an entirely different reason, which is
Like,
that
where is it
this
happening?
is
I mean, I
placing
get that they
what
were
I'm saying is
offering.
Alu.
this is economically disadvantageous and authoritarian because we have a tax structure that steals from people, and then we say, well, we're going to give special privileges to one company. I personally don't give a fuck whether that company is Chinese or American. What I'm concerned about is that there are better places where it's more economically advantageous, but because of the power of the state, they can make an area more economically advantageous by giving them tax subsidies, which in turn means a less effective market economy, which means we lose in economic growth and capacity if there's another state that has the infrastructure to better handle this, better
Right.
redistribute these.
I wanna- I wanna-
Were you in support of Amazon coming into North Virginia?
Let me add one more thing. Let me
Lactose.
add one more thing to that, Alu, because you said you were like a.
I don't know enough about that topic. I'll
You
admit that,
said
even though I'm being passed
you
by
said
it.
you were
I
like
don't know enough
a.
about that specific
You
one.
said you were like a consequentialist here. The article mentioned that if it was to be located in Danville, because of the distance between Danville and the Ford plants, that following the manufacture of the batteries, a number of the batteries would die before they could reach the plants. Did he just fucking leave?
No, I'm still
Oh,
here.
oh,
Yeah,
sorry,
just
sorry.
plugging in my
It's
So
back.
you're good. I was gonna say it'd be
Oh.
really, really dominant move there, right there.
Following suit, I'm getting
By
some
the way,
love.
So-
has anybody
That
noticed that
was me
Alu is
eating you up
outside?
violently.
Like,
So-
he's outside in the open.
I know. So if this is, I mean, if this is the case, we're talking about like ideally the consequentialist benefit would be, the shit that you make doesn't break before it can get to the factory. Why wouldn't you be in favor of putting the factory in Memphis or by Detroit or in Mexico, places that also desperately need jobs and are just better geographically suited for that factory? So I mean, either way you look at it, whether you do like the China geopolitical thing we've been talking about, or even this sort of hyper, just look at the factory in of itself. Don't look at who's getting paid the money. Even then, it wouldn't seem to make sense because the batteries shouldn't be made in Danville. They should be made in Memphis, right?
That would be like a relevant argument if he was a senator and he was arguing on this on a national basis. But he's a governor, and his interests, the interests he should be protecting first in this state are Virginia. So from that analysis, it's not a question of is this best placed in Memphis, Tennessee, or whatever, Minden, Louisiana, right? Wherever other place it might be better. The question
Wait, hold on,
is
pause.
there a
Hold
valid
on.
reason to turn
Hold
down
on,
this
pause.
investment? Hmm.
So you believe that governors should be antagonistic against the American people for the benefit of
Wait, what?
only those that live in their state? Like you
What do you
think
mean
the state should
antagonistic
be
to other people?
like if it's more beneficial to GDP and the products are better in another state that is more economically viable, you think that he should just engage in more protectionism in to combat those states for the benefit of bringing jobs to his state? Like, don't you think
It's
that's a
not about
terrible idea?
it's not about what I want. That's the system that we have and the ones that has been created.
Well, I'm asking you about what you want here. So I'm saying that,
What?
like, don't you think it'd be
What?
a ridiculous system if governors were like putting factories in terrible locations because they happen to win like the political contest and
Wait.
they happen to give more money to the corporation who was seated there?
There being some logistical concerns doesn't make Danville a terrible location. There's always going to
I didn't say
be
it was terrible.
logistical
It was better
concerns.
place.
It's less advantageous than right by the factory in Detroit, Memphis.
Right, but
Right.
again, like this is my thing, right? Is this wasn't confirmed regardless, right? Ford had not decided just as of yet which city they were going to put it in. They didn't decide Virginia yet. We were a contender. Regardless, it's up to Ford where they're going to do that data analysis. They're going to figure out where they're going to put things and what makes the most sense for Ford. On top of that, what makes the most sense where they're going to
Exactly.
land.
So
Right.
if there were no subsidies, if there were
Let me
no
finish. Let me
subsidies,
finish.
it would
Let me
go
finish.
to the most market advantage place,
If there were
regardless.
no
And
subsidies,
what
it
the
wouldn't
governor
exist at
did,
all.
right?
Have you ever
And what the
considered
governor
that?
did wouldn't have been wrong. You think the
But Scott,
factory
have
wouldn't
you ever
exist?
considered that if the subsidies didn't exist, the factory wouldn't exist?
Was
There would
Ford
just be
Okay,
no
built
okay,
on
pause,
factories
pause.
or
If that was
subsidies?
true, right? Assuming it didn't get built anywhere else in the world, what that would mean is that it couldn't exist without some form of subsidy, right? Which means that the market's not actually demanding these additional supply.
Okay, so it goes back to market good and subsidies bad.
Let
Gotcha.
me
Again,
flip that conversation on its head for just a second. Should a community not play an active investment into its own, well-being, right? You have
Yes.
not only the
But
political capital, but you also have the economic capital to be like, hey, look, we would like to have this factory here. We as the community will give you a tax break. We as the community will try to leverage our economic might to make it to where we have those jobs because it gives us better purchasing power.
What would you say,
Well said.
Tiberius, if like Anchorage, Alaska, like managed to pay a orange producer to like grow a bunch of oranges in Alaska,
The
even
orange
though
producer would
even
not
even
do
though
that.
even though it
Come
was
on.
even though it was awful and they were losing like 95% of their crop, like the state of Alaska was giving them such incredible subsidies that like it was actually financially viable to stay in Alaska. Would you at some point say this is just fucking ridiculous? Like we're literally paying people
Right.
to like hammer at the ground. Like they're not producing anything productive.
You're creating jobs.
Yeah, you're just like creating jobs doing unproductive things. And so if you're
So,
making batteries,
The
if
company might
you're
just
building
be like,
batteries,
"Hey, give me the
let
money.
me-
No, if
you'll
you're-
buy something, and then
if
they'll
you're
just
if you're
say,
building
"Hey,
batteries
sure."
that die before they make it to
feel
the
like I'm getting
factory,
sold down river here. All right, let me split this into two hairs. All right, even in the extreme case scenario, I'm gonna probably say yes, and I will say it's stupid. But there's a level where like there is an inner liberalism in me where I'm just like, you know what? To do stupid things, you get the stupid rewards, right? So if they are gonna follow through with this, they will suffer the consequences.
no, the taxpayers will.
Yeah, the taxpayers will. The taxpayers voted for the damn thing. So you know what? If they fuck up, it's on them. On the other
You're
side,
just
of that,
actively disproving democracy. but go ahead.
It's the beautiful will of the people, most of whom
So-
have no idea what the
Wait,
fuck is
Lacto,
going
do you
on.
think democracy
then
just
there are
leads to the most
losers.
efficient thing no matter what?
No,
Because I'm pretty
no, of
sure
course
that
not.
exists.
I don't think democracy does reach the most efficient outcome every time. I'm generally skeptical of democracy, but we can get into that later.
Oh, okay, all right.
yeah. So
Like-
that is a
Like
whole
it
other
just seems to me
conversation.
that like you
Democracy
and
is
Scott are like
just a
really
soft
into this,
variant
like,
of
let's
communism.
make
Yeah.
let's make the economy
Oh,
as
God.
efficient as possible. Whereas like Tiberius and I are trying to balance, well, what are the economic gains versus the security benefits? Like what is within national self-interest? And
Yeah.
Lou is just like, You don't have to like go
No.
into so deep
It's a
into
difference.
either
It's
territory.
it's the difference between having principles and not having principles.
No, it's not even that.
Principles are irrelevant.
So no.
I-
So,
I-
so,
I-
so,
I-
so when,
it's a question of principles.
when we're talking about
I'm
like
sure, I'm sure that's what you
when
believe.
we're talking about the placement of the
This isn't
factory,
a question of more.
when
This isn't a
hold-
question of principles. It's a question of economic dynamics and
No,
mechanisms.
there,
and
there,
So
there is.
when we're
okay,
talking
Right.
about placement
You're
of the
admitting you have
factory
none.
in the U.S.,
No,
when we're
all right,
talking
Fabian,
about,
don't just destroy the guy. But there's
it's
a
not
level
about
where it's like,
security.
Why not?
Wait, it's not just about security. Like the problem
It's
is that
not at all
there
about
is-
security when we're talking about the placement of the factory in the U.S., right? That's got nothing to do with security. That's everything to do with can you bribe a bad, like, efficient outcome? And you
Okay,
could.
fine. I'm
I
talking
wasn't saying
more
that you were
macro.
talking about security. What?
The China part, that's security. Because, yeah, when
Yeah.
you give money to the people who are trying to, like, destroy you, generally not a good idea.
Okay,
But-
I guess what you were saying in the beginning, sure.
Okay,
Right.
so like the thing that I was trying to get to is that when Scott was talking about the moral conversation of this, where it's like, hey, morals aren't involved. Actually, I think they absolutely are, and this is one of the reasons why I'm a little bit more economically interventionist than my libertarian friends. If it's just economics, just pure and simple, I'd go with them every time. But the problem is that I do think that economics and social values, they do have strong interrelations, but they aren't the same. So as an example, you have seen where a person who was a bartender used their social experience to become a sitting member of Congress, right? I don't even like this person, but I will use them as an example. They turned their social ability into an economic ability. That doesn't always compute 1-to-1. There is definitely where that splits.
It's a terrible
like-
example.
I know you will.
They were
hate it, but
elected.
I'm
There's no economic function
playing
there.
I'm playing to
There
my
shouldn't be.
audience here. It's a largely leftist audience. You know, you got to kiss their ass a little bit. But when it
Well,
comes to it, is that just straight up when it
Get
comes
a better
for me?
audience.
All right. Anyway, it's not my audience. It's Prime's audience. Come on. God damn it, Lactoid. Don't ruffle my feathers. Anyway, so
Wow,
when it comes down,
exposed.
yeah. When it comes down to
Grifter.
it, though. Hey, no, look, it's called reading the room. The right needs to learn this shit. All right, we're really fucking
Ooh.
bad at it.
Optics.
No, I don't.
Who's the right here?
Have you seen this shit I argue for? I don't
You don't have a
I
single
don't gotta
right-winger
read
here.
shit, okay?
They're not leftist.
There's not a
they're
right-winger on
down
this
type
panel.
terrorists. Different
Oh my
direction on the political compass.
Lactoid's left leaning. He defends veganism at this point. That's totally a
No,
left leaning
no,
position.
I don't.
Yes,
Yeah,
you
just
do.
nudge him a
You're
little
gonna
bit, and he'll
scare,
be a
you're gonna scare
communist.
Scott off again. Don't go there.
Y'all killed it for
Oh.
me. Just to wrap up my original point, though, is that I do think there are certain things where you can take an economic hit, but you get a far stronger social effect. This is why I think, you know what? Yeah, we lose the efficiency of what we call globalization or comparative advantage, but we make up for that in wages and purchasing power here, which makes people happier because they have decent jobs. That's why I'm a
Wages?
that's why
That's
I'm a
not true.
I
It's not
know
true.
we've
What-
had that conversation.
What other,
I'm just-
no,
what
no,
other
it's
US
not
domestic
true.
competitor
It's not true.
is
It's
going
not
to be
true.
produced
It's
to
not
compete
true.
Against,
It's not-
against what
it's
is this
not
called
true.
again? Cattle.
It's not true. This idea
true.
that there is that social factors are somehow separate from economic factors is just not true. The social has a cost in the supply and demand equation, right? Like even modern monetary theorists will talk about, what is it? Marginal social cost versus like marginal social price, right? And the idea that like we need the state to step in for those things uncaptured by the market, but they even still admit that they exist, right? Like when people don't want to do, like for example, right? Like if people like Apple, even though they're a shitty, terrible company, because they believe, right? And this is probably an information failure, but they believe that like they have more privacy and security with an Apple product because they heard that the Boston Marathon bombers, like they had iPhones and the FBI was like, help us with a back door. And Apple said, go fuck yourself. If you can't break into the phone, that's your goddamn problem, right? People hear that. And that is a social thing that changes the price demand, that changes the way people evaluate products. The same
don't-
is true if a product is involved in, let's say, helping fund internment camps for Uyghur Muslims.
Right, like this is the problem, and this is where like our ethical calculus gets a little weird. Is that because I'm sitting here saying, look, it's they are tied together, but they're not 1-to-1. And as an example, you gave one. I think that illustrates the point, but I'll give it the inverse. Is that you have people who are like, oh, I hate Chinese sweatshops, right? But people still offshore to Chinese sweatshops because they are still profitable. But the moment that someone says, you know what, fuck Nike, I'm not buying their stuff anymore, and you get a critical mass of them, no longer is that functionally profitable. It wasn't profitable today, or sorry, it was profitable yesterday, not profitable today, and that's the integral relationship I'm trying to get at. Is that certain social things absolutely are profitable one day and not the next, and that is why it has a separate value than economics.
No, this is a difference between the price people are willing to pay for their social values. They pretend like their social values are super high and that like they'll never do something, but they will. And B, information failures caused by the state and the assumption that regulations are like making sure these bad products don't exist.
Okay, this is where I will fight you tooth and nail, is that when it comes to information failures, it seems to me that the state is usually the one vested in trying to get information to the consumer. This is where I absolutely disagree with libertarians more often than not, is that, like, to have your worldview, for me to actually go along with it, everyone has to be like hyper vigilant, like knows every little thing about their particular product that they're buying.
Bullshit.
It's just, I don't think that works, dude.
No, we can
I'm
look just like the FDA, right? The FDA recalls a quarter of all the fucking drugs that they prescribe, and there's no competitive market. They have a monopoly on it, and they have very little incentive until they piss off the voters en masse, and everyone wakes up to the thing that they'll actually like change some of the American people, if you will, right? The voters, right? But however, if we were able to actually freely get medicine, like and we could just take whatever the fuck we wanted, all of a sudden there would be a market for companies to determine what is and isn't safe for consumption and to inform doctors, and you would have a competition. That incentive almost certainly would allow people to have more accurate information than what we have with the FDA.
No, I feel like people would just like take things like ivermectin and then
So
and then
like
not be
no,
harmed in
not
any way,
anything.
and then
Like,
not
if
be
we were
harmed
actually
in
just, like,
any way,
all
shape, or
drugs
form.
free,
God.
okay, you could take anything.
Ivermectin,
anything,
you know,
and
ivermectin's
just,
a
random,
great
just, like, a
fucking
random person
example.
coming up to your door is like, "Yo, I got the
Ivermectin
snake
has
oil."
never killed
okay,
anyone.
Not FDA approval, but you're like, you know what? Fuck that shit. Okay, I'm just gonna tell you.
But it's
straight up,
horse
this
dewormer,
works.
Scott. It's used on
No.
horses to deworm them.
Ivermectin has literally never killed anyone. It's magnitudes of
As in
infinity
health?
safer than
Great, so-
Tylenol.
At best, it's a
wonder.
placebo. Like, I mean, here, like, this is my issue. I don't have a
It's a great
problem.
example.
Wait. Look, I don't have a problem with you bringing up that the basically the FDA is a cartel, right? I don't have a problem with that because it's true, and economically, you have a point. The other side of that is that if you shift the burden on from the state or an institution, which I generally trust institutions more than the average person, is that when you don't have the institution, it is up to the average individual. And I'm totally with Jay Chow on this one. Most people have no fucking idea what they're talking about. They don't know basic chemistry. And then you're talking about putting complex molecular chains that may have incredibly different results based upon people's aforementioned knowledge. Like, I don't even trust
source is Joe
people
Rogan.
to figure out how bad ice cream
that's
is for them, let alone like pharmaceuticals.
That's a really long way to say I don't have an argument as to why the market couldn't do
Oh,
this.
fuck you. Come on.
Can I ask a
No,
question?
there are
Scott?
totally examples. Like, I mean, do you think anybody should be able to walk into like whatever a pharmacy drugstore and like buy Accutane, like a teenager, including?
Well, I wouldn't say that teenagers
not?
are able to buy drugs without parental permission.
Okay, even an 18-year-old, or however. I mean, maybe you want to revise the age of adulthood.
I think anybody should be able to purchase anything, period, to include
Yeah, so-
nuclear weapons.
Okay, yeah, right. So you're okay with a 19-year-old, like buying Accutane. That's fine. But I see some potential issues with that, for sure.
Yeah, okay.
Wait, hold on. So maybe I'm not like a drug addict like the rest of you. So what is Accutane and like what's it used for?
So it's used to
Like, what's
treat
dangerous
severe
about it?
acne, cystic acne, typically. And typically, if it's prescribed, like it can cause birth defects. And you explicitly they take extreme precaution to ensure that if you're on Accutane, you are not going to become pregnant while you're on it.
Wait, hold on, but this is a
Scott-
teenager. So like, well, I mean, I would assume that we wouldn't want these
They would
teenagers to
be
get pregnant.
adults.
Wait,
And if they did get pregnant, right? Then I think
Even at
that
any
the-
age. I'm just
I think
bringing
I
up that
think
example.
their child being deformed might encourage an abortion, which they should probably get if they're a teenager. getting
If you
pregnant.
want to go down that, you're more than happy to go down that road.
My libertarianism ends with I think McNukes, but I wanted to ask one quick question. This is my last question, Scott. This is like just another consistency test, I guess. Going back to, again, I'm okay with stopping certain like economic transactions with China. Would you be okay with, I guess, any force like stopping if I own like a bullet factory and I'm just selling bullets directly to the Chinese? Would you stop me?
No.
Let's say they're using those bullets to like invade Taiwan, to like invade South Korea, like they're actively in a war zone. Can you still stop me from shipping bullets over there?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't, right? But so the problem with applying libertarian philosophy to the existence of a state where we don't have a free market is that we have to engage with the reality that the state exists, right? And so the state has captured as a monopoly, many institutions in trade. I err almost always on the side of free trade because it's not a rights violation. But if you can prove that a rights violation is occurring, right? Like let's say like selling bullets to the Chinese that are specifically 100%, right? Every single bullet goes towards a genocide, right? Like I'm kind of in like I'm kind of between a rock and a hard place,
Yeah.
right? Because the limiting of that free economic transaction is a rights violation, but you're able to prove that 100% of those bullets are also being used in a rights violation. And so, like, that's a much more complicated discussion that I can't necessarily give.
What
a
if it was
firm answer
99?
on.
Sure. What if it was 99%? Does that give you a firm answer?
Even
Like,
if it was 50%, like you get into really gray areas because
gotcha.
we don't have a free market, right? Like in a free market with no state, right? Like I have no recourse to stopping someone from selling a thing, but the state has kind of taken upon itself a monopoly on certain enforcement mechanisms that can't be done by a free market.
Scott, so this has been my argument like the whole time. Like I'm saying that
Mhm.
again, like I agree. I would like to live in a world in which we're not like restricting trade to the Chinese.
Which is why I specifically brought my issue down to the
Sure.
subsidy level and not
Yeah.
necessarily the funding the Chinese level, because
Okay.
there's a lot of gray area there, right? Like at the same time that I would say you should be able to do whatever that funds the Chinese, I would also say that like family members that escaped China that were harmed should be able to sue China, right? And if the legal
How
system of America is taking a monopoly on our legal system, then America should facilitate Chinese expats suing the Chinese government and should enforce it with violence if necessary if they refuse to
Ooh,
It's
pay,
pretty base.
which would
hold on,
cause
hold on, hold
all
on.
out war, right?
Can you
I mean,
describe to me? Hold on, please. Can you describe to me how that looks when I as a American citizen go to sue the Chinese government? How that plays out step by step.
I said expat, right? So you're a
Okay,
Chinese
expat.
immigrant, right? And the state has stolen something from you, and you have all of the proof that they stole things from you, right? Then that
Okay.
Chinese expat ought to be able to sue China. Well,
Right.
how
What is
does
that?
one
What?
sue
How
China?
does that? Yeah, exactly.
Right. Well, right. Like you'd have to use some form of court system. I think America should facilitate that and demand restitution on behalf
What
of
court?
those
Wait,
citizens.
what court
That
system?
eventually turns into war, right? So it's like, do I think it's a
Hold on,
smart thing to
please slow
do?
down. Please
No.
slow down. Please slow down. What court system specifically? Are you talking
I
about
mean,
creating one?
we'd probably have
Ours.
to create one, right?
The
And
best
how
one.
would it have teeth insofar of forcing the Chinese government to recognize these suits as valid? What would that look
Well,
like?
if they don't, and you have absolute proof that they stole, then you'd have to use violence.
What would that
You'd have to
violence look like?
seize Chinese goods in America.
Seize
Seize
Chinese
With a
goods.
commie tax.
Under what
Right.
law?
Under natural law, like they demand restitution for the crimes committed
That's
against
not what
them.
he was asking for.
I think this
Yeah,
is.
I'm just saying. Yeah, I know it
Everything goes back
sounds
to natural law.
crazy, but I mean, like
No,
that's. I mean,
it's not
that's
that it
the truth.
sounds crazy. It's just I don't see it as feasible, and I also see it as a waste of time. Like,
Yeah, I agree. I said I don't think it's a technically advantageous thing that I would like advocate for as like a smart policy. It's probably a waste of money and it wouldn't work, right? But if I was being morally consistent and someone was proposing it, I'd have to be like, yes, that is the morally right thing to do.
if I'm being complete, the idea of sanctions generally, I mean, they're good, and so like Cuba's a good example of this, right? If you're talking about ideological subversion, they're terrible. They don't work, right? Like they've been around for 60 plus years. They're going to keep being around. They're going to keep being communist. When they were doing the protests a couple years back, it wasn't. They were screaming Julio 28. That's the
Charging
party
battery.
slogan of Fidel. Their problem was with the economic standing of the communist government. It wasn't with the fact that the government was communist, right? So as far as sanctions go, they typically don't work. They typically just force anti-liberal entities to double down in terms of human rights abuses because it becomes impossible to engage in economics any other way, right? The same reason that China is in a development stage, it has a higher degree of human rights abuses as a result. You're seeing this with India as well, right? As it develops. I don't agree with the idea that sanctions are like
Yeah.
a solve only
I didn't
So
say
we
anything
gotta,
about
cutting out
sanctions.
so we gotta, we gotta,
you're
we gotta
seeing
move
that they're
forward.
just a way of cutting out
Hey,
people that
we gotta,
Yeah,
we gotta move forward.
didn't say anything about sanctions though.
We've
I agree.
already, I let this topic go a little long, because you guys were so into it, but we gotta move forward. Thanks everyone for being around. Thank you for stopping by. I hope you've been enjoying the content. So far, thank you for the 100 bits, Remy LeBeau. It's awfully kind of you as well. Oh, and Doofy, I didn't notice you gave a gift to Zola Cola. Thank you for that. Really nice of you. Okay, so we are going to continue on to our next topic. Before then, guys, if you are enjoying this content, hit that follow button. You've followed this channel, you've kind of ran into this, and you like what we're doing here. We have these conversations all the time. So hit that follow button. It'd be great. Or consider supporting the channel like our friend Doobie did, and a few others by subbing to the channel, or gifting bits like our friend Remy LeBeau did, or gifting subs. Right. So consider helping us out. Much appreciated. It's how I power this community. I literally can't do it without you. Okay, so we are going to go into the next topic. Yeah, topic 2. The World Economic Forum is currently meeting in Davos. That might be wrong. It might be over. I'm not sure. But currently meeting in Davos, Switzerland. It is a highly influential meeting of billionaires and politicians. Typically, at the WEF, billionaires get a chance to opine about the issues of the day during heavily reported panels. Their opinions of the world are then given merit and weight in article after article in publications around the world. Simultaneously, guests of the WEF are making deals with each other that have far-reaching global effects. Are gatherings like the WEF useful? Should the opinions of the mega-rich hold any more sway in the public's mind than any other? Has their success earned the attention and proved their merit? Or is this another way in which the rich leverage their status for unearned attention and further money making? Okay, this is a topic we didn't get to last week. For some reason, I can't remember why. But we yeah. So Davos either is happening or did happen. I actually don't know. But it is very influential meeting. You got a lot of money, a lot of capital there, capital being exchanged, and deals that are being made.
And
These
Idris
people
Elba.
get and Ninja Salva. Was he there too? I didn't know. So influential people end up here, and their influence is kind of magnified by the attention that we give them. Is that warranted? And is this maybe a problem for like democracies, economies? Like, what are your thoughts on these things? So let's go to Lactoid.
Yeah, so I have no issue with important, successful people meeting with each other to theorize and problem solve, or even to legitimately, within the confines of legitimate discourse, support their own business interests and work with each other to achieve those ends. But personally, I don't care for people self-bloviating. I find it to be, I have the same issue with the World Economic Forum as I do with the Emmys or the Oscars, which is oftentimes it's just simply a soapbox to preach. And it gets really annoying pretty quickly. So it's not something that I find a lot of interest in. I don't find a lot of wisdom in the things that are said there often. Sometimes there are. Ultimately, I don't see a huge issue with the concept as long as the opinions they're putting forward are interesting and in line with my own. specifically how it's set up, though, it's funded by governments, which I'm surprised. I think that's a major problem. There's no reason why the government should be funding a bunch of rich people to get together and blab. Seems kind of like a ridiculous thing. And there are some concerns that the WEF represents the levers of world power, and they're conspiring to hold on to that power by rigging the system into their favor. I'm not sure how much the truth there is to that, but to the extent that the World Economic Forum is doing this, we should be skeptical. I just don't know how to limit it, right? When you have powerful people get together, they tend to do this, but I don't really want to stop powerful people from just having the right to get together. That seems kind of excessive. So,
Thank you so much, Scott.
I'm surprised you went so soft on Davos and the World Economic Forum. Yeah, no, the World Economic Forum is a serious threat to humanity, likely one of the biggest threats to humanity that has ever existed. What you have is a large global class of billionaires and corporate interests working together with state actors to engage in regulatory capture in order to fit these billionaires' agenda and create and control your government's policies against you. I mean, just yesterday, you had an EU commissioner hanging out at Davos, being interviewed, talking about how, Elon Musk is a problem because he doesn't censor Twitter like Twitter used to censor, and that they will in fact sanction him if he doesn't fall in line. Things of that nature. You have Klaus Schwab, right? Who uses the Young Global Leaders Initiative to specifically find people that he believes will be in positions of power in the future in governments. And he calls it, quote, penetrating the cabinet. So that they can force their agenda into nation states. For an example of some people that are currently in our government that have been identified and given special privileges and opportunities and access by the World Economic Forum, we can look at Dan Crenshaw, Pete Buttigieg, Seth Moulton, Congressman from Massachusetts, Ivanka Trump, Tom Cotton, and Tulsi Gabbard. These are just people that are currently young global leaders that are currently in our government that are working with the World Economic Forum to achieve their globalist vision as they try and destroy farms in the Netherlands and starve millions of people to death so that they can meet economic goals, and so that they can have their sustainable development goals, so that they can destroy private education as a freedom and move critical theory and critical pedagogy into schools across the world, so that they can engage in all kinds of evil initiatives. Yeah, I have no problem with billionaires getting together and meeting. It's funny because in the 1990s, when Alex Jones was talking about Davos, and when when Jesse Ventura was talking about Davos, everyone said they were conspiracy theorists and that this was a lie and that Davos doesn't exist. And now we're willing to admit it because we've normalized corporations and state actors working together to sell their own people out for what the large wealthy elite want, and how they want to control the world. So stakeholder capitalism, ESG, climate Malthusian death cultist behavior, all of them can go fuck themselves. The amount of restitution that needs to be paid for many of their crimes is far more than their own life.
Oh, okay. Like I'm having my own existential crisis here. Look at me agreeing with Scott. Oh, the world's falling apart. I got to get myself together here. Now, while I do so, we'll let Alu go, please.
I don't think it's quote unquote an existential threat. Um, it's kind of just corporates and aristocrats doing what they do. It's peak corporate behavior. It's in-group preference. I mean, have any of you heard of TopLink?
Just get your opening
TopLink,
statement and then
TopLink.
go.
I mean, I was gonna ask because TopLink is their messaging service. So I was looking up earlier how you get into the Davos Institute. First off, you're selected. Second off, upon selection, and it costs around $600,000. That's the range. Annual fees. But in order to be selected, one of the things that you get out of that is you get access to TopLink, which is a virtual software similar to Discord or Clubhouse, where you have access to that 24/7, 365 days a year, right? So what we're actually talking about is a meeting, but it's only part of the entity, right? What you're actually getting out of being a part of Davos is access to an in-group. This is just aristocracy. As far as whether they're doing something like valuable I mean, people who are productive do productive things and get together with other productive people. This is class behavior, right? I guess I'm not really sure what the question is, right? If you're asking me if I think that they're doing good things, they're doing some good things. Are they doing some bad things? Yes, they're doing some bad things. Is this aristocracy and class preference, and are they gatekeeping knowledge and decision making and policy? Absolutely, they are aristocratic as fuck. So it depends on what lens you're looking at this in, but the Davos Institute, yeah, it's peak corporal rat behavior. It's
Okay.
yeah.
Thank you so much. Oh, and Ali, just be aware that your mic is sensitive enough that we can hear when you like sigh or when you're puff out or anything like that. So consider
I
muting
got you.
yourself.
Let me put on sound suppression.
Okay, cool. Thank you so much. Let's go to Ty.
Yeah, so there's about 3 small layers that I'll give here. The first and foremost is that most of this is self-aggrandizement. I'm largely with that, and most of this is largely just comes down to, yeah, there's leaders and rich people to get together, but ironically enough, this is more of just a thing for the staffers and just getting together and having a giant party. I wish this was half as prestigious as a lot of the people made it out to be, because it's really not. The other part is most of the people who are attending this particular event, I hate them like vehemently, because I've talked to them. These are the kind of folks that's like, there's nothing wrong with the economy. Look at the airports, they're full when you're eating 10% inflation. That's their general way of thinking and acting, and so don't trust them even if you met them. The long story short here is that if you watched any of Davos this year, basically is that this is just a wonderful example of how absolutely out of touch our leadership is and these big decision makers are, because they're basically just bitching at how the Russians ruined everything for them over the last year. And the reality is that they should have saw this coming a mile away, but they didn't, and now they're paying the consequences for it. So as far as I can say it, or as far as I am concerned, they can pound sand, and I'll leave with that.
Thank you so much. Next, Jay Chow.
All right. So to me, the discourse on the World Economic Forum is part of the larger debate on globalization. This is something that I studied heavily in school. And from all the classes that I did take, I come away with mixed feelings. Because over the past few decades of globalization, we've seen the number of people living in poverty fallen. We've seen a dramatic increase in literacy, a dramatic reduction in hunger, more people have sustainable energy. Globalization has done a lot of good, but it's also done a lot of bad, because we are also seeing that a lot of these gains are going to the developed countries, the countries that really don't need to be any more richer if we're actually thinking about improving the lives of people around the world. But in the end, my position is that while recognizing the many valid critiques of globalization is here to stay. And the same goes for the World Economic Forum. I think it's useful because it brings together many groups of people for much needed discussions. I think global issues require global solutions. And it should also be noted that not only do corporate elites and politicians gather, but also non governmental organizations working in development and academics who can better inform our global decision makers. And finally, I think the center of the WEF discourse shouldn't be zero sum questions of like pitting regular folk versus elites, but rather how can we make globalization beneficial in an equitable way? Because I think a lot of people do forget about the fact that a lot of the benefits of globalization only happen when everybody starts benefiting. Because if you have like all of a sudden every single country starts becoming trade protectionist and isolationist, then all of a sudden globalization is dead. So these rich people, these corporate elites are also thinking about how can we best sell globalization to everybody so that then they can think, hey, this is actually good for me as well.
All of a sudden, globalization is dead. Don't threaten me for a good time. All right, let's go to our friend Corey.
Fucking right.
Yeah, I'll keep it short again for obvious reasons. Because I don't have actually, I pretty much echo a lot of the sentiments that have been shared already. And I definitely agree with Lactoid in that award ceremonies like the Emmys and the Golden Globes really stupid. And so yeah, the World Economic Forum seems like pretty much like just like everyone else echoed, just like a wealthy circle jerk, just a big party. I don't think it doesn't appear to be all that useful. Not to mention the environmental impact of like their meetings and their gatherings. And would I, let's say, ban this type of gathering. No, obviously not. I just don't see the utility. But I agree that it shouldn't be funded by governments and it shouldn't be tax exempt. And I'll leave it there for now.
Okay. And finally, our friend Dark Lightsaber Doobie.
I think that I really don't understand the hate that the WF got. I think that this organization,
The
right, this meeting,
bourgeois.
brings. I'm sorry, what?
So that's because you're the bourgeois, doobie.
I think aristocracy is fine in some cases. But and I can give you an argument for that too if you guys want it. But I think that the WF, like it's an organization that really what it does is it brings together some of the brightest, most influential leaders from around the world, and provides them with a platform to share their experiences, talk about things that are actually affecting these various sectors that they're dominating right now. Through programs like the Young Global Leader initiative, right? They identify people who are like what's the word I'm looking for? Who can be like role models, right? For like the next generation, to help people along the path towards sustainability, to shaping the future of the world in a way that is beneficial for everybody. And it's true that yes, sometimes some of them have some goofy ideas. Sure, okay. I think when you get a lot of people who are like billionaires or multimillionaires together, you're gonna end up. And some of these people have been that way their entire lives. They are an aristocracy in a lot of ways. I think that some of these people are going to be very disconnected from the common person, and they're going to say some goofy shit. Sure. But I think that like,
go ahead. Sorry.
but I think that like like dismissing the entire group as like some like death cult or something is really throwing the baby out with the bathwater. I think the reality is that the WF has put forward like many initiatives that have led to like real substantial change for the better all across the planet. And I think and someone mentioned like them like saying that, oh well, we need to bring like Elon Musk in line, or he's a problem. Well, yeah, if you're a person who wants less hate speech, less racism, less Nazism, less fascism, somebody allowing these people to run rampant on a massive platform where they have access to millions and millions of young minds that they can indoctrinate, that's a fucking problem. So yeah, it can seem like scary in the short term that they're saying these things so directly, but I think in some ways you need them to say it directly. I think this is why they're leaders in their industries, because they can say these things directly, and I think that's important.
So before we begin, just reminding everyone, the reason my camera's out is because I'm
Charging
having a camera issue.
battery.
But it is me, Prime, in the center. So if you hear my voice, that's who that is. So we'll get started. Opening
I
up. Alo, go ahead, please.
yeah. So I wanted to clarify something. I keep hearing like they're funded by the government. There may be some amount where their funding does come from the government, but that does a disservice to the funding that they do get. Again, to be
Does
a
it
member
disservice? Is it like, are we
in
disrespecting them?
terms, well, no,
These
no,
poor
not like that.
billionaires.
No, trust me, not my take. My point is that it doesn't capture the full image of what Davos invests, right? So in order to be a member of Davos, in order to be like fully there and have access to the things that you get when you are a member of Davos, it is $600,000 a year. Right. Let's be clear about this. Their funding is not limited to government entities. Governments may find value, and I don't even necessarily think that's bad. Again, I like kind of agree with Doobie when he says that like there. I was joking earlier when I said bourgeois because like I want competent people in competent positions, and there are plenty of people in Davos who are literally just virtue signaling. They're gonna head there on a fucking jet and then commit some human rights abuses on the way, right? It's noise. There are also people who are incredibly intelligent and actually do have solutions. So it's a mixed bag. At the end of the day, I don't think that there's a reason necessarily for governments to be averse to funding it. The question is what they're funding more net positive than net negative? And I'm not convinced either way on this. I don't like what they're doing in India. I don't like what they're doing in certain mechanisms. But like at the end of the day, this is what I expect of aristocratic-minded people. This is exactly what I expect in
So
groups to collaborate.
I'm trying to, I'm kind of confused, right? It feels very much like the narcissist's prayer, right? Like it's not happening, and if it is, it's not that big of a deal, and if it is big of a deal, it's your fault. it's not my fault. Like this kind of continuation, right?
Let
Like
me let me
if
be
I
clear.
were to ask people, hey, so the FBI director Christopher Wray, along with other representatives from different governments around the world, as long like in the EU, is getting together with large billionaires in secret meetings. Except the meetings are no longer secret. Just they have these panels, and then they go and they go into hotel rooms, and they have like their own little chat services, and they have their own little meetings to discuss policy and to discuss the way the world needs to be. Like the idea
I
that
think that's
doesn't send everyone having red flags when billionaires are having secret meetings with the director of the FBI is fucking insane to
Oh yeah,
me.
no, I
Like,
That's an
agree. Let me
argument.
let me be clear. Let me be clear. I'm like, this is actually like a difficult topic, which I think is what makes it interesting. I agree, right, that this is inherently classist. I agree that the idea of millionaires getting together on private jets in the highest mountain in whatever, I don't care what fucking Slavic nation this is. I really don't give a shit. Right? The point is,
Switzerland?
this is
Switzerland is
inherently.
Slavic.
Good old Slavs.
Hey,
What's
hey,
a
hey,
Slavic nation of
Europe, listen,
Switzerland?
to
Starts
me,
with an S.
Europe, it can be categorized as two groups, Australians and Slavs. There's really no other way to look at it. Everything else is noise. But I don't care like about all that. I agree. That's just class collaboration. That's what the rich. That's my point, right? Is this is the rich doing what they do at the end of the day. As far as value gotten out of that, I don't really think that there's any like. Let me rephrase. I agree that it is classist. I agree that it is insulting. I agree that it's strengthening um the inherently like the divide between the lower class and the upper class and the middle class. I agree with all of that. I also see the value of intelligent people discussing with intelligent people. Would I
Yeah.
prefer that this happens in an open environment? Yes. Would I prefer an internet that isn't like completely antithetical to discourse? Yes. Would I prefer that there be some form of ethical economics? Yes. But what we have is what we have. So
okay,
unless
let me
they're
let me rephrase this, right?
okay,
So, look, I have no problem with billionaires getting together and bloviating or even working in secret meetings with other billionaires to in an in-group preference to make their businesses shape in whatever decision they want to do, right? My issue is when you have state actors that ostensibly, right, and I big fucking air quotes here, right, work by the will of the people, going into secret rooms with these billionaires that are also openly now talking about their how effective they hope their behavioral nudging units work, right? How
we
we
don't
can try and
disagree.
convince people to accept these things, and purchasing with regulatory capture and secret meetings and secret access these people that are presumptively like they work for us, right? And I think Davos is a great example that these state actors don't work for you. They're your fucking rulers, and they're up for purchase by these very billionaires that I call death cultists. And the reason I call them death cultists is because many of them are pushing environmental policies that are absolutely destructive towards the food, the price of food, supply chains, etc., because this is whatever ideological fucking bent that they have that they want to push onto governments to impose on you and put pressure on, let's say, I don't know, the farmers in the Netherlands that have some of the lowest nitrogen runoff of any farmers in the world and are a breadbasket for Europe. But we got to make sure we're for the environment, right? Like, get the state actors out. And if the state actors are going to be there, it all needs to be fucking public. Without that, this is fucking evil.
Scott, would
These
you
billionaires buying your
Okay, but
governments.
would
my
if the
issue
meetings
here
weren't
isn't
secret, would you have
with
an issue with
anything that
it
you're
still?
saying. Like you're saying legitimate shit, right? Like there is an issue with the aristocracy here. There is an issue with like it's fucking insulting, right? I agree. I think you can walk and talk at the same time though. We can extract the benefit from these millionaires that we can get while also at the same time working on the grassroots level and then also on the higher leverage level of electoral politics and higher up entities,
Maybe
right, to
maybe you
restrict the
just
way
have
that they
more faith in these
Wait,
politicians and
it comes
secret
down to a
Scott,
meetings
question
than
of
Latoid,
reformist versus
I
acceleration.
just want to ask,
At the end of the
please.
day,
if this meetings between, so I actually really agree. If I think all meetings with between like with state actors should be public. If if there was no more, like, if the millionaires and billionaires, they could have their own little secret meetings, but whenever there was a state actor there, those meetings had to be public, like on a public forum, broadcasted to the internet. Like, there's no more secret meetings between the government and corporations. If that was like the
That's
rule
all
they
they're
established, if that was the rule they established, would you have like any issues with that, Scott? I mean, I think that solves the issue, wouldn't it?
What happens?
I
if
mean,
it's
I
just
feel
national
like
security?
I feel like that would probably like they would just have the secret meetings anyways, banned or not, right? Like I don't trust
They put
fucking
on a
state
show.
Well, but
actors
we
and
can't
there's-
we
and
can't
there's a
stop
real
that.
meeting.
being a part of like a fucking giant meeting with billionaires and NGOs, right? Like this is like the issue is the state shouldn't be involved at all. If the state wasn't involved in any way, shape, or form, and these institutions weren't like selecting young global leaders to then quote unquote penetrate the cabinet so that the state could be influenced by the billionaires' needs, such as, I repeat, Dan Crenshaw, Pete Buttigieg, Seth Moulton, Ivanka Trump, Tom Cotton, and Tulsi Gabbard, right? If these people weren't on the fucking payroll and or, access of these billionaires, you know what I mean? It might be a different thing. The problem is the existence of the state. Like
Right,
if
but
the
what-
billionaires
but
were getting
I wanna
together
throw
What
another
and
one
confuses
working
me-
Can
together,
you
it would
at
be
least
What
better.
confuses me,
understand?
Scott, is why you expect anything different. That's what really confused. Because I expect this, right? I expect
There.
people like people like Ivanka Trump or any of these people that you mentioned to behave in
Right.
this manner. What confuses me is why you don't think that the system that we have doesn't incentivize this. It's
I'm
the byproduct
a
of
libertarian.
No, he
I do
probably
think
that
does.
we
He's just
do.
complaining about the existence of the
incentivizes it.
state. But like, okay, but
But how do
Scott,
you? Okay, so my issue is how do you solve for Davos without solving for the inefficiencies in the system that created Davos? Davos is a symptom of
Agreed.
aristocracy.
Okay, every single solution that Scott has
Well, I don't know
is
about
eliminate the state.
aristocracy, but
Okay, literally,
Of
like every
agreed.
single topic that is on this panel throughout history, Scott's solution
not true.
is like 90% of the time it's like let's eliminate the state. But my question to you, Scott, is like, can you at least understand that with how the world works, like aside from your critiques of the state and how appalling it is to you that it does exist and intervenes and stuff, with the current state of the world, don't you see it important for politicians to actually be in the same room as these corporate elites?
no, I think the best thing we could do is decouple from this as much as possible. Defang and,
But then, like,
and
wouldn't-
destroy the state to its
but
greatest
you
degree
said something
that we are
interesting, right?
capable of.
But you said something interesting that like one of your fears is that these corporate elites are engaging in regulatory capture.
Mhm.
Isn't it possible, as an unintended consequence to your prescription, that once the state no longer is a part of the World Economic Forum, that all of a sudden the companies could be like, hey, the government's not going to get involved. They're not going to be like, dealing in or bad shit. Let's actually do as much harm as we can for as much insane profit as we can.
No.
No, that's stupid.
Why not?
Because it's just
It's
like
like there is
basic
no-
economic
no-
theory.
They already
Proves
do that on
Alright.
Facebook
Proves that to be silly.
Messenger. They don't need to go to a forum to do that, right?
No, I mean, there's the point is that there
It's not
is no
beneficial to them
economic
to do as
forum.
much harm as possible. Like that.
The
doesn't-
entire
doesn't
reason-
The one
financially
point,
incentivize
but
it.
Evil
the reality
Incorporated.
is that governments actually do intervene and regulate these companies and their bad practices. That actually does happen.
If the World Economic Forum cannot in
Go
some
ahead and
way
give me an
ex-
example where
Well,
the
just-
state has stepped in and done a great job of regulating.
Corey, I see your hand
corporations.
up.
if the World Economic Forum
Ty.
is the incentive to it is access. If the World Economic Forum is not integrated in some way with the state, what is the purpose of me, John Joe, CEO of big fuck company, being there? To some degree, we have to acknowledge that the incentive to be a part of this conversation at Davos is the fact that it has integration in the large. They're min-maxing. You have state. you
Yes,
have
I
corporate,
agree.
you have-
That's the fucking problem, right? If Davos was a collection of just corporations and NGOs that weren't affiliated and not getting state funding, right? And they came together and said, hey, we have common goals and we want to figure out how to use those common goals, then what you would have is a meeting of some of the most successful people, right? Coming together to solve problems as
Wait,
they
okay.
see fit.
But my
And if it
problem
works
is
out
that the
for 'em,
common
that's
goal
great.
of the
That would be
corporations
even
aren't
more
the
of a
same
threat,
common
in
goals
my
of the
opinion.
people.
That would
My
be
Why would
even
you
more
assume that,
My
though?
problem is that
the state
my
has
pro-
an explicit interest in keeping people safe. It's the only entity that does, right? The corporations don't. Their incentive is towards their profit shareholders, right? The state has a
Right.
legal
Which is
need
people.
to protect the people. So them being a part of this process, there being this exchange of leverage between the state and Davos, in my mind, makes this less dangerous because what you have otherwise is an in group of billionaires and aristocrats who have no one to be beholden to and can act
It's the
unified
exact
in
opposite.
solidarity. I disagree with
It's
that
the exact
completely.
opposite. The
Why do you
state
believe that?
is less beholden than corporations because corporations are beholden
What?
to profit. Profit is a far better mechanism to hold someone to than elections.
Okay, you
Elections
gotta.
are just how can we sway 51% of people to agree to us? Right? Like the market is a far better mechanism for punishment and reward and actually benefiting people. How do you make money? You solve problems.
We're
That's how
so
you
far
make
apart.
money under capitalism.
Yeah,
Is
yeah.
We're
by
so
solving
also
this
problems.
is
make
clear
money
and
by
so far apart,
causing
we can argue
problems.
for
We
hours.
got it.
Cigarettes.
Sorry, we got to let some other people who have been waiting. Corey and then Tiberius and
Yeah,
Doobie, because he wanted to say something too.
I just wanted to engage with Doobie and Jay Chow for a minute. I guess like just one question to Doobie. So like I assume you're more in favor of let's say the World Economic Forum is because like from what I understand like you're more or less like okay with like a technocracy or technocracy. Would that be like accurate?
Sure, but I don't think that's what's happening here. I think what's happening is you have some of the most successful people on the planet who have like the ability to make real change, to like move resources to make real change in the planet, working with an organization that has a responsibility to better the lives of its citizens. Right. So if you have these two groups of people working together, and I don't know why we're assuming that billionaires are just like evil monsters and all they care about is money. If they give a fuck about hate speech, that isn't monetary. I think there's another thing driving that, which is they'd like to shift the culture in a direction that they prefer, and that cultural shift I think is something that most Americans would agree with. So yeah, to answer your
No,
question, I don't. I think a little sort of. I'm okay. I'm more okay with technocracy, but I don't think that's what's happening here. I just feel like you guys were framing all of this, which seems to be a group of people that get together to figure out how to make the world better, right? And but you're looking at it like, oh God, I'm not invited to the meeting. I'm not a young global leader, so they must be fucking like drinking pig blood in the corners or something. Like it's ridiculous. Right?
I
They're
wanna-
pretty public
no,
about
That's
what they
the
do.
evil
no,
media.
They're
no,
pretty
people-
public about what the initiatives they're pushing,
Like-
and a lot of them are very, very good.
I'm gonna
No,
back up.
people,
Wait,
people-
people,
so
people,
let me in here for
people,
start a coup on your
people
server.
work in their own self-interest, right? And when you have someone that is working for profit without the involvement of the state, then what they're doing is they're dependent upon making a profit, which means they need to solve problems in some capacity for people to find value in what it is that they do. That is fine. But when you have governments that have the capacity to impose restrictions, regulations, rules, etc., onto other people, all of a sudden you have deeply corrupted what that entire thing is. Your assumption is the state and governments care about their people, and the billionaires, well, they just seem to care about people too. And these are two institutions of power coming together to help people. But the fact of the matter is that the incentive is completely rotted once you have wealthy people that can convince one person or one group that is much smaller to impose restrictions, regulations, and things that can directly benefit them, the billionaire.
But
So
the
on
one
one hand-
person
on
that they're
one hand,
convincing
billionaires who
is
are driven by
somebody
profit.
who's
Hold
in their
on, hold on,
position
wait,
because they've been
who are
either
driven by
elected
profit.
or appointed to represent.
Hey, shut up. Just Doobie, please go.
Sure. So that one person that they're going to be convincing, right, is going to be somebody who is either elected or appointed to represent the interests of the whatever like a nation, right, whether it's the United States, Canada, whatever the fuck. Right, so to just say, oh, well, they're convincing one person, that person is definitely corrupt, and the entire thing is like shady and underhanded, is ridiculous, right? This person is appointed to specifically look after this set of interests, which is the interests of the people, right? And it makes a lot more sense for that billionaire or group of billionaires who have the ability to like actually make the shit happen, to actually shift the culture, to pull the levers of power, and whether it's like on Twitter or YouTube or Google or whatever the fuck, make TOS policy changes that massively shift the way that people in our society speak to each other, right? On the internet and in real life, right? So these people are definitely the people that our government should be speaking to, because they have the power to make the changes in their fucking office. They say, hey, peon, make that a slur on our website, and then suddenly you can't say that word anywhere on the internet, and that slur vanishes from the vocabulary over time. This is
In
this
what
is hold on.
world
So to assume,
living?
I think what you're assuming is that there's like some people operate it based on their own self-interest, sure, but not all of that self-interest is going to be monetary. It's not always what makes them the most money. Some of these people do, like, this can sound crazy, do have ideological beliefs, wishes for the future, cultural perspectives that they'd like to enforce. Right. So if we can, they can work together, figure out how to work together, with each other, with a group of people that have other ideological beliefs and cultural perspectives, et cetera. If they can work with those people and the people who are meant to represent us in our interests to find a middle ground that makes sense for everybody, helps everybody, I think that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, basically.
You have any idea how
batshit
insane it is to believe that secret meetings with government politicians?
What's wrong with them being secret? Why should they be out in the open?
All right.
Private meetings are totally valid. What's the issue with
Doobie, this is
Can I jump back in here?
private meeting? And suddenly it's like shady. Private meeting.
Shut the fuck up! You made like 17 fucking points about how wonderful and benevolent our fucking politicians are, and they can totally be trusted to get with the billionaires to work together to enforce things
why
that
meeting
people
private makes it
themselves
like shady somehow.
don't want to do.
You never have private meetings.
Shut the fuck up! You have billionaires working with politicians in secret meetings, trying to come up with ways to get to use the power of the state and their money to nudge and change things that people themselves don't want to do. And you say that this is much to do about nothing because they represent our interests.
Can you explain why they might be
retarded? That is
why they might want to come down on Elon Musk for long hate speech on Twitter. What monetary interest of theirs does that serve?
First of all, that's an EU commissioner.
Can I jump in here?
Again, what monetary interest is that? What corporate interest does a WF have in saying, "Hey, Elon Musk is a problem because he's allowing fucking Nazis on his platform"?
What could possibly be what could corporations benefit from being able to control language and speech online and institute policies that are vague about what can and can't be said? Oh, I don't know, maybe fucking Pfizer and every bit of fucking censorship that ever existed over YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, etc.
Pfizer. Okay, again, because what they're talking about specifically is him allowing a full out racism.
No,
Nazism,
you're interjecting
transphobia,
pivoting off to the
homophobia,
side, and not paying attention. I give you a great fucking
insane shit on a platform full of kids that are going to see this shit.
You are lying.
I know that you have the groomer narrative. I know that you have the groomer narrative about trans people. What's up?
Hey, okay, all right. Corey, Doobie, don't worry. I got I see you're at the tie any which way. Corey, you instigated this. This is all your fault.
Ask the question.
But you also want to talk to Jay Chow. So if you have anything to ask him, go ahead, and then we gotta go to Ty.
Oh yeah. What happened to Ulu?
Hopefully,
I'll be
just
right back. My
a quick
cam
question.
my phone died.
To Jay Chow. Where just to like clarify, let's say your position, or to understand where you're coming from better. Where like you earlier you framed it like when engaging with Scott of like I think if I remember correctly, like you sort of framed it as like it might be a good thing if these global elites have these conversations with politicians because it might lead to some sort of like regulation. So like my follow-up question is like. Are you in favor of, let's say, corporate lobbying, let's say in U.S. politics? And if the answer is no, then how is that different here in this case?
Corporate lobbying in global politics?
No, in like United States politics, in terms of like I think it's fair to say like lobbying happens, and you have like lobbyists that they.
Yeah, I'm not anti-lobbying.
Okay, okay, so
I don't think the issue is lobbying here. I think the issue, at least with a lot of these arguments that I'm hearing from the other side, is that they assume that once billionaires are in a room with other billionaires and with other people with power, then there must be like some grand conspiracy of evil doing that is rotting the world. But at least like within my opening statement, I'll reiterate that when you're looking at the actual outcomes and effects of globalization for the past couple of decades, creating a more global economy has had many, many benefits, material benefits to billions of people across education, social well-being, life
No one's against that here.
expectancy,
Yeah,
poverty, hunger. Well,
No
hunger's
one has argued
decreasing.
against
That's not
that.
getting better.
I just want to because
Facebook
like
misinformation.
yeah, I think you like at least I want to clarify because you said you're not against lobby, as in
How is
like
this
so.
useless information? If you guys
so-
are like postulating that like,
Facebook
all the bad things are going to be
misinformation.
happening, that
No,
like all the bad things
you're
are
arguing
happening
against a
because
straw
of
man.
this
Nobody.
Davos, but like that's just contrary to the actual evidence of what has
no,
been happening
no,
for the
Jay
past
Chow.
couple of decades.
Jay Chow, what you are talking about is something that no one on this entire panel has argued, right? No one has said that like a more global economy is going to destroy us all. And set
You
aside all
said
the
it was an
conspiracy.
existential threat. What?
No, I didn't. You just don't know how
Yes,
to
you
listen.
did.
What?
Wait, hold on, hold on.
No,
hold
I
on.
didn't. No, I didn't.
hold on.
No,
Am
I
I
didn't.
bugging here? Am
Jay
I
Chow,
bugging here?
Jay Chow, nobody said globalism or corporations working within multiple different nation states is somehow the
What do you
problem
think
here.
the
What I am
WEF
talking,
is?
what Jay Chow, try and listen, try and keep up. You talk about, well, it's only the conspiracy. I'll set aside every fucking conspiratorial thing and only talk about the things they openly talk about,
Okay,
which
yeah,
is
they talked about the
trying
war
to
in
convince.
Ukraine, they've
Which
talked
is
about the
Let him-
Jay
economy, they
Chow,
talked
Bro,
about
you
shut
gotta
up.
let him respond.
Shut up.
globalization.
Let him-
Yeah, let him
let him
respond.
respond.
Scott, I
Shut
don't
up.
think you realize that
Whoa,
I
whoa,
actually
whoa, whoa,
don't care
hey!
about most things that you say.
I know that you don't care. I understand
Because
that, right?
all at
But
the
it
end
would
of the day is
behoove
that
you
it's
to
just gonna
care.
Go back to
Okay,
the state.
hold on.
We got it.
If he's wrong, he's wrong.
Very,
You gotta
this
like
is
let
very,
him talk in
this
order
is
to
very
suss
simple.
that
This is
out.
very simple. Scott was when he said like existential threat, he was talking about the WEF and the politicians working with the billionaires, right? The state working with
Yes.
the private sector, and that wasn't secret. He wasn't talking about globalization. Period. Right? WEF
I'm not
is
Alex Jones going, the
representation-
goddamn globalists
It's
in my
not a
talk.
opening
WEF is a
statement, to me,
representation
the
of
discourse
globalization,
on-
but it's not the same as that.
Okay, so
It's close enough.
when
come
you
on.
listen, when you have world leaders, presumably, I don't.
You will say the
many
same
of
thing
them
about
are-
the IMF, wouldn't you?
Jay
You would say
Chow,
the same thing about
shut
World
the
Bank,
fuck
wouldn't you?
Yeah,
up.
guy,
Shut
Jay
up,
Chow,
Jay
you gotta.
Chow.
You
You
gotta
are
let him
doing
talk.
everything you can to interrupt me because you know I'm better at this than you. So stop talking.
Really? Because
we're-
usually whenever
Hey,
you're
hey,
talking,
hey,
you're just
hey,
going
everyone,
into a rant.
yo, Jay Chow,
Listen,
knock it off. Let him respond.
what I am
and then
talking-
we gotta start to move on.
I-
Go ahead.
Like, what I am talking about, right? We can set aside the secret meetings. We can just talk about the shit they openly talk about. When you have billionaires saying that they want to work with governments for climate action, right? And they say that overpopulation is a problem and that carbon emissions are a problem, but that people and individuals won't take action. So we need to use our money and influence to try and capture the state and make different nation states all come together on climate action now, right? That's a fucking problem. That is against people's will. That is against individual actors, and instead imposing what billionaires want to try and capture institutions that have the power to impose shit on people. And this idea that, like, oh, but 51% might still support them is not a fucking response of this idea that it's not a corrupt incentive structure, setting aside the secret meetings.
Can I ask you a question?
Okay, no. Sorry. We got Ty has been waiting so patiently. Shout out to my man Ty.
Oh, shut up.
Doobie needs to go there.
Yeah, I appreciate it, and like I'm about to have a stroke here, so I'm gonna largely take more the side of Jay Chow and Doobie, but for a little bit of different reasons. 9 times out of 10, I want leaders and people to congregate, and for anyone who's just like, oh, well, the rich people are getting together, why aren't you doing the same? Why are you not getting together with your community to work in your own interests? This is the thing that I get fucking pissed off with the average person and voter with, is that they get pissed off the rich people for doing it when that's the way the system's supposed to work. You're supposed to work with your neighbors, your coworkers, and all these other people that are part of your society to make it work for you. And the biggest reason that it probably isn't working for you straight out of the gate is because you're probably not playing the game anymore. Because most people aren't. Second part. While I have serious concerns with the WEF and most of these major economic institutions, is that I don't have a problem with the people who run them in the regard that it's rich people. I don't have a problem in the regard that it's a bunch of people getting together, making relationships, and paving the way forward. What I have a problem with is simply I don't believe that they're adept. I think most of these people are fucking morons, and I hate to say that because they're supposed to be the smartest among us. But when it comes down to it, they have clearly demonstrated the ability that they have no idea what's going on in the wider world. Whether it's my airplane comment from earlier, or it's the Russia-Ukrainian war, is that they think war is over, and that's very clearly not the case. They think that we're gonna transition to EVs, which all the data says is not gonna fucking happen within this fucking century, and then going forward from that, like these folks are so out of goddamn touch with reality. I just can't help but feel like they're sniffing their own farts. So yeah, I don't believe in these folks, but for entirely different reasons.
Okay. And then Doobie, go
Um,
ahead, please.
So I'm still waiting for somebody to explain why a meeting being private makes it like shady
Yeah,
or
I can do that.
duplicitous somehow. But well, you can do it afterwards. But I think that we keep hitting on things, right? Like Scott said, they talk about overpopulation and nobody's taking action, etc. But the reality is, unfortunately, and I know Scott, like all of us, is in a first world nation sitting very comfy. Their overpopulation is a massive problem in the developing world. That is just the truth. There's some places like Bangladesh or India where people are living on top of each other. Right? So it is absolutely a problem, given that these people they call them billionaires, but really they're industry leaders, right? Who see this, whose businesses are impacted by this, who interact with this daily. They understand where the issues are, and they have the resources they have resources that they can divert with the help of the governments that they're engaging with to help fix those problems, right? Like they have plenty of amazing initiatives that they put forward. The Young Global Leader Initiative is fucking beautiful. They've got like things like the Great Reset, fucking what's that other one that Alex
Now
Jones
I
is
know
on
you're
about?
just memeing.
The Global Gender Parity Initiative, right? Great initiative. I feel like if we were to like
Hey,
go
Doobie,
down
what's the
point
Great
by
Reset?
point, wait, 1 second, point by point, right? Point by
Don't
point
be a
to
pussy.
figure out
What's the
like
Great Reset?
stop. So I'm
Maybe
not
people don't know
being
what it
pussy
is.
interrupting you. I'll get to it afterwards. Wait, hold on. Oh, it's the idea, if I remember off the top of my head, that we should use the COVID-19 pandemic and the crisis that it caused, right? And the kind of like and the kind of
It's
social
older than
like
that. Much
uh
older than that.
well, the current iteration is about the COVID-19, how we should use this
Mhm.
to basically shift society going forward into a place that's much healthier, not just for like future pandemics, but just overall, right? It could
Much
be something
healthier?
as
Is that
simple
what
as
the
like,
Great
hey,
Reset is?
yeah.
Why are we playing this
Well,
game right now?
I know that you wouldn't frame it that way. You'd probably frame it in such a way that they want to treat us like cattle and herd us into fucking mega cities,
No,
and
don't
they
tell
want
me
us
how I
to
would
like
frame it.
they
Just
want us to
actually
just
answer the question.
go from work to
Don't
our
obfuscate.
cubicles, et cetera, et cetera.
Don't obfuscate. What is the
I'm
Great
not
Reset's
obfuscating.
actual intended
Right?
goal?
It's the idea that it's to build like a more sustainable future for the common person, not for the billionaires.
The point of the Great Reset is to get rid of private ownership of property in general and to make sure that every individual within society is renting items. They have wonderful articles about the beautiful world that will exist when you don't get to rent an apartment. You only get to rent apartments, like you only get to use apartments at like hourly scheduled things, and that like you don't own any cooking ware, but the cooking ware will be like
Oh my
ordered
God.
via drone. The entire point of the Great Reset is to destroy the private ownership and except for those at the very top.
Okay, I looked into the Great
That's
Reset.
not
I think what Doobie was describing is a lot more accurate. Scott, what you're
like
talking
always.
about sounds more along the lines of like there's this saying.
Is in their own
No,
fucking words.
hold
The
on, hold on.
examples
No,
I
no, no.
use are their own
Hold
examples.
on. Okay, there's a saying called nobody will own anything and everybody will be happy. And like this
You'll
is
own nothing
something that
and
came
you'll be
from
happy.
the World Economic Forum, something like that, right?
Yeah.
Except that this wasn't coming from like it's not like an official policy or a statement made by the World Economic Forum as a whole. It was a prediction made by a politician. and he was talking about how, like, yeah, as what you were saying, what you were describing, people will rent everything, you'll get it delivered by a robot, you don't have to own anything, you'll just use it and you can return it and get something new, and you'll be happy with what you have. Like, that was a prediction made just by one
it was
person.
affirmed. It's the same policies and practices in World Vision are affirmed by Klaus Schwab himself in a
My
2008 speech. You can
dude.
look it up on YouTube.
No, this was fact checked. Like, I feel like maybe
Oh,
Charles
fact
Schwab. I have
check,
no idea
boys.
about Charles Schwab. Okay,
Fact check.
All
The
I know
billion
is
the
that
billionaires got
my-
together
my
with your
bank
governments
that
to make
I
sure
trade
that
stocks with is
social
Charles
media
Schwab.
had the appropriate
Okay.
fact checkers, and you'll be happy about it. It was fact
Bro,
checked,
you
boys.
just
Go
have
watch
a
the video
response
yourself.
to everything. Now who's obfuscating?
I do.
Well, I think
I said my
the
part.
idea,
Especially
I
when
think
you're full
the
of
idea,
shit and I know what I'm
I
talking
think the
about.
idea is that,
Gotcha.
that our current society is built around this idea of like scarcity. Human beings acting as like rugged individuals fighting over scarce resources, and then when they get a resource, they cling on to it to the detriment of their communities, to future generations, etc. Right. So I think what they're trying to do with the Great Reset is reset that. Right. Get us to a more sustainable, more what's the word I'm looking for? More compassionate form of society where people aren't living day to day fighting over scarce resources. They have what they need. And if they want something else, they can get it, but they're not going to hold on to it forever. They're not going to be able to say, oh, this house, this fucking mansion has been in my family for 200 years and you don't get to live here, homeless person. And I feel like we're basically like humanity right now is operating with the same understanding that they did like 1,000 years ago, right? Which is that we need to fight over plots of lands and caves and fucking forests.
Wait, are you just opposed to private property?
Because if we don't, we're going to starve to death on the street. And I think what the Great Reset is trying to do is trying to pull us away from that mindset to something that is beneficial for everybody, right? That, hey, you don't need to fight over everything. We can work together as a community, as a global community, as global citizens to
Right.
make sure that
So
everybody
when-
has what we need.
when
And nobody
when
is hoarding
billionaires-
hoarding property, whether it's land
Right.
or a
Yeah,
fucking
we
boat or
get
whatever it is.
We get it, Kami. When billionaires
wait,
are getting together with the state, right, to force a vision on you, they're trying to use government institutions. I know, guys, the institutions are strong. We love them so much. We want to use those government institutions, right, as a means of forcing onto you the things that you don't want, because don't worry, you'll own nothing, but you'll be happy is
Oh
somehow
my
this
God.
beautiful message. It's not a beautiful fucking message if people don't want to fucking do it.
All right, here it is.
Sometimes-
It
hold
does
on,
not
but
have-
sometimes
does not
the
have a
reality
stated
is-
goal to
the
remove
reality is
everyone's
that
private
given
property by
that
2030.
hold on, given that I, like you, right, grew up in this kind of scarce society where we're made to fight over resources. I understand that it can be very difficult to even conceptualize that not being the case, right? Which is why these billionaires who haven't had to deal with this in their lives, right? They've come from places where they've had everything they want, so they understand what that life can feel like, right? So I think it's important for them to take leadership positions and help us find a way where everybody can have a lifestyle where we're not struggling to pay the bills, we're not struggling to keep the lights on, keep food on the table, get the new pair of shoes, right? We're doing something that's more sustainable for the future of our society, right? And yeah, that can be scary. It can be so scary that maybe the majority of society, if you were to present it to them, would say, "Hey, I don't want that. That's gross. I want fucking the new fucking Nikes, or I want the new AirPod or something." Well, okay, sure, but given that we understand that most people are not mentally in a place where they can grasp a concept like this, even though it'll be better for them down the line, even though it'll be better for future generations. Yeah, at some point you do need to nudge them in that direction, whether it's through media campaigns, through what we're showing them in movies or radio or whatever, or just government action to say, hey, you don't get to do this particular thing anymore. Or
Well,
you don't get to do 10%
what
of
you're
this in
saying
the
is-
next
I
year. It's
wanna-
20
I
years.
wanna-
So hold on,
so real quick, real quick, I'm going to summarize.
Lactoid has not gotten a chance to say anything. Then want to go to Alu, who's been trying to jump in as well. Okay, Lactoid.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask. I mean, Doobie. So, do you not think there's like anything pernicious about this statement right here? Right, like you'll own nothing and you'll be happy. When you look at who,
God.
when you look at who it's coming from,
No.
when you look at it when it's coming from like incredibly powerful
It came from
people.
a Danish politician.
Well, so it says like right here. It says based on input from members of the World
No one should ever
Economic
listen to the
Forum.
Danes. That's true.
Right. So
Part of their
I
ad campaign.
agree. Agree with
Just
that.
let
as
him
well.
finish.
It's a
Let him
prediction.
finish.
It's
Let
not
him
a
finish.
policy.
Swedes.
Just let him finish.
So
please.
Swedes are way better. Anyway, when we're talking about like even like a prediction, right? Like it certainly doesn't seem like this prediction is negative. In fact, the second sentence here is you'll be happy. It seems to be a prediction of you'll own nothing, and it's a good thing. Happy, like we're gonna put a smiley face on it. Isn't there something kind of pernicious about billionaires who have disproportionate ownership, who are telling like the people, hey, you're not going to own anything, but don't worry, it's going to be just fine.
The
I mean,
government.
Hey,
Dramatic
you
billionaires
context.
are
Okay, so
some of the
person
most
follow
Damn
up.
it! Why does
Come
5
on.
people want to talk?
Okay.
Look, I'll just make this really quick and simple. Is that there's a reality here that I see from a lot of these folks that when I talk to them, they have the idea, whether you believe it or not, that basically Star Trek is actually a theoretical like possibility. Like we can actually get to that kind of like society. I think these people are fucking batshit. But when it comes down to it, that's what they are pushing for. So they altruistically are pushing for something that should be better. I just don't think it's going to be viable.
Maybe they're just super optimistic. Okay, so
They really
I don't want to
Listen,
share an
the
apartment
Danish
with
politician-
somebody.
Wait.
Lactoid. This is literally
It's not
going
Star
to
Trek
answer your
future,
question,
Lactoid.
okay?
No, it's
The-
not
the
Star
Danish-
Trek.
The Danish politician who wrote that prediction later followed up, clarifying that this was not a utopia or dream of the future, but a scenario showing where we could be heading for better and for worse.
Why does it? Why does it say happy?
I really
why-
think we're in the weeds here.
Because
no,
it's a prediction that people will be happy.
So the prediction
They're
is
not-
that the
they're
prediction.
not saying that this is a good thing. They're
the
just
pred-
saying that people are
oh
going to be
come
happy.
on!
And
Talk
then
about
people
talk
are
about
happy.
getting in the
Oh
weeds.
my
Well, hold on. When it says you'll
You
own
have to-
nothing,
I think that's it. I think
You'll
that's
own
it.
nothing.
Dishonest.
you'll own nothing. Okay, so hold on. So
I think
this
that's
is
just
English
dishonest
language, right? When
interpretation.
you own nothing and you'll be happy, am I being ridiculous in assuming that they're talking about you are like
You
going to
could
be
not
happy,
believe them. That's
like
fine, but that's
somewhat
their
related
territory.
to owning
Lactoid,
nothing?
Lactoid,
When I hear
Lactoid,
the
should not
words,
be-
when I hear,
Lactoid.
hold on,
Lactoid.
please.
Hold-
when
no,
I-
no, 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 no.
we've been-
Hey,
we've
wait.
been
Hey,
30 fucking
hey.
minutes.
Yo, I'm the one talking. So everyone else holds on. I don't hold on. Okay? Lactoid.
Fair enough.
Lactoid. Don't worry about it. Lactoid. It could have simply be the case that a person said those words, right? And was like trying to draw out like an apocalyptic scenario that it's kind of just devoid of context, and they're saying, "Hey, this is a bad thing," and it's and looks like we're heading to that, right? Like, and then it just gets repeated throughout the press, and people think, "Oh, this guy is in favor of this."
Yeah, so if this is like a Kafka-esque or like Brave New World kind of mantra, and the billionaires are like kind of like being this dark humor of, you know, this is actually terrible, you're going to be happy owning nothing, I could be wrong, okay? But from what I've learned thus far, and based on the advertising that I have seen, and based on this ad of the guy smiling about the fact that he's going to own nothing and he's going to be really happy about that, and the fact that this messaging is coming from people who not only own more than any of us ever will, but also have more institutional power than any of us ever will, it certainly seems to be, at the very least, suspect. I think is probably a fair word to use. Like, I mean, wouldn't you agree, Prime?
Would I don't. I won't say that's at least suspect because I don't know the context beyond what our friend Jay Chow has given us, right? Like I've heard this statement before. Right? In fact,
Trying to
I've heard
tell
it.
you guys the context, and
No,
everybody.
so
Yes, yeah,
no,
yeah,
you're lying.
I
No, you're
agree.
naive for thinking about that. It's-
So
it's
let
right.
me give you like an example.
I'm saying that like I've heard this before, and
Mhm.
it sounds horrible. And that context, and everyone has said like it's a positive statement. I've never looked into it, but I can believe Jay Chow when this is a thing that's been repeated. And like the context is it's a negative thing, and also that billionaires have taken to this statement and say like, oh no, that sounds like a great idea, right? Yeah, because it's despicable. I get that.
So yeah,
So,
so like
yeah.
it would be like I kind of view that in the same way if like, and I know some people who do this, right? Some very large like financial gurus who happen to own a fuck ton of apartments who are telling you not to buy a house because it's such a bad idea. Well, you know, we can have the conversation about whether or not purchasing a house is good or isn't good. But when you stand to benefit from me not having power and me not having a house or owning property, when you stand to benefit from me becoming a perpetual tenant for you, I think there's like that conflict of interest already brings up like a level of suspicion in my mind. And from what I understand about these people, and with the ad right behind Scott there says based on the input of members of the World Economic Forum's I
It's part
can't.
of their ad campaign.
Yeah, there was
an ad campaign.
there was a whole ad
by the World
campaign
Economic Forum.
by the forum.
And the article was not talking about how it's like this dystopian future that's bad. It was talking about how wonderful the world will be when nobody owns anything
Yeah.
except for the government and a few corporations
That's
working together
terrifying.
and this beautiful union. It's literally just a new fucking beautiful Marcusian fascism. And they're like, no,
That's
it's not
so
really a big
ridiculous.
deal. Don't fucking worry about it. It's not ridiculous.
Wait a second. Okay,
Let's,
based on
is
the-
ridiculous
let's,
because,
hold
again,
on,
the-
hold on. Okay,
I
so
find it
Al's
really
been Al's
concerning.
been trying to jump in, so I got to give Alice some space. And then Doobie and Jay Chow. Okay, thank you.
I somehow disagree with all of you for different reasons, and I'm unsure which one to tackle. The economic forum, right? Like I get it. It's in group preference. Like I stated that at the beginning. I get that there is like all right. So Doobie, right? Would you have a problem with? I would think that an incentive for the WEC to be more open and more translucent would be the idea that there are people who come from areas where they didn't have the opportunity to be in these corporations or to be noticed by the administration of the WEC, who can, at the very least, look at some of the conversations that are happening on their top link platform or at the WEC conferences and be able to use that information and the conversations that are being had to better his own conditions or the conditions of his society. I think that like information generally being open source and accessible isn't odd. I don't know. Do you agree with that concept that information being I'm assuming that your argument against this would be that
but
there are things that they talk about that would not be optically prime for them to talk about if there was an open audience, right? That's what I'm assuming your argument is going to be.
hold on. So yes to that, right? Because a lot of times these people are just like brainstorming. They're trying to figure. They have an issue. They're trying to figure out how to tackle this issue, and a lot of the ideas they're going to have when they're in these discussions are going to be really stupid, right? Like malformed. So it doesn't make sense for all that to be like streamed to the world where people like Scott can pick it apart and make some like a conspiracy theory about it, right? To like frighten people away from the future. So and a lot of the things that they talk about when they're having like these one-on-one or like group conversations aren't even going to be like about business. They're going to be like building personal relationships with each other, getting to know each other. I don't think any of that needs to be streamed to the world. I think that a lot of these issues are so complex that it doesn't make any sense for the average person to be like a fly on the wall. Right. I think we got to accept that we don't get to know everything. That's okay. If you want to know, become an expert in the field, go through the process, and get into the fucking room as a contributor. I think it's kind of selfish to say, oh well, I need to be there watching, as if you could fucking understand what they're talking about anyway.
I don't think that's enough of a problem as you think it is. Like you're basically describing the fundamental nature of our current informational system, the internet. Like the information is all there. It's at your fingertips. You have to specialize in it. It's all there. You have to understand it. And there's going to be people who don't understand it but have an extreme opinion about it. Pickle, right? But at the end of the day, it being accessible leads to more people who do understand it being able to understand it and do things with that information. I don't know if that's necessarily a problem. A lot of it is going to be uninteresting. I agree. A lot of it is going to be cringy.
Not even just
group
uninteresting. I think like things like trade
distasteful.
secrets or like national secrets, right?
They
that
shouldn't be.
just shouldn't be out in the open. So I think it makes sense. Yeah, I think it's great to have
So
some of these
can you give
discussions
me an
like in
example?
panels in public. Well, like if we're talking to like Pfizer, right, and they're discussing the rollout of a vaccine or something, right, they're going to be much less willing, I think, to have very honest, open, frank conversations if the public's watching them and other companies that are competitors are watching them and looking for ways to undercut their business.
Doobie, what does Will.i.am understand about global intersectional politics? What does Idris Elba know about Rwanda's current crisis? What
These
does
are these are thought leaders. These are people
they're not
that
thought
these are
leaders,
people.
they're
Okay, hold on.
actors.
These
Come
are
on, bro.
people. Hold on. So when I say thought leader, I just mean this is a person who can be used as a mouthpiece, someone that that the average person knows and feels comfortable with. And if this person goes out on TV and says, "Hey, Actually, climate change is an issue. Actually, transphobia is a problem.
I don't think you really believe
Actually,
this.
no,
I
I
don't think you
do.
really. No, no, no.
Hold
Let
on,
me
wait,
ask.
hold on.
Okay, do you
Wait,
think?
are you telling me? Are you telling me that you don't believe that people with massive platforms who've built up a lot of public trust through their artistry, whether it's like entertainment or like movies or like music or whatever, these people when they go out and speak on an issue, they don't get attention because that's what this is about. It's about them getting
No,
attention,
no, no, no.
them
That's not the
driving the
argument.
conversation.
That's not the argument. The argument isn't whether or not there is a benefit from Idris Elba understanding global economics. The argument is whether that's more valuable than millions of people having access and maybe hundreds of thousands of people being able to leech onto that and understand things better. The question isn't whether Idris Elba super understands foreign policy. The question is Idris Elba solely understanding global policy better than potentially hundreds of thousands of El Salvadorians for I don't know why I said that example, but whatever. You get the point.
But
People who are not necessarily
I think you're a little
privileged enough.
confused.
Okay,
Yeah, I
go
think I'm a
ahead.
little confused because my understanding is that Idris Elba is one of those people that went out to give a speech, right? Because it's going to get attention because he's way more charismatic than some economists or scientists or whatever, and he's able to use this platform to drive this issue. So when I'm talking about like meetings held in private, I don't think Idris Elba is the kind of person that I'm talking about, right? Maybe the meeting that they have in private is just them trying to figure out what the speech is going to be, how he's going to word certain things, etc. Right. So I feel like that would kind of take away the magic from the
Okay,
speech. But
so
sure, if you want to have that in public, go for it. What I'm talking about when I say like industry leaders having meetings in private with the governments, are companies like Pfizer, right? Companies like fucking like oil companies, right? Who need to deal with climate change and need to find a way to change their business in such a way that isn't going to destroy the planet. Right. I feel
I
like
agree that intelligent people should talk with intelligent people, but we're talking about access. Idris Elba is extremely charismatic, or at least he plays characters that are. I'm at least slightly I'm bare minimum charismatic. What's the line of charisma where you earn access to the Davos Institute?
wait, are you asking why you can't be a young global leader and like go out and give speeches?
I'm asking where is the line where I become
Well, he can't
accessible?
penetrate the cabinet.
Well, you need to build
He
a
doesn't have
platform.
he doesn't have the power
Build
to
a
be able to
platform, build
subvert
celebrity,
national
become
institutions
a
for the World
national
Economic
become a
Forum
national
space
figure.
institutions.
I'm sorry, a global figure. That if I were to go to like Africa or fucking Brazil or wherever on the planet, so if I say, hey, look at this guy, people are gonna know who the fuck you are. Do
Do I
that,
need
and
to
I'm sure
be
they'll invite you.
do I need to be a global figure in order to do good for my economy, my local economy, my
No,
international economy? So then
no,
why
of
would we
course.
use that as the metric? If I'm Pedro Pascal and I'm fucking this little fucking 18-year-old in Venezuela, right? And I want to learn about and engage or at least observe what they're talking about at the higher level, the peak of society. We're talking about people who are purely aristocrats. You don't get into Davos unless you are, right? If I want to do that and then I am able to successfully integrate some of these solutions into my local society, that's a good thing. If I don't understand. Like at the end of the day, we're
But
talking
it
about
seems
access
like
to information.
you do have access to that. What you're saying that you don't have
You
access
have
to
access
is
to
like
an
the sausage.
interpretation of
Wait, hold on.
interpretation.
You have the you have the access to the sausage itself, but not the making process of the sausage. Where all these people are like brainstorming about how to fix this like certain issue. So and I think that's fine. I think for the average person that is totally acceptable.
I think it's totally fine in society and a plus that people realize how dumb millionaires are. Yes, I agree. The foundating like or that's not a word, but you get my point, right? The foundating probably don't. The foundation of what they're building here, it's gonna sound wacky because again, they're brainstorming, like you said, I agree with this. They're not gonna sound optically good. They're gonna sound like idiots, at least who are trying to come up with solutions. Inherently, that's a part of the process. That's a good thing for people to realize. I think it's a problem that people think that if you're successful, you're hyper intelligent. I would like to see like the process, the sausage being created so that people understand it's not just pure intelligence happening here. There is brainstorming. There are bad ideas that get played with and moved around until they become good ideas. That process is integral. And to cut people out of it only helps the ultra rich, only helps
Wait,
the aristocracy
how
with
is
this
that
being
image
cut out?
building.
This,
How
I
is
think
that
I think
being
it
what
cut
you
allows
are
these
dealing
people,
with,
and these are
what
people that have the most to lose in society, right? So it allows them to be honest, open, and frank with their suggestions and ideas. Because if they weren't able to do that, right? If they had to worry about millions of people watching them, waiting for them to slip up and post something on Twitter that destroys the jobs of thousands of people in their company, I don't think they'd even attend.
Like
this
Alu,
is
if you
not. This
actually
is
wanted
not.
to know the process, like you don't actually want to be a billionaire and like become a member of the WEF. You want to become an academic. You want to become an economist. You actually want to do data work and like see actually the effects of the policies that they're proposing or they're passing. And maybe you could actually join the WEF as an academic and like propose these
young global
thought-provoking
leader.
economists. Become a young global leader. Get a Nobel Peace Prize in economics. Like actually,
idea-
this is what you when you talk about process. I want to know the process. This shouldn't be gate kept. Well, start going for a PhD.
This is
Which, if we're
what you are
pretending that the
what you are
Ivy League
talking about.
system is
What
not
you are
biased in
talking
how
about.
it selects for
What you are talking about.
its
What you
foundational
are talking
I
competencies.
about.
can't hear two people at the same time. This is fascinating.
Go ahead. I've been talking a lot.
What you're talking about is you are talking about. It is so fucking insane to me that anybody would simp for the WEF. It's beyond me. But what you are essentially
Nice.
talking about is billionaires, right? Getting
Billionaires.
together with state leaders and
Politicians.
NGOs that are partially funded by the state and partially privately funded, et cetera. So you have all of the representatives of
They're funded.
force in the cathedral, right? And you were talking about them getting together to plan how the world should be and utilize force against people that might not necessarily agree with their ideas, but we can use our money and we can use the state and laws and regulations to shape the world in a way that we believe is better, but that you people don't necessarily want.
What if
And
it
the
was better
you are
if they
this
did
is
this over
this
Don't
is
and
an
want
over?
adver-
yet.
this is an
Don't want
advertisement.
yet.
This is an advertisement for slavery, and you are
That's
all
ridiculous.
This is slavery
tacitly
now.
supporting slavery.
Did you guys
There's
see the
no
fucking?
argument
Did you
against it.
see the ad? So the one in the ad that I think highlights maybe a different issue with this one is the
Western
what,
values
yeah,
will be
Western
tested to the
values
breaking
will be
point.
tested at the breaking point. I'm starting to
Come
like
on,
think.
they
Implicit
nuts?
understanding that
stop,
Western
wait,
values
Lifeway,
are
come on, you talk
wrong.
about
I'm-
you talk about
No,
communism.
no,
Are they nuts?
no. So, well,
Yes, they
so
are.
well, in the context of this ad, this is what I'm concerned about. I'm somewhat suspicious that could the World Economic Forum be a platform for attendees, such as representatives of China and other like authoritarian regimes, to push for corporations to push their own Western governments to shift more to their side in order to
Guys,
to
no,
offer
ridiculous.
Guys,
business
guys,
opportunities.
it is
right?
literally
Guys,
the opposite.
Communism is really good
Guys,
for
It is literally the
globalization.
opposite.
Yeah, because
What the
all
Western
Guys,
values
guys,
we're
is
talking
it-
about
guys,
is fucking
liberalized
patriarchy,
market supply chain.
homophobia,
Shut up,
transphobia.
Doobie,
etc. These are
Doobie,
the- hold on.
Doobie.
No, you're
Shut the
upset.
fuck
Hold on.
up.
But
Guys,
that is
No,
actually
guys,
you're stop
this is
memeing for
why
a
they're
second.
pushing
Don't
gender
worry.
parity
Guys,
initiatives.
Stop
don't worry.
naming.
Guys, don't worry. ESG corporate takeover to force our diversity, equity, inclusion initiatives will get rid of the patriarchy. Guys, don't worry. You'll eat much less meat. That'll
Hey,
be
you're-
fucking beautiful, won't it? Climate change is going to
you're
disperse
dumbing
so
this
many
down.
people. We need to accept
are
all of
long-term
these
projects.
immigrants.
Yeah, it's not
You
just
can-
we
if
did
you-
this one thing
You're
and
just
suddenly
being
patriarchy is
outraged
gone.
over and over
None of these
again.
people think that way. So in fact, I pulled it because I remember reading this years ago, right? But I pulled it up just to be sure. That phrase, you'll own nothing and be happy, comes from an article where they're basically talking about a utopian society where energy is free, transportation is so cheap, they don't need. It doesn't make sense to own a car in a city, et cetera. Like they're not talking about like tomorrow we're going to take your fucking cars away and make you rent a car for the weekend if you want to like go out.
Slave.
They're not talking about that. They're talking about a future in which energy is
Improved
literally
material
free,
conditions.
and yeah. So
They're
they're talking about a
they're talking
post-scarcity,
about-
basically a post-scarcity society where AI and robots do all
Gay
the fucking
face
work,
communism.
and all you do is
Read
just hang out,
between the
you hang
lines,
out-
Doobie. Look at
No,
the
bro,
ad.
there's
No,
no-
read
They
the
are
lines.
talking-
Read
There's
the
no-
lines.
Read the
They're
lines
talking
and read
about
between the
a
lines.
sustainable
Doobie,
future
you
where people who aren't
fascist
wage
fucking
slaves,
piece of
who
shit.
aren't fucking
Shut up.
wage slaves.
You're a
That's
fucking
what they're talking
fascist.
about.
You're
That's
literally
what- that's
ridiculous.
what's between the
Mental
lines. I'm talking
You're
about.
literally a
People
fascist.
who aren't
Wow,
sustainable.
wow.
This is-
Oh,
People aren't
okay.
wage
You're
slaves.
a
That's
fascist.
what it is.
Okay.
Shut
We
up.
get it. You're a fascist.
Shut-
I
Hey,
get that you like fascism.
Stop. Oh my God! Wow,
That's
guys.
fascist.
All right. Ty, I'm guessing you're gonna be the voice of reason here. I'm gonna just give what you're gonna say, but you're gonna be the voice of reason. So I'm gonna give you a chance.
I'll,
Calm us down here, right?
The voice of it
Lectoid
ain't no
and
big deal. It's not a
Well,
voice of
Lectoid and
reason.
No.
Alu. Ty.
Reason is opposing fascism.
Oh my God.
Hi.
I love you all. All right. So here's the thing. I don't know if I'm going to be the voice of reason, but I think both parties are actually a little bit right here. There are definitely people who get together who have these ideologies that are goddamn awful. Like, I would never trust these people with a potato gun, let alone like keeping economic policy or your children around them, right? But there are other people out there that I think really do have, like, if you will, a level of benevolence to them. They want, if you will, a greater good. I don't agree with how they want to get there. Absolutely not. And yeah, I totally get the whole like be scared part, because I don't think Star Trek turns out nearly as nicely as a lot of people think it would. But when it comes down to it, there is levels where just assuming that all of these are just absolutely monstrosity actors, I think that completely goes beyond the pale, because most of these people don't even agree with each other.
Let's go to Lectoid, then Alu.
Yeah, I just, again, I think
And
you
Jay-Chow.
read the lines, but also read between the lines and look at the context in which this stuff is being said, and the claims that are being made here, right? You know, whatever you want, you'll rent, right? You're not going to own anything. You're going to rent everything. Western values, they're going to be, they're going to be tested, and we got to let in more refugees, right? We got to do more, like there seems to be like prescriptions that are being made, within the advertisement campaign here. And specifically the prescription that I think concerns me the most is, what are they saying? Well, the U.S. is not going to be the power. There's going to be other countries like that are going to be like an important powers. Western values are going to be, tested. And what's the purpose of these statements? What are they trying to get at? I think that they're trying to appeal to non-Western countries. That's what it appears to be, right? It appears to be that these people with direct financial interests and investments in China and other like non-Western countries seem to be trying to appeal to that ideal. And also, again, like it's so fucking skeptical. Like, I'm so skeptical when you have people who own, again, more than anything they own more than any of us ever will, telling us that we don't need to own anything, that we're going to rent everything. From who? I'm assuming from them, right? That sure helps them out. I mean, what's the end goal here? What are they pushing for? Are they just coming together just to like write a science fiction novel? Or are they meeting with heads of state for a reason? Are the heads of state there who are listening to people opine and stuff like this and make these predictions and kind of sugarcoat it and make it look good?
They are petitioning those that wield force over you to make changes for the world that they envision that benefits them.
Likes.
So am I good to go now?
The fuck are you talking about? No,
Clearly.
they're at
It's a
Davos meeting
Facebook
with
ad.
they're meeting with government officials talking about trying to do everything they can from people that, by the way, use money and fund them, and then saying, hey, we'll fund things, we'll help you out, right?
Funding exists.
You have the powers that be trying to come together with ways that they can force you into their world vision of
Yeah, that's
eating
called
less meat,
politics.
accepting more refugees, creating
Scott,
carbon
I
taxes,
apologize
creating.
that there's a higher power than you on the individual level. Like, I'm sorry, this goes against everything that.
What you're
you
talking
believe
about
in
is
an
the
anarchist
marriage of corporation and the state. We have a name for that. It's called fascism, and you have several people here openly supporting it.
Like, hold on. Even like the owning
that
thing.
bad.
Is anybody here skeptical of somebody, a rich guy telling you you're not going to own anything, but you'll be happy? Is there anything skeptical about that?
Okay,
Yeah,
again,
you know what? I'll tell them now. I want to own something,
You need to look at the
but I'm not going to be
context
like,
in which that
you
was said.
fucking billionaire conspiracy. You're trying to force down your worldview down my throat. I'm going to fucking kill you. No.
Of course,
They're
trying to
literally
force it.
trying
Hold on,
to force their worldview on you.
Lactoid.
That's
you
a
need to-
fact.
You need to look at the context
prediction.
in which I was said. So
It's just
one
a
of the
No,
other
it's
things.
literally a fact.
Oh,
they are
God.
petitioning people that make
Okay.
the laws
petition
that you
you?
have to
Can I knock
follow.
on your door? Hey, Mr. Scott, where the
No,
Hey,
because they don't have
whoa,
to knock
whoa.
on your door.
Hey,
They can go
hey,
directly to the
okay,
FBI director.
Got it. Alu, go ahead.
Give me oh shit. Give me 1 second, bro. I'm sorry.
Get fucked.
Okay.
Fuck. All right. No. Let someone else go, and I'll go after. I have to reformat. I can't think in text at
Okay.
the same
no,
time.
Actually,
Okay,
I didn't want to
okay,
shout.
Okay,
I didn't
okay,
want you to
okay.
put
It's
yourself
just
Okay. Everyone, stop. Shut up. We got Jay-Chow. I said Jay Chow could go next. Then we'll go Corey, who hasn't
Well,
talked
let,
in
let me.
quite a
I'll
bit,
be good by
and
then. I'll
then
be good
Ty.
by then.
All right. Jay Chow.
All right. Just to throw a bone at Tiberius, and also address the am I like simping for the WEF? I don't like being called that because I don't think I am a simp for the WEF. I could criticize them for actual things such as their attempt to infiltrate the decision making of the United Nations. I find that to be incredibly dangerous. Something that actually Lactoid and Scott, I'm surprised that you guys haven't brought this up.
I did.
And you for like the past 40 minutes you guys have just been yelling at this ad, which is just a list of predictions. It's nothing. It's not even policy. But to throw a bone at Tiberius, like I have a lot of criticisms of people in the past who they have their expertise, they are backed by legitimate organizations such as the World Bank and the IMF, who have gone around the developing world saying, hey, follow these policies of like decreasing your funding towards these social programs so that you can get out of debt and like the IMF could give you money, or to like go into massive debt into spending on a number of infrastructure projects with like building this mall which ends up to be like really old and crusty, has like no it's just bad infrastructure policies and actually doesn't produce any wealth. Like what neoliberalism has done, and I will admit, is that it has caused debt crises. It has caused inflation. It has caused a number of standards of livings all across the world to decrease. Those are valid critiques of globalization as a whole, as well as a number of policies that people who go to the WEF want to implement. But what is kind of nice about today is that the IMF and the World Bank are completely different. And the same thing goes for the WEF. The WEF used to be all about economics. It used to all be about how can we make globalization as good and fast and better as possible. And a lot of it is for their self-interest. That is correct. We all act within our self-interest. Doesn't mean that self-interest is zero sum. We could all benefit if we all pursued our self-interest. It's not a they versus them kind of a situation, or us versus them kind of situation. But the WEF has transformed to this day where they're talking about a lot of pressing issues that have something to do with economics, but are not solely for the purpose of driving profit. They're talking about climate change. They're talking about labor practices. They're talking about COVID. They're talking about the Ukraine war and how that has affected global supply chains. How best can we deal with the Ukraine war right now? And how well can we actually reorganize our global economy so that we could get back to a number of standard of living where we don't have to maybe rely on Russian energy?
Okay.
Those are totally valid problems that require, I will say, global solutions. And the WEF is a forum for those kinds of discussions. And like the WEF at Davos is just one meeting for a number of weeks at one place. The WEF is year round. You're a member
So
for that organization, and you're making a number of decisions. But it just so happens that when Davos happens, then everybody starts complaining about it. I guess it's because it's on the media, it's on the news, people are more salient about it. But like 1 week later, everybody's gonna forget about it and carry on their day.
Okay.
okay, so they talk about climate change, but the majority of them fly on private jets. They talk about labor, but the majority of them are anti-union. They talk about all sorts of things. And at the end of the day, most of these people are antithetical to the solutions.
Yeah, you could call them
What we're talking
hypocrites.
about,
That's totally
the
valid.
value of Davos Institute and the WD, or I'm sorry, I was about to say the WWE, the WEF isn't in the conference itself. It's in, again, access, right? Now, when the other part of it that y'all
Access
have
to
been
be
talking about,
hypocrites?
access to information. You are dealing with people who are uniquely in the position to know a broader level of information about given sectors. That's just unequivocally true. These people are at the height zenith of markets. They understand, or maybe not understand, but at least have access to information that your average person does not. That's where the magic is. Being able to talk to someone who is at the zenith of their career and at the zenith of a given market. That's what you're actually paying $600,000 a year for. It's not at the Davos Institute. It's fucking TopLink. It's the constant access. It's the pervasive access. It's
Yeah, there's
the
networks.
long-term access. Now, on the other hand of it, you guys are talking about their ad that they made like 3 years ago about you'll own nothing and be happy. At the end of I interpret that as you'll own nothing and be happy. I don't interpret that as you'll rent and be happy, because at the end of the day, renting versus single family homes is a conversation that's entirely contextual upon your wealth. If I am wealthy and I have the ability to operate homes as assets, then home ownership is fucking great. It's
Just letting you
a
know,
surfing at the
it
beach.
says on
If
the screen
I'm
in the ad, whatever you want, you'll rent.
That's fine. If I'm it's irregardless of my point, right? Like if I'm relatively lacking in terms of the amounts I can invest, which isn't really true anymore, but regardless, it may make more sense to rent, because single family homes are insanely inefficient in terms of energy value, in terms of financial interest, in terms of logistics, whatever, right?
Right.
Furthermore,
They'll
when I
own a
hear
pod, maybe.
you'll own nothing and be happy, what I actually hear is the truest liberal axiom. And the truest liberal axiom is we will improve your material conditions to such a point that the rest will become reduced. We will improve your material conditions to such a point that whether or not you have ownership or you're renting is almost irrelevant, because you will have food, shelter, and access to healthcare. That's a
That-
liberal mantra. It's not the
That is not
communist
liberal.
mantra.
That's progressive.
You will
No,
Like,
pry
liberals would
my
run
single
from this
family
shit.
it's not.
home
It is
from my
inherently liberal.
cold,
It
dead
is not
hands. I
progressive.
swear to
It is
God.
inherently
Inherently liberal.
anti-liberal.
I'm not
It
living
is
in a
inherently
fucking
liberal.
pod.
Absolutely not. I fundamentally disagree with this. It is inherently liberal. Liberalism is improving good for the most amount of people. I'm
That
not a
is not
liberal.
remotely what liberalism
It is
is.
absolutely what
It's
liberalism is.
communitarianism.
There
I-
is no liberalism without egalitarianism.
I say
Liberalism could
communitarianism.
change to the point where it does become that, but
If
that's
it was
a very
if it was
esoteric, like,
liberalism, you
semantic
wouldn't have
argument.
used the term material conditions.
Let's not.
Yes.
Let's
No,
not. Sorry,
absolutely,
I was
absolutely not.
muted.
Liberals use
Guys,
material
Red
conditions as a
flag.
metric
guys,
constantly.
I don't want to argue about the definition of liberalism. All right. Let's go to Corey, and then Ty, and then Doobie. All right.
Yeah, just
Also,
to
we're in bonus time. So like we've gone past like the end of the usual end of this thing. So be aware if you need to drop. That's okay. We're already done with that. But like if you want to continue the conversations, please stick around. All right, Corey.
yeah, just to engage with Lactoid a bit. So like I made my position clear in terms of like I don't advocate for the World Economic Forum or like for these types of meetings. And like so I don't know all the context behind this ad, but it's been on a loop, so I've been watching it the same as you. But like it seems to, at least to me, like you're reading too much into it, at least as far as I can know from my perspective, where like it's making predictions, and like one of those predictions that like Scott brought up is like you will you'll eat or consume less meat, right? But I don't know how that makes any prescriptions. Like, what if like you advocate for reducing subsidies to animal agriculture? Like, what if it's like that's the direction of how like you consume less meat, just because like it'll be cost prohibitive?
Right. There are clear prescriptions now, in terms of, or like end goal prescriptions. They're obviously not going to get into the nitty gritty about how they're going to get there. I think that's probably true.
Name one policy
But-
that does that.
Hold on. So when we're talking about like you're going to eat less meat, I think it's safe to assume that the advocacy here is
Which
eating
we
less
probably both
meat.
agree on. Like that's probably like the trend, at least. And
Sure.
probably the
Look,
direction to go in.
the specific thing of you'll eat less red meat. I have less of an issue with that one. I think you could accomplish that just by removing agricultural subsidies. I'm more concerned with the very broad statements of Western values will be tested. You'll own nothing and be happy. That one I think is clearly like the worst. I think that's probably part of the reason it's gotten the most pushback. You'll rent everything you need. Of course, it doesn't say where you'll rent it from. I mean, again, look at the people who it's coming from. You have to look
that's
at
fair.
like the work not only in terms of like what they're saying, but what they're not saying and who it's coming from, right?
Okay, but well, the wealthy, do they eat meat?
They might. I don't fucking know. I mean, they
Well, yeah,
probably
but
they can
I'm just
probably
saying, like,
afford the lab grown meat, right? While all of us
I'm
peasants.
just saying, like, I would say it's probably fair to say, like, the vast majority of people, they consume animal products. Okay, I don't think that's a controversial
Sure,
statement, right?
sure.
And so, like, in that, I'm not saying that they have your interest in mind. I'm definitely not going to go that far. But at least, there is like, I think you can make some sort of argument that they're not completely like selfishly interested alone. If they're like
Yeah,
if they at least can
let me
recognize that meat consumption maybe not the
Well,
best
well,
thing.
notice how they
let me
say
interject
you'll
for
eat.
just a second. Calmly,
Sure.
like, I won't scream at anybody this time, right? So when you say, well, like, well, how is this? How do we connect these dots, right? When you have the UN and WF leaders and corporations saying that climate change is such an existential threat that we need to massively reduce nitrogen runoffs in farms, right? And what we need to do is impose massive regulations on the Netherlands to the point where they basically can no longer have cattle. And then you have representatives from the UN telling them, well, that's not a problem because you import soy from Brazil and the cows are eating the soy. So all of you just need to eat the soy instead of growing cattle, and you'll be able to meet all of your nitrogen standards. Never mind that this causes a reduction in supply in food to the world that they're exporting out to and causes inflation in food prices and might actually lead to people starving in other places because of those increased food prices. It doesn't matter because we got to stop these things. Now, that's very different than a group of people saying it would be better that we do these things and our farms we're going to do. And we want to put out literature as to why it's healthier to eat certain things than saying we're going to work together with leaders and heads of state to impose restrictions that cause farmers to abandon their farms so that we can expand the city into these areas in the Netherlands and have a war on farmers with regulations and state enforcement to intentionally drive the price of meat up and to make food costs go higher because shut up and eat the soy. We told you so. It's for your own good. There's a
It's like
huge
there are
difference between
trade-offs.
those two.
And you'll rent the soy. You won't even own the soy. It'll be
Yeah,
shipped
so
in.
Right.
It'll be
Alright,
shipped
hey,
in through
guys, I
Amazon
need-
drones.
I need an out real quick. I've got a closing statement, then I just gotta go because I gotta work in the morning. So, just real quick. This is probably gonna sound like it's a dig at Fabian or Scott. It's not, but it is kind of like what you're talking about. There's a lot of people who are looking to put their worldview on you, whether it's the church, whether it's Democrats, whether it's Republicans, whether it's you. You might be doing it. One of you panelists, right? Institutions, personal issues, all this kind of things. Everyone's has an agenda. Everyone's pretty active. I'm not nearly concerned about the other guys getting involved. I'm more concerned about if you are getting involved, because that's the real thing that's going to make a difference in your own life. Is that, are you actually advocating your best interest, or are you pulling a 9 to 5? You go home, you sit out, and then you get ready for the next day. Because if that's the case, well, that might be one of the reasons why things aren't going your way. But anyway, I've been Tiberius D. I appreciate you all for having me, but I have a real job that I got to get to. So I appreciate you all having me, and we'll catch you next time.
I openly admit that I am doing everything I can to impose my worldview onto you because the rest of you are wrong.
Hey,
Doobie,
likewise.
Doobie, you want
Scott,
to say
that's the
something?
one thing we
Yeah.
can agree on.
Oh, Doobie can agree with that too.
Everybody could.
Well, I
Doobie
love
doesn't
Scott
have
even
a
if he needs to
consistent worldview. He
corrected.
just
Yeah.
just
That's
has
not true.
He
devil's
absolutely
advocate.
I've said many times, I like good things and I dislike bad things. I want to describe some good things to you. Okay, this is what's when the quote is fully fleshed out. This is what they're talking about. I'm going to read it to you. It says, "Welcome to the year 2030. Welcome to my city, or should I say our city. I don't own anything. I don't own a car. I don't own a house. I don't own any appliances or clothes. It might seem odd to you, but it makes perfect sense for us in the city. Everything considered a product has now become a service. We have access to accommodation, transportation, food, and all the things we need in our daily lives. One by one, all these things became free, so it didn't make any sense for us to own much. It goes on to say that if they need something, if they want to go somewhere, they call like an automated car, and it comes and picks them up within minutes. They can call a flying car if they need that, and that's all. This is all totally free. If they want to cook something, it doesn't make any sense to keep like a crepe cooker or a fucking pasta strainer in their cupboard, because they can just go on an app, say, hey, I need this thing, and it's delivered to their door within minutes. Totally free. So what this is laying out is a post-scarcity society where anything and everything you could possibly need is free, and so it doesn't make sense to cling on to things that you guys would like
Yeah.
to, right? We're talking about reformatting the of human civilization away from this kind of like rugged individualism where we're fighting over like pieces of material, something where like we can say, hey, yeah, I'm not fucking using that chair anymore. Why is it in my fucking house? Well, today you would say, oh, I paid $200 for that fucking chair. I don't want to get rid of it. But someone out there needs a fucking chair. So in this society, would say, hey, I need a chair. Go on the app, say, hey, deliver me a chair. They deliver you a fucking chair. When you don't want it anymore, you don't need it anymore. You say, hey, come pick it up. It's that simple. And this terrible thing that we're talking about sounds like fucking paradise to the average person in the world who's struggling to find food, struggling to find clothing that fits, struggling to find shoes and transportation, and grinding 9 to 5.
Let me read one
This
part
is a
here.
society. This is a society that they're talking about where people don't even work. They don't work
Yeah.
because everything is done by fucking robots. They're literally talking about like a utopian post-scarcity society. That's where that phrase comes from. And in that kind of society, I think it makes sense to say it wouldn't make sense to own a lot of shit or anything. Because if you need something,
Right.
you just order it and then get rid of it whenever you're not using it anymore. It
Dude,
makes
what
sense to say, hey,
what we're
wait,
talking
wait,
why
wait.
do I need to own this house?
Doobie,
What we're
Doobie,
talking about is
you
essentially
said a very long strain of things instead of just saying what they're talking about is communism.
it's
That's all you
not.
need
Oh,
to be
wait,
saying.
wait, let-
What we're
let- wait,
talking
let-
about is
let
people
me-
not starving in the
wait,
fucking
wait,
street.
wait,
Good
I-
economy.
I
You decide
wanna
to
read-
cling into your fucking private
I
property.
want to read one paragraph here. In our city,
right, commie.
in our city, we don't pay any rent because someone else is using our free space whenever we do not need it. My living room is used for business meetings when I am not there.
What's wrong with that?
Okay.
We're
No,
optimizing
Would
space.
you
it's
would
a
you be
good question.
comfortable?
What
Would
is
you
wrong
be?
with that?
What's wrong with other people coming into my house and using my living room for business meetings?
Okay,
Not
so
literally your
so
living
again, you're doing the thing where you're like, oh shit, they're gonna come and sit on my sofa or steal my
They,
shit.
they literally are going to like come into my space.
Think about it again. This
You can't replicate
hold on,
space.
this concept, right? So when you're not there, I'm assuming they're not coming. But if,
I don't
in
want them
this-
there
in
when
this
I'm not
concept,
there.
If they steal, it wouldn't make sense for them to steal shit because they could get all the same shit for free within minutes. Like this is why it doesn't make sense to say, oh god, they're gonna
There'd be
come to
no
my house and
crime.
steal my fucking silverware. They can get their own fucking silverware for free. Why would they need to do that?
So they're just like, okay, this is just like Star Trek. They're just like, what
Dad's
if
phrase is
yeah,
meant to describe
literally,
scarcity.
so
this is utopia.
so
It
so
is
what
not
so
meant
what
to
you
be
what you're
applied
saying
to
then?
today.
Yeah.
It's
Okay,
not
hold
meant
on,
to be applied to
Doobie.
today and used to
What you're
scare people
saying
away
is
from a better world.
Okay, so
first
wait,
off,
well, hold on,
this is
hold on.
ridiculous.
What you're saying is then that like people are paying $600,000 and governments are subsidizing a bunch of rich people to get together and say, well, what if we did Star Trek but in real life? That's like
No,
what
it's
this is
how-
what's happening.
How do we do Star
Prediction.
Trek? It's how do we do Star Trek but in real life? That's what they're trying to get to. Some of
And-
these
and how?
people- Some of these people
Did
are
they ever say how?
born
They're
incredibly
nuts.
wealthy. Some of these people are born incredibly
is
wealthy.
this an
All
ad
they fucking
campaign?
do is sit around.
Why is
and,
this
and
an
think
ad
of ways
campaign?
and think
Because
of
it's a
ways
hot
to minimize the guilt they feel from being incredibly wealthy when the rest of the world is starving. Right?
You're lying.
Yeah, and a lot of this
You're
is just virtue
lying.
signaling because they
No,
can't do this right
I'm
now.
gonna interrupt you
Unfortunately,
because
people
you're
like
full
you
of
Wait,
shit.
wait,
exist.
one more paragraph.
No, listen,
You
no,
need to be
listen,
nudged
listen,
over
listen,
time
listen,
to a better perspective, and that takes getting rid of hate speech.
I don't need you to bloviate about how amazing fucking communism is.
No,
Listen,
nobody
It's
is
not.
doing
You want to
that.
call that
No, listen,
communism?
you are
Sure,
l-
go
you
call
are-
it communism
you
if you'd like.
you
What I'm talking about
are
is reality
lying.
in which
Wait,
people
wait,
are
wait,
starving
wait,
to death.
there's
They
one
don't
more
have
paragraph.
fucking food.
Wait, there's
which
one
is
more
happening
paragraph.
right now.
Okay.
Listen,
Whoa.
let me
We
simply
can't-
say this.
Oh my god. Yeah, simply say that the only thing I got to get to Lactoid.
Yeah, I want to read
Okay,
more paragraph.
it's very simple. It's very simple. This is an ad campaign. They are attempting to change people's minds. This is not some simple like, hey, the world might look like this one day. What this is them actively. This is them. Jay Chow, shut up. This is them actively putting forward their vision of the future and saying that all of you people with your Western values and your rugged individualism and your demand for private property are standing in our way, and we, the billionaires, are working with corporations, NGOs, and your state actors to impose things on you to force this beautiful communist utopia upon you.
You're making this up.
So-
Standing in
wait,
your
I
own way
wanna-
because you're clinging to shit because it was what you were born into.
Wait, I want to.
Made up.
Let me read.
Lactoid, you can respond to
Oh
both
yeah,
of that. stuff.
yeah. So I do think this is an ad campaign, but from the thing that you linked, Doobie, here's another
really is.
here's another paragraph. Once in a while, I get annoyed about the fact I have no real privacy. Nowhere I can go and not be registered. I know that somewhere everything I do, think, and dream of is recorded. I just hope that no one will use it against me. All in all, it is a good life, much better than the path we were on, where it became so clear that we could not continue with the same model of growth.
So, Lactoid, do you believe that the people who were envisioning this prediction actually thought it was a good thing?
So again, is this like just like a Star
is-
Trek
okay,
dystopian
the
novel,
thing
or is
about-
like why is this an
No,
ad?
Lactoid, the person literally
Why
fucking
is this an
clarified
ad?
and said
Why
that
is this an ad
this
campaign?
is neither a utopia or a dystopia. This
Okay,
is just
then
where
it's a
we're-
waste of
I
money.
think where we
This is
may
a
be
possible
going
future.
for better or worse. It's just
Can
a
we-
possible fucking
Yeah,
future.
they're
You're
just
getting
they're
so
just
triggered
they're just
over
jerking off.
prediction.
And
They're
I
just
think-
jerking
and I
off.
think a much better
Between the
future.
lines, instead
A
of
much
reading
better
the-
future than
reading
what you're
in
proposing.
between the
This is
lines.
where
We're
we
not
have to
reading
go.
between nothing. You guys are just making this up out of thin air.
They're just jerking off on
No,
screen.
we
That's
get
all.
it.
It
We
is
get
where
it.
we
We get it.
should go.
Get it.
Because again,
get
this
it.
future, as
Where
scary as
we
it sounds
should
that
go.
people might see your porn history, is a future in which people aren't starving to death
I
and needing
disagree
to
with
get up
Dave
at
Movie
6
here.
a.m.
This is
to
just
go
a
grind away in
prediction.
the fucking factory
is
to
a
feed their family.
This is
That's
a
a much better.
prescription.
That's a much better world than
This is a-
most people live in
no,
today.
This is a prescription of the things that you
This is
have to
Soviet.
accept
Other
because
P,
climate
the
and
other
because
P
of all of and
prediction.
this is a prescription of where we have to go. And don't worry, you'll be happy. And don't worry that you don't have privacy or security. But we had to do these things because of climate and because
You're
of
not dealing with
scarce
his argument.
etc.
You're not dealing with his argument. His argument, Doobie's argument, comes down to, I believe that if certain premises are correct, if I own nothing but I have access to all of my material conditions met, I can eat, I can sleep under shelter, I have access to healthcare, then that is a
They can
fair
monitor
deal.
your
And
thoughts.
you're saying in return, just they have a plan and it's nefarious, but you're not actually dealing with his contention.
That is a nefarious plan. To
Why
have,
is it what
to
makes
have
that
your bet-
nefarious?
yes, to
The
have your
nefarious plan is to
better-
make their lives better. Yeah.
Hold on, no,
to
let
have-
him.
to have your betters, right? Make sure that you have no privacy. Make sure that you have anxiety about what may be used against you. But it's okay because your betters control everything and own everything, and the world is okay because your material conditions are met. Is literally the socialist nightmare that often keeps me awake at night.
It's Soviet,
Okay,
yeah,
can I
absolutely
respond
Soviet
to that?
mentality.
Respond
Doesn't to me.
So the part of the trailer, I guess, that talks about if your material conditions are at peak, right? You have them met, and as a result of that, private property is irrelevant to the equation. It doesn't matter. Fucking lovely, right? If the other part where they're saying, well, I'm surveilled 100% of the time, or if we were to insert any authoritarian measure, I would, in my opinion, right, because we are talking about real people who created a real trailer and acknowledge that to some degree they are in some sort of bubble, right? That aspect is more likely to be a part of the fact that they are aristocratic fucks. And so, of course, they're going to talk about, well, we want them to be comfortable with us being in control of the mechanism. But that's the fucking question, right? If I said to you that our industries are going to become more and more hyper efficient, I don't think you're going to disagree. I think you agree with me that in terms of global economics, where we were 400 years ago and where we are now is a clear improvement in material conditions, that as
Let
we
me
progress,
explain
please let me get to the end of this because I'm retarded. Okay. If
Based.
if we agree if we agree, right, that progressively as society advances, material conditions get better and industry gets more efficient and more nuanced and more complicated, then we might also agree that there's a point at which you have to make a decision. Are we going to allow, understanding that we have a near superfluous efficient system that is capable of distributing goods from point A to point B, right, without any real debilitating cost, are we going to allow that to be owned by private interest, which to me is essentially fiefdoms? You essentially have maybe what you want, because you have yellow and black flag, anarcho-capitalism. Or alternatively, since it is capable, it is a mechanism capable of distributing good from A to B with little issue, we start nationalizing. These are the questions. Now, Davos Institute, which is actually ironically on your side of things, the Davos Institute has an interest in this being privatized, and so therefore wants there to be some mechanism of whether you are comfortable with me still owning the totally efficient, capable of distributing regardless of class system. They want to retain ownership. You
Okay,
should
okay,
agree with this. You want
okay.
this.
No, no, no. That was a long way to say that I should agree with your fascism. So let me explain. Okay. First of all, the utopia that is put forward in the ad campaigns and everything is a complete myth. There's no such thing as post scarcity because man and his thoughts and his will are a scarce resource. It doesn't matter if the plants, the
Bullshit.
trees, the ores, the everything. I can come up with ideas, and you can come up, Alu, with ideas that no man could think of. Right? That is a scarce resource. The time that an individual invests. Number one. Number two, understanding
we
that is
talking labor value?
understanding understand. Yeah, we believe
I'm
in
joking. Please continue. Please
listen,
continue.
listen,
Please.
no.
I'm sorry.
Man has an inherent right to his body, and he has a right to the fruits of his labor. Okay, when he homesteads property, right, he mixes his labor, his time, his energy, his will, and creates something that only man can do, so far as we know. And when you take those things away from him, you cannot separate that labor from the commodity that it is, and it becomes a form of enslavement. Okay, what you were talking about in the utopia where all material conditions are met is that you don't get to own anything. What you're saying is that in this post scarcity world that we presumably live in, the man does not have the ability to own. He does not have the ability to achieve. He does not have the ability to shape his world and have ownership of things and
Understood.
grow his environment. And instead, what you were talking about is a comfortable slavery.
Can I?
Bullshit.
Okay, so I understand where you're disagreeing now, right? You seem to equate ownership with the ability to create and innovate, and I don't agree with that. I don't think that you have to. I mean, in certain legal statuses, yes, right? Depending on the IP law in your given nation. But I don't agree with the concept that just naturally, just biology, you must own a thing to be able to create something new. If you're saying that by owning nothing, you cannot create, I fundamentally disagree. They don't make any statements on you cannot create. They say you do not own,
No,
right?
no.
To
That's
my
not
Yeah,
mind,
it could be as
point is
simple as
owning
pulling,
a
pulling
supply
away from the
chain,
individual, pulling away from the individual, and like, hey, when
you're
I work
saying
on a new thing, a new technology, it's not for me. It's not to make myself wealthy because I have
it is
everything I
for
need.
the
It's for the
collective.
No, it
collective.
is
It's for everybody because I'd
altruism
like
is
to make the
evil.
world a better place.
And it is
Altruism is evil.
nonetheless yours.
And
It's
the
just
thing
not
that I
private
own is my
property.
legacy because I'm the
No,
person who did this thing.
no, what
Precisely.
you were like man's mind is a scarce resource. There is no such thing as a
No,
post
but
scarcity
we're not
world.
reducing
It
that. That
cannot
doesn't go
exist.
anywhere. That
Yeah,
doesn't go anywhere.
in fact, in this
Listen,
society, man would have
in the
more time to use his mind to do things because he wouldn't need to be working 9 to 5 every day.
No,
How
not
many
with AI
people? How
art.
many brilliant fucking?
that's
Aren't you
not what we're
tired of
talking.
of rich
That's not what.
fucks? Hold on. Aren't you tired of rich fucks having rich fuck kids who then go to rich fuck colleges to produce results? Wouldn't it be nice if we could take advantage of the millions and billions of brilliant minds that we will never know their accomplishments because they die of fucking poverty, they starve to death, they die in adverse conditions.
You're missing
If
the
we had
ad
their needs
campaign.
met,
It would not
wouldn't
be
it
nice.
not
No, it
No,
would be
they're
horrible.
not. They're not
It would
saying
be
you get it
horrible.
for
Many
free.
It
brilliant
would be
people
horrible because
are dying
because
on
you're
factory
talking about
floors today.
no. It's
Okay,
no. It would be
there's no
horrible
reason.
because you're
There
talking
is
about
no reason.
stealing from
or like
me.
the
You're talking
80
about
phones
stealing.
Hey,
20
You're
years old.
stealing.
hey. Okay.
Fucking
I
communists.
don't see. Okay, so well, in this conversation, I don't see
Where's
why we have
McCarthy when you
to.
need him?
We were talking about. Oh boy, we were talking about that ad campaign and just like analyzing it and like why it exists and all that. I don't see why Alu or Juby necessarily have to own this ad campaign, but obviously you can't own anything. We've established that. But like you don't have to own this. So Alu, you're talking about a post scarcity society. You should build that out rather than like relying on this article. I'm not sure if you got to read this article, but this article is like it's not like Jay Chow's been trying to tell us many times before. It's not designing a utopia. I don't think that that's what the author was trying to do. It's not a dystopia. It's simply like a collection of trends that this person is foreseeing. Right?
But
That's
look,
what
look at the
that
ad
appears to
campaign.
be. So like, so
Look
if
at
you're
their
gonna
ad
sorry,
campaign.
oh, one
Look at
second.
that prediction.
Lactoid, I'll
But you
get
have
to you.
to look at
But
what would make that foreseeable
Ali,
future.
Look at the ad
yeah,
campaign.
Alu. So if you want to argue against Scott about a post-scarcity society, build that out. Don't rely on this, because he's just
Good.
going to refer back to the refer back to this article, and then you're going to have to defend those points that you didn't even make.
Right.
So
Well,
consider that.
the ad campaign.
I think that it's
The ad campaign's different.
regardless.
Hold on, the ad
Wait, no, no.
campaign. The ad campaign is different than the story, though, in a critical way, and that I think kind of emphasizes the intention here of the people who worked on this, is that they don't say you're going to be given everything for free. They say you'll own nothing and that you'll be happy, and that you'll rent everything that you want.
Yeah.
When you're renting
Look at the
shit, that
context.
implies that you're like paying money for it, right? Or working a wage job or something, doesn't it? Like, why did they use the word rent?
Oh, maybe it's not as
because
communist as you guys thought it was.
I think
No,
it's rent
no.
as in time, not rent as in money.
Exactly.
So like,
No,
yeah,
We're
I'll
talking
rent
about
everything I
what
need in time.
Yes,
no,
it
I'm
is
saying that-
literally the
So
practical implementation of
so
very
one
early.
article.
Oh,
One
we'll all
example
share
that the article
it. Is that
gives.
what
One example that the article gives.
What-
So
what
if you want
they're
to
saying-
cook
what
for
they're
yourself, if
saying,
you want to make pasta,
Who's
for
letting
example,
this fucking
if you wanna-
fascist?
please,
like,
if you want to make
you-
pasta,
like,
for example,
I've read the
it doesn't
fucking
make
article.
sense to own your own personal pasta like strainer and keep that shoved in a
Gotcha.
cabinet somewhere. Just say, hey, I want to make pasta today. So go on your app, say, hey, I need a pasta strainer, and they'll send you a fucking pasta strainer the same day.
What they're
So you can
saying-
do it.
what they're
And then when you're
saying-
done with
what
it,
they're
is
saying-
rather than shoving it in a cabinet somewhere, you send it back.
yeah, you don't
Right,
own
so somebody
it.
else
what
can
they're
use it.
saying,
You're
what
basically
they're saying
borrowing
is
it.
that the world is headed.
What
in
about
a
sex
direction
toys, Doobie? Would you
because of-
share that?
No,
Absolutely.
this is a vision, right? That the world is headed in a direction because of population overgrowth, Malthusian death cultists, right? And because of climate change, that what is necessary is for you to give up ownership of private property and the ability to have your home and all of these things. And we're going to usher in this new future that has some downsides, but it'll be okay because us, the leaders in the government, are going to work towards a world where all of your material conditions will be met. And instead of owning things like you want to, you'll have the phone app and you'll just be able to get all of the things. So trust us as the stewards into this new world to impose the regulations and the slavery on you, but it will be a happy slavery because
Do you
all
think-
of your needs that we deem that you need will be met.
I think
God,
we're
you're
having an
so
ideological. Hold on.
You're
I think we're having an
so wrong.
ideological conversation instead of a practical one. When this really is a practical one, right? Do you think it is impossible? And just please, a short answer to this. Do you think it is impossible to have industry advance to such a point where you can distribute goods on a more horizontal basis, such as Doobie is talking, where you push a button and thing appears, and when I'm done with it, I push a button and it disappears and leaves a large quantity of said good in the air to be possessed by individuals who have need of said good? Do you think that is empirically impossible with the economics of today or moving forward?
So do I think it's impossible that technology will improve and things can get cheaper? Under capitalism, yeah.
No, but I'm asking you cheaper to a point where distribution is not the loss leader here. Because in
I mean,
any industry,
it'll never be zero.
distribution is the most expensive
It'll
part
never
of
be
any
zero.
operation. It'll never be zero, but it doesn't have to be zero to be what Doobie is advocating for. It just
It'll-
has to
it-
be efficient enough that the transportation cost and the infrastructure that facilitates the transportation cost is good enough for good A to get to good B without necessarily the amount of capital that's required for an entity to be justified in owning it. We allow corporations to
No.
own things because
No.
we believe, and it is a bet, that they will get goods to where they need to go efficiently. That's the
Scott's
only
not
reason
gonna
we
agree
do
with
it.
that.
My answer to that
Scott's
question
not
is no,
gonna
that's
agree
an
with that at all.
impossibility. No. It's
Well,
an
there is no
impossibility.
corporation without the state. So me and Scott are always going to disagree on that. That's fine.
We shouldn't.
That's
Hold
a
on.
different
No.
conversation.
We
No, I don't
let
think Scott's
people
gonna
own
agree. I
things?
think well, Scott, like let me not put words in your mouth, but like as I understand it, like you feel like owning property is like a fundamental right.
It is a
and-
fundamental right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Fundamental or natural?
Both.
Natural, right? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So to say that it's simply a matter of cost, right? Because what you're saying is that, like, in the model that you are designing, right, or at least if you're going off this article and that one, and that the cost of distribution, right, is just so low, and like both in terms of money and in terms of time, to receive the product, it's just so low that it just simply makes sense to like rent it, right? Like, what's the point of owning it? You'll incur more costs in your maintenance of it than you will in simply just waiting to being delivered to you.
So what I
But
would say
like
is, yeah,
Scott,
go ahead.
Scott disagrees. Well, Scott believes.
Let me say what I believe.
Go ahead. Go ahead, please.
Right. You own yourself. You have a right of self autonomy, right? Owning property is because you own yourself, not because you necessarily own the property. It's because your time, your labor, right, is mixed in with it and cannot be separated unless you choose to voluntarily relinquish it. Right. So the idea, it doesn't matter how cheap it is to distribute goods from point A to point B, there will never be a situation where it makes sense for no one to not own something, right? Like, yeah, plenty of people may choose that, like, to no longer own a car because they would prefer Uber, but somebody owns the car, right? Somebody owns the means of transportation. Just because technology gets better and at being able to distribute goods, et cetera, under capitalism, I might add, because under systems like, the World Economic Forum once, that they don't solve the economic calculation problem. But just because, like, somebody owns it, right? And so this idea that you own nothing and that you don't even have a home and all of these things, and it's necessary, what it is talking about is climate change is going to force us to make sure that we own it, and we'll make sure you're happy, right? And like, we'll make sure that you get all the things, and all the our betters are going to make sure that you get all the crumbs that you want, right? But you live in a world, in an environment that we control. Because fundamentally, Davos, so we're circling all the way back around, right? I don't give a fuck that a bunch of billionaires are getting together to talk about how to solve the world's problems and to how to make themselves more money or do things towards their own values. That's great and that's awesome. The problem is that they are working with governments, and they are working with the EU, and they are working with other organizations to push behavioral nudging, which is problematic, but not necessarily inherently wrong. But the force of the state to get you to agree to do things via laws and force that you yourself do not want to do.
Can we talk about the
It's
concept
not even, it's
behind?
do not want to do yet. Like, most of this stuff is about like changing people's perception of things, right? So i.e., previously people weren't for gay marriage or in favor of like trans people or whatever. And over time, many of these platforms have actually made it against their TOS to be homophobic or transphobic or whatever it is. So this minimizes the amount that this kind of perspective is expressed on these platforms, which means fewer people, especially young people, are exposed to these things. And over time, society is nudged in the direction of less homophobia, less transphobia, which I think is a good thing. Right. So I don't think that, and in fact, when they lay all this out, right? Well, this is a kind of behavioral nudging that they do. It's not like they're saying, hey, you need to do this thing or we're going to like fucking shoot you. It's like, hey, Elon Musk, this is a bad thing. You shouldn't have people advocating for the death of trans people on your platform. So you need to stop allowing this so that this doesn't become normalized or normalized again because it was previously normalized.
Right. When I talked about Elon Musk, right, I'm talking specifically about, like, just yesterday when we have when we have these types of people meeting together, right? This is not a WF person, right? This is just at Davos, right? This is EU commissioner. I can't remember her fucking name right now. I'd have to look it up. There's 27.
Yeah,
of them.
Von
There's
something,
only like
like
4
Von,
yeah,
like
right. So she's saying, just so our message is clear, we have rules which have to be complied with, right? And then she talks about how amazing Twitter used to be, before this, and they understood that we had a certain responsibility. But I don't have that same trust in Elon Musk. But understand, we have rules, and if you don't comply with those rules, there will be sanctions, right?
That's totally
We're not
reasonable.
talking, right? No, it's not. What we're talking about,
not?
What?
state actors.
These are the people.
sanctioning
The
Yes,
state
and
actors
rules,
are the
when
ones that
people
control
break
the
rules,
nations
there's
in which these
punishment.
fucking hate groups break out. Right. So if they'd like to
Right.
minimize
Get
the ability for hate groups to pop up in their nations, yeah, they have an interest in shutting down Elon Musk if he's allowing fucking hate speech on his platform. Absolutely. And that's
I
and
mean,
that's
I'm
for the
glad
and that's
your
for the
position is
benefit.
known
That's
that
for the benefit
slavery
of
is
their
okay.
citizens. That's not slavery. They're saying, hey, we'd like to protect our citizens from fucking radicals and hate groups. So we don't want people to be able to radicalize each other on this platform.
Stop advocating for the destruction of your own server, Doobie. It's not, we're trying to save it. We're trying
Look,
to save you.
the reality
Not for
is, the
years.
reality is
Trust.
that there have been people radicalized on my server. Absolutely. It might have been a good thing if at the start it never existed. Discord as a platform never existed because of all
Hey,
the
man, I try
pedophilia
my
and
hardest.
grooming and shit that happens on the platform. Right? So it's just true, right? So I can accept that. I'm asking you to accept that yes, there are instances where it makes sense to crack down on speech, to disallow speech when that speech harms society.
Frankly,
Who gets
if
to
you're
determine
mad at
what
Doobie,
is and isn't harmful speech? Is it the governments and the billionaires get to determine what is and isn't harmful? Maybe medical misinformation might be a problem. Maybe for years we haven't known about we have had silenced and suppressed the fact that 14 to 39-year-olds when they get the vaccine that they have a higher rates of myocarditis, and now we know that. But medical misinformation was
That wasn't
suppressed.
suppressed. There that was never
The
suppressed.
fuck are you
not well
talking
known.
about?
No,
Like, we
there
haven't banned so many fucking people off of social media for daring to
there
talk
are
about
publications dating back to like 2021. Like if you check, like it was never like I can send you the publications going back. Like this is something we've been tracking for the longest time. You could talk about maybe YouTube suppressing it, but it was never like suppressing like medical journals. Like we
Yeah, in
know
fact,
about
I
this
remember this
now.
being like a
Right.
huge fucking Fox News talking point because it wasn't suppressed, because people knew about that.
wait, like it,
And,
wait,
and,
are you
and
telling
even
me
with
right
that being the
now-
case, even with that being the case, the rate of people dying to this thing is
Facebook
far less
openly
far
admitted that
less
they
than
were
would have
suppressed.
died if we didn't roll out the fucking
Hold on,
vaccines when we
Doobie.
did.
This falls apart before that. Like, are you telling me that if I go on Twitter right now and I say that there are certain, just PSA, there are certain side effects to be aware of when considering taking the vaccine that may be detrimental to your health if you are within X and X health groups or demographics, that I'll be banned? Because I heavily doubt
Well,
that. I think
that
you'll
is
be
all
banned.
that. Hold
I
on,
think,
Alu.
think you'll
Proof
be banned
positive.
if you
That
say,
is
well,
all I
you know
said.
what?
That is
Hold on,
literally
hold on.
all I said when I got a community guideline strike on YouTube, and they said specifically that I was not allowed to disagree with the World Health Organization, who's been wrong damn near every step of the way. So yes,
and I'm
I
not
have
saying that you're lying,
that
but I
that
am
is
saying
all
that
that I
think that you
said.
said more than that. I am saying that I think you contextualize this in more than just a, this is something to be aware of if you are in this demographic, that there could be potentially side effects. I'm taking a guess, and I could be wrong, that you contextualize this to a degree because of your ideology. And I'm not saying that's bad or good, but I am saying that that is more than just saying you should be aware of this. I'm betting you right now, and I'll put $50 on this, that if I go onto Twitter right now and I put the words, for those who are within this demographic, please be aware that there are certain side effects that you should take into consideration when contemplating getting the whatever vaccine, that I will not be banned.
Probably
Or
doesn't
even-
work out because
It's
Elon Musk
wonderful.
is
It's
the
wonderful
owner of
for
Twitter.
two. It's
and
wonderful.
has
It's
been
wonderful
unbanning
for
people
that's
who have done
Hey,
that.
That's
Scott,
beautiful.
I'm kind of backing up a little bit right here. So, like, I think
You
I'm not
just said
sure
Twitter.
if you ever done content creation, but I can say that as a content creator that these platforms don't care about context, right? Like, when they are making these decisions, it's not as if a person sits there and like thinks really hard about the context of whatever Scott was saying, right? And I'll take him face value at his word, like in terms of how he presented it. Like, it's not someone is sitting there and taking a bit of time to consider this. One, it's automated. If it's reported, it's a problem just itself. It's just the AI decides it's an issue. And then Scott has to elevate it to the point that someone actually reviews it, if that ever happens. And
Yeah, it doesn't
usually,
happen.
to get these things reviewed, you just have to have like a whole bunch of publicity on it. So,
Or like
it,
100K subscribers.
it seems to me that like for Scott again, just taking him at his word, right? You might be right about how he phrased it, but like just taking him at his word, that it could be the case that he presented it just as he did, and YouTube just like, well, fuck you, you didn't follow our guidelines, and that's all there is. They do that all the time for all kinds of reasons.
They
And
just
it's
did it to
specifically
Stardust.
Company
states
doing it, or
you're
is it
not
the
allowed-
World Health Organization doing it? No, it's
Well,
YouTube that's doing it.
no,
It's Twitter that's doing it. It's private
YouTube's
companies that are doing it. So like you put a lot of faith in
Wha-
private
for
companies
hold
to
on,
do
hold on, hold on.
for the benefit
Calling
of the people.
calling
But then like right
calling
here, you're
YouTube
complaining
a
about the
private
free
company.
speech mispractices, at least that what you believe in, that's being done by these private companies. Like
Calling
maybe your
YouTube
faith in private companies are just misplaced, my dude.
calling YouTube a private company when it is very clear that we have issues with lower courts interpretation of Section 230, and they have protections afforded to them by the state. And of course, this our same judicial
Why does
system
that conflict? Why does
picks
that
and
conflict?
chooses which social media platforms that it wants to work with. Oh, and by the way, we have seen so much from the Twitter files that we haven't seen the YouTube files, but we can
I
very
can't tell
clearly
if
say
you're
Hold
Twitter
on, hold on,
is
hold on.
not
Before,
a
no, no,
private
no,
Think of
no,
what
I
you're
want to get into that. I
not when
want
they're
to get into
receiving
that. I want to understand
millions
what
of
you think.
dollars
I
from
want to
not when
understand.
they're receiving millions of dollars from the FBI and the State Department and other things like that to intentionally allow PSYOP accounts to be given secret blue check marks so that they can use campaigns to convince people that actually the drone strikes Americans did weren't that bad and nobody innocent died.
No, no,
Right?
no. I have severe
Spit
problems with
bullshit.
that entire statement. All right, first off, your last statement about blue check marks. Was it not you who, I don't know how long ago, was arguing that corporate entities should not be allowed to integrate with foreign entities who we are in some sort of economic, ideological, or socioeconomic
No,
rivalry
No, that's
with? It
probably
was. It
Lactoid.
it
absolutely
wasn't
was.
me.
It was
No,
you.
it literally
You
wasn't.
were arguing
No, it
that
literally
China was
wasn't.
a national security interest in the case of Ford, and now you are arguing that it is
No, I
inappropriate
literally never
for
said that.
State
Wait,
Department
yeah,
or other
Alu.
Alu, that was
officials to.
Lactoid.
Alu,
That was
like
If
Lactoid.
I'm wrong, I'm wrong.
Scott
Okay.
Scott Scott
enough.
always yells at me, but I gotta defend him here. That was Lactoid, not
My
Scott.
mistake. Fair
Yeah,
enough.
Lactoid's a
Yeah,
fucking
Scott was
idiot.
just complaining about
Lactoid.
subsidies, and he was just complaining about subsidies, and the state is bad. Governments should go drown in a pool, and I love my anarchist utopia.
Okay. Fair
Yeah, well,
enough.
I think the idea
hold
that
on,
like you
really
guys are
quickly,
complaining about.
other issue
Go
is
ahead, Al.
I'll make it short too. My other issue is that in terms of so in your mind is subsidy what like I don't understand the contradiction here. Does subsidizing certain industries in certain ways make them not private property?
When you taxation is theft, right? When you intentionally engage in reducing special taxation for certain companies, what you do is destroy the ability of the market to be able to effectively distribute goods and commodities, et cetera, because you're saying you're giving special privileges to one company while stealing from the other companies. The problem is the taxation, right? That's the problem.
Uh,
It's theft of
I think
private
this
property.
is I think this is silly, but do we go ahead?
Well, I was gonna say, I think that the fact that you guys are complaining about algorithms and people being like banned or striked over COVID misinformation, and maybe it wasn't COVID misinformation,
I heard you
maybe they
fuckers.
don't care about context, whatever.
Sorry.
I think the fact that you guys are complaining about that, I think is reasonable from your perspective, but from the perspective of these platforms, right? Like YouTube has like 700,000 hours of shit uploaded onto it every day. Discord, like I think it's like almost 1 billion messages every fucking day. Right? I think it makes sense for most of this to be done with algorithms if they want it to be done at all. And yeah, sometimes shit's gonna slip through the cracks. They're gonna over enforce or under enforce, and that's just the reality of the scale that we're dealing with, unfortunately. And at the end of the day, at the end of the day, I think it makes sense for them to prioritize shutting down.
It's a straw man.
People that are like what's the word I'm looking for? Skeptical of like vaccines and shit like this. It makes sense to lean more heavily on that side because that's what all the medical experts are saying. That's what all these organizations dedicated to fixing this issue are saying, and it saved millions of lives. Right. So yeah, if you got a strike over this, I'm sorry. I mean, it makes sense. You deserve the strike.
It did. No, it doesn't, right? Like I understand that you're not in favor of free speech. I understand that you've been in favor of fascism this entire time.
Virtue
But
signaling.
no, I mean, sometimes it's important to call fascists out.
What makes this
Nevertheless,
fascistic?
the marriage of the corporation and the state and why it's a
It's not
beautiful thing
fascistic.
that corporations and states work together to impose their will and engage in behavioral
save
nudging of their
lives.
citizens?
Scott, I bet you
The fuck?
everything
Just
that has to
save
do with the
lives.
state
To
This
save
is
system.
millions
this
of
is why
lives,
Oh my
yes.
God.
if you were
Oh,
structuralist or consequentialist, because at the end of the day, no matter what argument we have, the fact that the consequences of said action matter less to you than the form of how you get to X result, there's always going to be a divide here. At the end of the day, what Doobie is saying to you is that if it provides better results for people, if more people are happy as a result of this mechanism, then that is inherently a good thing. You still have new problems and new things to work on. That's a granted, right? But regardless, he's saying this results in maybe better conditions for your average person, and maybe that's good.
yeah, yeah,
And there's
yeah,
no
yeah.
point where that's going to be a meritable argument to you because you don't
No,
care
no,
about the result. You care
right.
about how you get there.
No. The reason
Yeah,
the
it's work
reason that's
ethics.
not a valid, the reason that's not a valid argument is because what you have done by saying the ends justify the mean is established a moral norm that the state is justified in theft and enslaving people so long as the state believes that the future outcomes will be good for the material conditions. Slavery is justified. I'm
I'm
saying
going to make a
slavery is not
crazy argument,
justifiable.
and you're going to call me a fascist. I'm going to predict this right now. I'm going to make an argument, and you're going to call me a fascist. If
Well, if you say
s-
something fascistic, I might.
okay, fair enough. If
You know what I mean? Like,
if we get this society that we're talking about right now, and it provides a better result for humanity as a whole, and it is correct in your statement that it is a form of slavery, I support it. Straight up, I support
wait,
it.
you support slavery?
I support this slavery if
So
it does indeed promote better good for more people in a very empirical way.
So let me ask
I
you a quick
support it.
question, Elu.
Although,
Let me ask you a quick
don't
question,
do
Elu.
this.
No.
Oh, you
Let me
shouldn't
ask
have
you a
put
quick
that.
question. No.
Ali,
Let me
that's a
ask you
bad
a quick
idea.
question. I'll be real quick, right? So it is a known fact, right, that at the turn of the Civil War, right, as the American North was industrializing, that the health outcomes of slaves in the South were better, that they had better, they had a better health. They had more children. We don't know how happy they were because we didn't have general satisfaction with life surveys, right? But they were less likely to be destitute. They were less likely to not have their material conditions met. And so what you're saying is that we actually should have kept the Southern institution of black slaves, picking them cotton, because up in the North they were, their material conditions were not, they were not as good, right? So it's a happy form of slavery that we can
No, it's a
accept.
silly argument
Never
because their
mind the
descendants are far happier
problem.
than their ancestors ever were. Their ancestors have the ability to be doctors and pharmacists and lawyers and
Mm.
anything they goddamn want to be as far as reason
Okay, so
goes. Right? Regardless from that, right? Even then, are the landowners who have these slaves being more lenient with their slaves than their northern counterparts because they were just really good dudes, or were they doing that because they were afraid of slave rebellion in a time of war?
he's like he's already won this here. Like, he's
How?
talking about, first of all, look, you can't
It's
say
just bad
that, oh
optics.
well, in the future, right, the slave descendants, right, are even happier, and so in the past we should have known this and then not gotten rid of that system, right? So we
You don't
can't do
think that
that.
there were
and
people
then
making
and then
arguments?
and then separately you could say that you can create a system of slavery, and I'm sure we could like consider this, right, like that, in which a small amount of people work really fucking hard for the rest of us, and it raises our standard of living. And in that case, you would have to be, according to
that's
you,
America.
you'd have to be in favor of it, right? And Corey, I see your hand. You'd have to be in favor, of it, correct?
I could make the argument
Uh-oh.
in devil's advocate, right, that in order for 95% of the global population to be living in material conditions that are above like the floor of their needs, and to have 5% working to further those needs, that could be
And slavery,
realistically in
involuntarily.
slavery, could be moral. You
Okay,
could
well then,
make that argument.
And then okay. Then
Bit the
we've-
bullet.
I'm not arguing.
We've
I'm
hit
not
it.
arguing.
We-
I'm not
we-
even
This is
arguing
a
the
true
point.
lefty
I'm
here.
saying
Yeah.
You can make that
This is
argument.
honest.
There's
It
nothing
would-
else
No,
that
no,
needs
not
to
true
be
lefty,
said.
true
You got it.
utilitarian.
True
it-
honest
it
lefty.
would-
Yeah.
Let me
Wow.
explain
What the
this.
fuck?
The existence of that argument and the fact that you can make that argument and still be consistent and viable and competitive goes against the objective and inherent argument he is making here.
Look, we got it. Like Scott's got a smug smile on his face, and you put it there, and that's the thing that pisses me off too. You put a smug smile on Scott's face.
Wait. I got one more bullet. I
He's
got one
right,
more bullet.
I don't
I-
need to follow up.
Wait, I got one more bullet that I wanted to bite real quick.
Pro-slavery.
So let's say I showed you a study that showed that like back in 1850 or whatever, like it was only 13% that was slaves, and the rest of the population was like very psychologically satisfied and dominating these people, and it like led them to be very happy. Like that in of itself, would you be in favor of it then? It's like did that increase total well-being to an extent that you'd be happy with that?
Repeat the question one more time. I'm
Okay,
sorry.
so we agree that a minority of people were slaves before the Civil War, right?
hmm
Yeah, if the majority like gained like psychological satisfaction that was great, like very, very good to the
The white
extent where the white people were really happy owning people, and in
It's
fact
maximal flourishing.
maximal flourishing. Their overall happiness and satisfaction that comes with owning people was greater than the suffering of the 13% because of course there's more white people. Like, would that be independent justification for slavery? This should be a very easy question.
At the time,
So-
it was like
No, because again, this is a different dynamic. The dynamic that we're giving with the WEC isn't that there should always be an outgroup and always an in-group. It's that this is a methodology of massively increasing the in-group. And ideally, you keep going with that and continue to reduce the outgroup into the in-group. Your hypothetical says, well, there's an outgroup and an in-group, and the in-group is very happy. Does that justify the outgroup? It justifies the outgroup only if you're catering to the whims of the in-group. And to my mind, you would only solely cater to the goals of the in-group if the outgroup was completely incapable of integrating into the in-group, which wasn't the case with the Civil War. Very clearly, Black people in America had something to contribute, and were also
No, you're
capable
missing.
of
You've already missed it. What I'm saying is that like the lack of integration from the outgroup to the in-group like led to better outcomes for the in-group. That's my question to you.
It's almost 12:30. I got to get out of here. I will make this.
Let's get a yes.
at
Let's
the
get a
end.
yes from him.
It was so amazing, right? That at the I'm not going to get a better highlight, right, than to get everyone to, or at least Alu, to admit that it is happy slavery that the World Economic Forum is using your states and governments to come towards. But it's okay. Happy slavery.
It's a rhetorical win, though. Like it's not a substantive win. You're not arguing my point. You're just saying he said the words slavery could potentially be good.
Go. Okay, so there's one problem with the argument that he is making, which is that it is not about expanding the in-group. It is actually about expanding the out-group. And the reason is because everyone is a slave under this system. It's just that they're a happy slave because their material conditions are met, but no man, right, except for whatever amorphous group at the very top, right, who has the right lineage, right, the lords, if you will, right, or maybe the person that is voted by a majority, right, has the ability to shape his environment, gain property, use those resources to shape the world in the vision that he sees. Instead, he can create things, but he doesn't own anything. He can grab things, but he can't own anything. So we're all happy slaves, presumably, except none of us have the freedom to engage in our will and individual action to shape our environment as man is destined to.
What I'm saying
Okay,
to you, what I'm saying to you is
leave it
very
alone,
different.
leave it alone. Okay, Scott, stick around. I'll wrap it up. I want to get Corey the last word on this, and then.
All right, I'll stick around. It's just a couple minutes.
Yeah, well, no, I'll leave it there then, because my question is to Scott, and it's probably not going to take more than a couple of minutes. So I'll leave it there.
Okay, give us another lecture. We'll be here for another hour.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you, everyone, for this. This is It's escalated, but in a fun way. In a fun way. In a debate bro way. The best way. So thank you all for being here. To my audience, guys, if you enjoyed this conversation, and this was a lot of fun, in my opinion, hit that follow button. If you just just stop by, hit that follow button. Make sure notifications are on. I do this all the time. We'd love to have you. So stick around. We're gonna have an open walk-on panel after this. We're not done. We have more content for you. So stick around for that. Okay. We are and also the last thing is guys, if you support this content, if you like what we're doing, then help us out, right? It's a huge help when you sub to this channel, when you give bits, give subs, or use our PayPal button. We do have a PayPal button. Whenever your money gets to us, we use PayPal, so consider using that. Expect for donating chat for that, in case you don't know. But yeah, consider assisting the channel. We literally can't do it without you. So shout out to the people who do support. Because this is how it can bring these individuals together. We can have all these fun topics, right? And we can agree, all of us unanimously, that slavery is good. So let's. So I'm gonna give an outro to these individuals, but stick around, please, because we do have more content for you after that. Okay, let's go to our friend. Oh my God, Alu. I don't know what you're doing. But like, consider using the stop cam, like the stop cam function, rather than moving your
Be
camera or
easier
whatever.
than that, yeah.
Yeah. Because it's a huge distraction when you do that to everyone else.
I'm doing a
But
light
yeah,
show.
it's like a
My
whole light
mistake.
show when you do that.
It was
Yeah,
My
so
fault.
hypnosis.
I'm not someone who does like the stream thing, so I appreciate
no
it.
problem. No problem. You're brand new. Lactoid. Thank you for coming here. And all of this. Lactoid, if I can get you to stick around again, if you keep saying interesting things, I would love to pick your brain. Your ideas about sex. They just it's a bottomless pit of
Oh yeah.
of entertainment. We'll call it. So yes, buddy, please. Thank you for being around.
Yeah, so I just wanted to take my conclusion to just say some interesting things that I genuinely believe. I do think that, like in the very beginning we talked about, I think sex work is predatory, and I'd love to have a conversation about it sometime. I think when you really drill down on it, most people will agree. Also, China, communist dictatorships are bad. We generally shouldn't give money to them. And also, governments controlling our speech is also probably not the best thing. So, those are all generally things that I would be in opposition to. Very difficult bolts to bite. Oh, and slavery's bad too. I want to throw that on there as well. If you liked what I had to say, you could find me at Anti-Communism United on Discord, YouTube, and Twitch, or Anti-Com United, or ACU now on Twitter. Thank you for inviting me on Prime. Thank you everyone who talked to me.
Yeah, no problem. So in lactose dependent, slavery is bad, but racial discrimination is it's acceptable.
Can I say one more thing real quick? If you guys were actually wanting to ban dangerous misinformation, if that was actually a policy, any leftism would just be eradicated from the internet. So be careful what you wish for, because if you convince me on that, we're gonna get pretty fucking bad pretty quick. So
to quote Antifa, liberals get the bullet too.
Fair enough. Okay.
Not on their Twitter account.
Well, I mean, that kind of makes sense. Anyway, Scott. Scott.
I fucking hate you.
Scott, thank you for coming through. This is a lot of fun. I had a lot of fun listening to you guys. I didn't have to say, I barely say anything because all of you guys were just so incredibly engaged. You definitely didn't need me. But thank you, Scott, for being here. And I'm sorry, I apologize to your doctor for getting your blood pressure up, because we definitely did that today. Scott, thanks, buddy.
Yeah, I'm Scott from Fabian Liberty. I kind of already made an outro on the last topic, and I usually don't do outros on like the previous topics. It's a sign of a bad argument when you have to wrap it up at the end. No offense, Lactoid. I just know that's your habit, but yeah. So I'm Scott from Fabian Liberty. You can find us on YouTube, Rumble, Twitter, pretty much everywhere. Fabian Liberty. Tomorrow we'll be interviewing Stefan Kinsella, who is an expert on IP lawyer. He is the individual that really kind of solidified how we use estoppel principle in libertarian natural law philosophy, and a big thought leader in libertarianism, and not a fan of argumentation ethics. So who knows what we'll talk about. And then Wednesday, we'll chat with Zonia and stuff like that. So you never know what kind of crazy, super nerdy, esoteric shit we might get into, or just memes and degeneracy. So definitely come check us out.
Okay, thank you so much. Let's go to Jay Chow. Jay Chow, this time we managed to stick on topic, right? That doesn't mean it was any less explosive. I know, right? But that doesn't mean it was any less explosive. But you stuck with it, and I think you did a great job. Thanks for being here, buddy.
Thanks. Yeah, I'm Jay Chow. I completely disagree with Prime. We went all over the place on all the topics, but I'll say my 3 things. Pussy is salty. Chinese batteries are not a national security threat. And the not owning anything and renting everything is a prediction. It's not a policy, and it was lobbying Facebook likes.
Can you explain what you mean by salty? Like what are you?
Okay, like it could be. It's like a combination of salty and sour.
But like,
What about
Have you never gone down on somebody?
what about
I
fishy?
do you mean rind? Do you mean like
Different flavor though.
Okay.
a patch head? Like
Remember the
maybe there
40-year-old
are
version
different-
when he
okay,
says
there
how that
probably
boots feel
are
like
different
Sam?
flavors.
I feel like we're having one of those moments.
It's like
All right.
It's like raw
I
oysters.
feel like pussy's only salty after another man is done using it. But let's move on.
What, from
thank
semen?
you. Let's go. Our friend Doobie. I love the look of Scott's face.
Prime,
Oh,
you know
the
what semen
self
tastes
Yeah, well
the
done.
self reports, man.
Doobie. Oh God.
The self-report of going down on somebody and having oral sex. You
I-
guys
oh
are
my
That's a
God.
self.
like
That's a
high
self-report.
schoolers.
That's
dude,
a
Oh my
I
self-report.
just
God,
think you're. I just think your
you
girl
lick
should
a
have sex
vagina?
in Bosses, bro.
Oh my
Like
God,
that's
you lick
really
a
my sole
vagina?
concern
Like,
here.
did you
Okay.
guys not take health class in middle school or something?
Gobbling up fucking mucus and piss. Disgusting.
What is her
Mucus comes
diet?
out of vagina.
Yeah, it does.
Maybe for
Definitely.
maybe for frogs.
Oh no. The vagina is a mucus membrane. Like inside the vagina, that's a mucus membrane. That's like a
mucus.
definition.
Mucus, piss,
well,
and dead
mucus
skin cells.
membrane.
Okay?
Like the mucus
okay.
from the
If you're
throat.
lucky, God
Yeah.
knows what
Different
else is in there.
mucus.
Doobie, you're right. We
Mucus
gotta
is a
abandon
general
Western
salty,
values.
like,
Yo,
So
do you
there's
guys
something
know
else in there
how
that,
much
you know,
nutrients are in semen?
Mucus is a general.
Let me tell you.
Oh my
said that.
God.
What are you
Okay.
talking about?
It's
Oh
gonna
my
be the
God.
World Economic Forum's next
gosh.
big diet
Wait,
plan.
quick, did you like gobble semen out of your girlfriend's vagina? Is like that? Is that what you? Is that
Yo,
why you were salty?
This is what the
Is
World
how
Is
many
that what
Economic
you're
video
talking about, the
games
Forum is
nutritional
talking
talking
value
about
about
of
PS5
semen?
as a
and
result
they're
of
gonna
this?
be pushing all the ad campaigns, and Lacto's gonna be like, "This is the fucking ideology they're forcing onto our societies without our consent."
Okay.
If they were
Actually,
pushing for that,
That's a good question. Lactoid, is it dominant for you to suck
got-
semen out of your girlfriend's vagina in order to get any PS5? Is that dominant or is that submissive?
It's like she took a
let's-
part of you and you're pulling it back.
let's. Okay. Wow.
Right,
okay.
but okay. So
Let's
Go
hey,
for
we have
Let
an
me-
open
let me-
panel. We have an open panel. We have an open panel. I'm trying to tap Lactoid to join him. You can ask him that question there. Okay. Doobie, Dark Lord and Savior. Thank you for being here. Thank you for providing our newest person, Alo. This became a lot more entertaining than I thought. So thank you, friend. We learned a lot about a lot of people here.
Yeah. Thank you for having me. I'm Doobie. I help run the politics server on Discord. Discord.gg/politics. We've got an AMA with Destiny coming up on the 4th, and then an AMA with Armchair Historian on the 11th. Be pretty interesting. Yeah, we're the biggest and best political server on Discord. Alu is from there. You guys always say that, oh, Doobie server's full of Nazis and morons. As you can see, Alu is not a Nazi. He's not a moron. Incredibly intelligent guy. There are lots of people like him on the server. Not as good as him, but pretty good.
Okay. Thank you so much. Corey, thank you for like saying that. See, like we need like a modicum of respectability here, right? And you sitting there calm like an adult above it all. That's all that we have, honestly, right? So
Yeah,
your maturity is always appreciated, friend. Go ahead.
Yeah, again, always grateful to be here. Despite I fully recognize I probably didn't engage as much in the panel as I would have wanted to, just because, like, yeah, I'm not a real man, I'm not a debate bro enough, and so I just let things play out. Apparently, I will like sort of incite the debate bro tactics, which I guess that works out for the better. But yeah, always great to be here. And you can, so I'm Corey Campbell. I'm a radical leftist, but I still don't support slavery. Although arguably I do support taxation, so some people might say I do support slavery, but I don't. But yeah, I'm Corey Campbell. You can find me on Twitch, twitch.tv, Corey Campbell 84. I do cover science. I cover news. And if you want to watch someone that doesn't consume animal products and you want to see protein deficiency and degeneracy in real time, I also do workout streams. So you can pass by for that. You can find me on Twitter and Instagram. Literally, it's Corey Campbell. Yeah, thank you so much for having me. Always a pleasure.
Thank you. And finally, Alu, our newest addition. I thought you did great. Yeah, I think you did a fantastic job. I loved
For your first
how you-
foray, absolutely.
Yeah, exactly. You did a great job engaging. And like I had no problem like drawing European out of you, right? So like you were fantastic. I hope you come back in the future. We'd love to talk to you some more.
Yeah, it's fun. I just to put it out there, Doobie's server, I'm gonna add him right now. It's a psyop, okay? It's run by federal agents, and they're afraid of me, and that's why they have detained me several times because they're,
Sure.
again, I just want to make it sure that everyone who watching knows Doobie's an objectively bad person, and beware him. Okay.
Absolutely.
The world knows that. Exclamation point Doobie though in chat for the
Cancel
prophecies
Doobie, bro. Cancel Doobie.
many people have tried and they have literally all failed. But,
Man, it's just
exclamation
me
point-
really
You
quickly.
keep on platforming this guy.
okay.
Little known fact, just really quickly. Aloe and I are actually like semi Snow Brothers. Like,
True. Oh,
Yeah, it's
we're
really
Hold
going.
on, pause.
Okay.
Hold on, pause. Semi? Is that what happens when
Semi.
Alu
That's
tastes
Semi.
salt
pussy.
going down
It's
on a
complicated.
girl that you wouldn't eat out?
No, Kate, no. Semi, as in like, I never actually hooked up with a girl, but we like messed around online, and she tried to get me to hook up with her, and he actually did. And it was a great experience for everybody.
We're quasi snow. What is it? Eskimos.
Yeah,
Eskimo Brothers.
Eskimo Brothers. I
Parasocial
Like, we're
thought,
like,
homoeconomics.
we have like igloos set like right next to each other, basically.
I thought that you meant,
Parasocial
like,
homoeconomics.
one person used
Sure.
her pussy, and then a separate
Yeah,
occasion another
Alu's
person used her
high-rise
ass.
igloo
But
that
like,
he's on
okay,
right now.
fair enough. Guys, check out Doobie's server. You know they'll have that Destiny thing, the debate. Not sorry. What's it called? AMA.
AMA.
AMA. Yeah, it's gonna be great. He does all kinds of fantastic stuff, and he has people like Alu there. So you will be entertained. All right. Thanks so much, everyone, all of you, for all of that. This is a hell of a day, and I'm so grateful, seriously, to each and every one of you who keeps coming back here and like doing this with me. This makes my day, having these conversations. All right, we are going to go into our open walk-on panel right after this. Anyone here can join us, but if not, that's okay. Thanks for spending your time, your energy, your knowledge, and your passion for my community. I know they appreciate you so much as I do. Thank you so much. Back to it. Get in the fucking 1000 Sunny. I want to talk to you. All right, bye everyone.
Always a pleasure.
See ya.
Yeah, we're gonna talk about lactoid sex life. It's gonna be wonderful.
I don't know, like, are you actually memeing, or do you genuinely are questioning power dynamics and like, oh, you know, as you like navigate whatever dating relationship, you're like, oh, is this submissive or dominant?
Oh, for sure. No, yeah, no. I think there. I mean, I think Doobie agrees. I think there are things that are dominant and there are things that are submissive. Those are behaviors that you can at least acknowledge, like they are or aren't. Like whether or not they're good or bad is a different discussion. But I think the discussion needs to start with just like acknowledging some realities, which is there is like intrinsic
Can you tell me why it's
submissiveness
important?
when you're getting when the pleasure is not self-derived but derived from the leader of the dance, right? The dominant one getting the pleasure, right? There is it. Like the submissive is quite literally like again like taking what is it? They're being led by the dominant person, right? Like their reality is dependent on the other person's. I think that's like you can't get more submissive than that.
That's some pretty well. I mean, first of all, like, why does it matter to you though?
Yeah, why is it important?
We can have a discussion on why it
So-
matters, but first
She's
you got to
not a
acknowledge.
I mean, like Lactoid. If I want to be here and listen to you talk about like what something is dominant or submissive, and like you just tell me, oh, it's just like a shower thought that I had, and it's just like something curious, and then be like, okay, you know what, whatever. I won't really
Yeah.
pay much mind to it. But like if you're actually being serious and that, then like it has like groundbreaking political implications, and like is going to be the main determinant of whether or not Andrew Tate is free to go or not, then like you know what, maybe I would take it a little bit serious.
So I'm gonna dip here, but it's good talking to you guys.
Take care,
Um,
Alan.
Yeah, it's just
Pleasure
like
to meet
I'm
you.
gonna go harass people on Doobie's server, which you should totally don't. It would be so terrible if people join that server.
Yeah, it'd be
But
the
yeah.
worst thing ever.
Is this
It would
reverse
be-
psychology?
You will be my slave.
Oh
and
no,
you'll
no,
enjoy
of course it is. No, come on, man. You know me too
Dude.
well for that.
I feel like if I joined it, I would.
You'll
much
be
rather kill
you'll be one of
myself.
my goblins within like 2 weeks, and you'll love it. Okay, it's great.
How do I leave?
Doobie,
there.
Doobie,
Okay.
okay, you
You
and
just
I
need
have
to
been
close
having
your
a
It
browser.
was
really
good
good
talking
streak.
to y'all.
Doobie, you and
Don't
I
forget
have
to
been
close
having
your
a really
browser
good
because
streak.
we're gonna see it.
We've been having a really
Peace.
good streak of agreement. Goodbye.
See
Okay, I don't know why, but I've been digging it. And
Hey.
Scott has been my #1 enemy on Prime Kite, just like no matter what.
No, this was fun. I'd definitely be
good.
down to do it
Yeah.
again. I'll talk to
So-
you all
See you
though.
around.
Yep, talk to you later.
Yeah,
see ya.
I think the reason why me and Doobie's position here is so important is because, look, I agree with Doobie when you look at the disgust element, right? And this is maybe where we have some disagreement because I feel like Doobie doesn't fully apply this equitably when it comes to between different sexes. But regardless, he's right on this one, which is that there's something kind of gross about it. But
Being submissive?
well, no, that's gross separately, right? But there also is something intrinsically submissive, right? So when you go down on somebody like you
Wait,
are,
there's something gross about performing oral sex on a woman.
I think so, yeah.
Okay.
Well,
I mean, you can
I'm
have like
gross.
like
well, Doobie, like Doobie pointed out, right? You're drinking someone else's mucus.
yeah, but what about? I mean, you do that when you kiss someone.
Actually, gag.
Isn't kissing
Disgusting.
someone then? Just like, are you against kissing?
Yeah, why
then?
would you kiss people?
Yeah. Okay. So like, yeah.
Of all the
so-
fucking leftover food in their
so
mouth.
do you agree with that,
Disgusting.
Lactoid? Like now you're on the same page. Did you think about that?
I think
Corey.
I wouldn't blame somebody for they finding kissing to be disgusting. Like when you think about it in the abstract, kind of similar to like eating out somebody, right? It is kind of gross, and it is kind of disgusting. Now, do I just have like less of an aversion? Maybe, depending on how bad their breath is.
And
Yeah,
it's all,
but
you have to consider that the vagina is very close to their asshole, so there's a good chance it has like fecal particles on it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Hey, I've never eaten ass.
Yeah, but
I'd be down to
then
try.
you're essentially like
Jay
I mean, if
Chow.
you start breaking down every sexual act, like
Dude, Lactoid,
you can
disgust isn't an argument, by the way.
yeah, like I mean you the hyper rational, you're pretty much like going with feelings over facts at this point. I would
Fact?
guess, like-
Whoa! No! I'm just simply saying, like, I find it disgusting. Like, what fact could I possibly be saying here?
Yeah,
Have
yeah,
you
no,
guys
as long
ever you guys ever seen
It is a fact that it's
fucking,
submissive, though. That's for sure.
but that's not
Oh, what's it called?
Okay.
The superhero movie with the blue. What's it called again?
the blue what?
what?
Sorry.
The blue guy. The superhero movie with the blue guy.
Oh,
Mega
Watchmen.
Man.
Watchmen.
Megamind. Oh,
Do you remember that scene where he's in his fucking like laboratory or whatever, and he's like holding up like clocks or something,
Super
and
jacked,
taking them
by the
apart
way.
in the air? I'm sorry, what?
Super jacked, by the way.
Yeah.
The blue guy.
And he's like, so he's picking up these like pieces of machinery, and he's like taking them apart in the air, looking at all the components and putting them back together, this sort of thing, right? So Lactoid and I, our brains operate at such like high levels that when we interact with reality, that is happening all the time.
Right. You're
Right,
just
so,
on the
so when I hold a
alone.
woman's hand, I'm thinking about all the bacteria, everything that she might have touched today, and how how much of that is still on her hand, how much can transferred onto my hand, etc. Like, and this is anytime I interact with the thing, this happens to me. Like, there's no way around
Yeah,
it.
you know what that's
So
called?
I can't kiss people.
Yeah, I know you might call it, maybe a blue man superhero syndrome. I would call it just OCD. Just like that.
No. Okay. This is the Matrix attempting to like make my like one of my super abilities into a disease that I
Okay,
should
would you okay,
The
I'm
reality
curious.
is the reality is most people don't think about things in the way that I do, right? So when you're like at the gas station and you're putting like a gas in your car and you grab the fucking thing with your bare hand,
Yeah, this is
you're not thinking about all
Yeah,
people
I-
who had shit on their hands when they did it, and now that shit is on your hands, and you just go about your day, etc. etc.
Okay,
Most people do that.
I-
So it is physically impossible for me to shut off that part of my brain.
well, I would question that, but so what I would ask you, I don't know what your plans are in the future. Would you ever like, if you have a child, would you ever like change his diaper?
Fuck no. No, that's what you fucking made. Like, no, that's what
Wait.
babysitters are made for. I'd
Wait,
pay
wait.
someone to do that.
Is this the road that you want to go down? Like, now you're
If I
you're
can
gonna bite that-
afford, if I
When
can
he
afford
has
to pay
friends over, he
somebody
just
to
has the
wipe the
food
shit off
on
my
table.
ass, why the fuck would I do it myself? Like, it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, sure, you can like, I'm not saying that you can't outsource it, but I'm like, would you ever hold the hand of your child after, like, they went to like daycare and all that stuff?
Not
because
okay.
it
I'd have
was.
to have them sanitized afterwards.
You'd be like, you'd have to like walk around with them 24, just like stand before you like hold their hand.
Yeah, hold on. You don't carry around like a hand sanitizer?
No, I do, but I like, and I'm concerned about hygiene and cleanliness as well. Like, I'm immunocompromised, but I think there's like a healthy balance to strike in terms of like, being, and I don't, when I go to the washroom, like, I use a paper towel to open and, close the door. But I will also, like, if I have a child, I will hold its hand or I will change its diaper if necessary.
It's necessary. So not only can you just pay someone to do the diaper changing, but if you, I'm totally okay with you like holding your kid's hand. But if I were you, I would just suggest taking out your hand sanitizer, slapping it on that kid's hand, making sure it's clean first.
I mean, there's a time and place for
Isn't
that
there
for
like
sure.
a special bond that you form by taking care of your own child?
Yeah, and you can do that without having their shit rubbed all over you.
Like,
You know, you
would
can
you?
wear gloves.
I'm curious, like, what would you do if, like, I don't know. Again, I don't know what your plans are. Maybe this is like just like not what you want, but like if you have a child and like they throw up on you, like, is that going to be like a traumatic experience for you?
Yeah, if that happened, it would be very traumatic for me. I'd have to throw away my clothing.
Fair enough.
Very iffy about carrying the child around. Yeah, absolutely.
Are you literally like I mean, this is pretty much like you're like almost worse than Jerry Seinfeld. Like if your belt's like and you're at a urinal and your belt like touches the side of the urinal, do you like throw out the belt?
So first off, I don't use public restrooms. That's
Yeah, that
disgusting.
makes sense. Yeah, I should have
If I
known
were
better.
like in a fucking like an emergency situation where it was either this or piss on myself, I wouldn't use a urinal. I'd use a toilet, right? And I would just stand as far away from the thing as possible, wouldn't touch any of the surfaces, piss into the toilet, and walk out. Because there's no fucking way I'm putting my body anywhere near that urinal.
Oh wait, Doobie, this actually might not be good for you. Have you seen that like when you flush a toilet, there's like a bunch of
Yes.
shit that comes out?
This is why I said I would stand as far away from it as possible. And I would
you open
stretch
the
the
door and then
stream
flush and
as
then
far
run
as
out.
possible, okay?
Uh,
Well, hold on.
I'm-
Most of these things flush automatically. If it doesn't flush automatically, I'm not flushing it. Like I'm not touching the thing at all. Even with the
Uh,
bottom,
Your
it's
feet.
disgusting.
You're wearing
I'm-
shoes,
fuck
right?
that.
You don't want
I'm-
to get your shoes dirty.
I'm curious. Like I'm hoping it's not the case, but like, have you ever been like hospitalized or like have you visited someone in the hospital or
Yeah.
do you just like not do that?
Yeah, I have.
And like, how do you like? So if you've been hospitalized, like, how do you feel in that like scenario where like you're
It's a very
surrounded?
bad time. It's an extremely bad time. Yeah, I did not like the experience at all.
Okay, yeah, fair enough. Like I can't like you feel how you feel. I would just say like if you're not gonna, you can, like I said, you can totally outsource changing your kids' diapers. But I think there might be something there to explore that where you might be able to just move. I'm not saying you should like cover yourself in shit, but I'm just saying there's
Look, even if I
You
could
go
do it without
beyond
like getting any
reasonable.
of the shit on me physically, right? There, if I can pay somebody else to do it, there's no interact with it at all. Like,
Would you pay somebody else to wipe your own
I don't want
ass?
the experience. I don't want to be sitting there one day eating pudding and thinking about how it looks like my kid's shit. Okay, I don't want that in my brain at all.
do you eat out at all, like at restaurants?
Very, very rarely.
Okay, and I assume it's like mostly for like safety and sanitary reasons.
But yeah, I just don't trust people to like not spit in my food or something, or like to have clean hands. So
Okay. Yeah, fair enough. I'm I'm very curious how your home looks like,
it's
and
very
how
clean.
maybe too
Aren't you
clean.
curious about what he looks like?
Beautiful. Okay.
I think I've seen Doobie in the early days of Twitch when he was using a cam. I could be totally wrong.
Apparently, I've also seen
No, you
pictures of
haven't.
Doobie as like
I
face
could be
reveals,
wrong.
but they've always been memes.
I mean, I've showed like I did this when I was on the panel with Nick Fuentes, where like I video of a black kid on a chair, and for ever since people would think that I'm that black kid.
No, I know you
So-
were memeing. I saw
Yeah.
it. It's a good, good whatever picture. So, yeah, like, and would you ever like, I don't know, take your kid to the park and like play and like, would you like go on the jungle gym with your kid in the park?
Servant.
No, no, I'd rather do that in my backyard.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, I'm gonna go into the open panel. Invite you
Enjoy.
guys to come with me. Pretty please.
It's very interesting.
See you
Yeah,
later.
I'm gonna try.
Fucking kill
Take care. Always a pleasure, dude. So Lactoid, are you now still on the same page as Doobie?
Not 100%. Okay, I can't go along with him on everything.
What percentage? Give me a number.
There's some percentage, man. Like there's a
Give it to
line.
me.
There's a line that I'm comfortable. Like there's on one hand there's like people who eat shit. Like that's way far one end. And then on the other hand, you have maybe something like what Doobie was saying, right? Like,
He's in a fucking hazmat suit. that's
right,
all.
he's in a hazmat suit. He doesn't change his own kid's diaper. He makes his kid sanitize when, before he holds his hand.
Wouldn't take him to the park.
Wouldn't take him to the park. Stuff, yeah. I
You
would
think it's gonna lead to like this well-functioning,
right? That would be my
flourishing
concern.
child?
That would be my concern, right? So, there's trade-offs.
Oh, then here's a trade-off. I was trying to make this case on the panel as well. I just saw this on Wikipedia. General statistics indicate that 70 to 80% of women require direct clitoral stimulation to achieve orgasm. So, like, yeah, you know what? Maybe you could use your hands and not like your mouth. But the tongue is very stimulating. But like that then calls into question on the trade-off of, is it like, would you rather prioritize your disgust, or would you rather prioritize the arousal and the ejaculation which is healthy for a good balanced relationship between you and your partner? Because like as a
And-
guy, it's
That's
so
that's
easy
the
for us
question
guys to
between
ejaculate.
dominant. That's the question. Like that's the distinction. Like to
Well,
like
I'm
to
not
what
even,
level are we
like,
dominant, to what
making
level
a
are we
distinction
submissive?
of dominant or submissive. I'm just like, I would just want you maybe to get you to understand that, like, hey, this might be a good
I get the
reason.
logic. I understand the logic of it.
Sure.
So again, super interesting. We're like, yeah, so you find the idea of you performing oral sex like on your partner, that is disgusting to you.
Oral sex. Hold on. So oral sex is objectively, I think, a submissive act. Absent again some other factor, specifically like again if you happen to like the taste of it or something. But yeah, no, it's never been something that I've been into.
Yeah, but like, is disgust a factor? Submissive.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So like, interesting. Where it's like you, you almost track like as a conservative in terms of like feelings of disgust.
Yeah.
Where like
Eating ass
essentially-
is like the worst thing I can possibly imagine in terms of disgust. Like I have the most like knee-jerk disgust factor when it comes to eating ass.
Whoa. But there's also fetishes of people shitting on other people.
That's just do you find that not disgusting, Jay Chow?
I personally find that disgusting. but
Okay,
I
right. So you have a line
sexually-
too, right? Did you
No,
watch?
that's-
Did you
that's-
watch Two Girls, One Cup and like
the
like
shitting
it?
on other
or-
people is like very, very niche. Like that's at this point, most people will find that disgusting. However, I'm also at the point where if people do that, I let them be. I don't really think about it. I don't really judge. If you ask me, do you find it disgusting? I'd be
No,
like,
I agree.
Yeah, but
Well,
it's just like
that's
it's
where
just
I
like
am.
It's just like a yeah.
Yeah, I'm never gonna like criminalize this shit. Like,
Yeah,
I'm not
but
gonna-
like I am still
No, but it seems. Sorry to cut you off, Jay. Go for it.
That's fine. I am still very sexually liberal, like to the point where I'm like, I find it so okay to tell you guys that I've eaten pussy, and like I would describe to you my experience and what it tastes
Oh
like,
my
and you
God.
guys are just like, the devil is here. The world is ending.
That wasn't my
Society degenerate. Yeah, probably not you, but everybody like degeneracy. You're outing yourself. I'm like, what is there to out yourself out of? Like, what is this self exposition? No, it's just like it's just something that I find I think is normal in sexual relationships.
But it seems like Lactoid, like just the very idea of eating ass, like induces like you want to like induces like a state of, like you want to like throw up, just like at the very idea
Of eating
of
ass,
eating.
yeah,
kryptonite.
100%.
Yeah, so like I think that like I would encourage, like, you might already know, but like I'd encourage you to like look into research in terms of like feelings of disgust and how that tracks with basically like conservative beliefs, which is one of the reasons why.
Wait, do you eat shit, Corey?
I don't actively.
Is it
eat- I'm sh-
disgusting?
Like it doesn't appeal to me. And like
Is
yeah,
it
I-
disgusting?
Mike Toy, there's a middle. There's a middle.
There's a
You-
line,
you-
everyone's got a line!
You always bring up the most extreme example to like pin us down on as like you are a fucking hypocrite.
And I have no desire to engage in scat play. Just as I also fully admit, I have no desire to eating ass. But the idea of it like doesn't disgust me. I'm not like, "Ugh," I'm not revulsing. It's like whatever. It's like neutral to me. That's one of the reasons why, like again, I think one of the primary reasons, aside from religious, is like conservatives like tend to be against like same-sex marriage or same-sex relationships, is because like they find like things like anal sex and the sexual acts they engage in disgusting.
Well, this is the problem when it comes to legislating your disgust, right? That's where I depart completely from this belief, because I agree that leads to horrible outcomes. But I mean, I am allowed to find certain things disgusting, right? Like at least for my like my own perception and my own beliefs.
Yeah,
but I'm never going to tell somebody that they can't do it.
No, but you should. I think you should question like why you feel that way. Like these are not complete arbitrary things. Like you should question why the idea of like changing your child's diaper is disgusting to you. You should question that. You might be
Well,
introspective.
because it's
like,
human shit, right? That's disgusting.
No, yeah, but it's, hopefully
dealing with human shit is kind of gross. Like I understand, like I would do it because I would care about my kid.
I'm assuming you deal with your own shit pretty regularly.
I do, and I
And
prefer
you, like,
prefer
you
not
revol-
to.
And you revolt, and do you like revolt, like, oh, you just like have to look away, and like, do you outsource that act as well, like Doobie would? You hire someone to.
I
like,
would not
walk-
like to touch my own shit. I would prefer to distance myself from my shit, to be honest with you.
Yeah, no, I agree. Like, again,
How many layers of toilet paper?
Enough, okay?
What's enough?
Just one roll per.
Because I swear to God, if it's like 5, then you know what? If whenever the WEF is going to be talking about climate change, I'm going to tweeting at them, yo, there's this guy, Lactoid. He uses 5 layers of toilet paper to wipe his ass.
I
gotta
don't
get
use
on this guy.
5. No, I'm a scruncher, not a folder.
Yeah,
Bro,
and just like
scruncher?
like
That's such a waste.
just like you should question, like, if engaging in the act of just like simple kissing of your significant other like induces feeling to disgust, like you should question that. Like I think you'd have a hard time, rationalizing that.
I don't think you have a hard time rationalizing it, right? Like think about it. I think it's probably easy to rationalize some level of disgust, right? Like would you drink, like if I took someone's spit and I put it in a vial, and I just handed it to you, and I'm like, here's a girl's spit. Would you like pop the top off and just chug it?
Yeah, these experiments have been done in terms of like somewhat like those types of experiments where it's like you give the perception to people like, oh, this glass of water is tainted with someone that didn't like wash their hands, they dipped their finger in it, and that's how we sort of like teased out, generally speaking, that conservatives like they just have a greater disgust and fear response.
Would you feel disgusted by drinking a vial of somebody else's spit?
Do I know the like? It depends.
Yeah,
like,
you know the person. No, you know the person is just like some woman in your life, like, and a vial of cold spit. You would just chug it, no problem, no disgust.
A vial.
You would.
Is there a reward?
No,
usually?
no. What's the reward for kissing? You're just drinking saliva, really.
The
I mean,
reward for kissing.
Well,
is, like, the
I mean,
endorphin
okay,
is-
all right. There's some level of reward. Sure. I'm just saying, but like, when you think about it in the abstract, like you are drinking spit, and so that's something that we don't really even like consider in the act of kissing. But if I was to give you a vial of your own saliva and you were to chug it, I feel as though you would have a very different reaction, and then I would question why you would have that different reaction at all. Like why not disgust?
different modes.
Why disgust is supposed to not
implies different
Yeah,
things.
and that's that. I mean, this goes back to just like the show fear factor, like what allows someone to eat bull testicles versus not. Like,
See,
where just,
I
like-
did that though. That was easy. I just fucking tape. I mean, they were
Hey,
fried.
It's sterile. Yeah.
Yeah, it's fried.
Yeah,
it's no
exactly,
pathogens.
So like, how do you get over that? Where it's like, yeah, just and you probably rational. I'm assuming you probably like rational. Like, yeah, there's no
Probably
reason
did, yeah.
to like, be disgusted by it. It's just like, yeah, it's mostly the disgust is coming from like how some sort of like
It's
cognitive
coming
or
from
emotional.
inside the house. No.
Yeah, maybe that too. But like, yeah, I think that's super. Like, to engage with your scenario of like a vial of saliva, like it would depend on like it would actually like depend on the person. If it's someone I know, like I would entertain the idea, assuming if there's some sort of reward. If it's like someone I don't know or it's like a stranger, then like I would probably be more averse to it. Like if it's a spit from if it's a vial of spit from my significant other, it's no problem. It's a vial
You're
of
gonna
spit.
drink a vial of spit from your significant other?
I'm not.
I would actually do that. I would have to, because if I didn't, then they would get angry at me and they'd actually like telling me, "Oh, I'm gonna fucking break up with you. You couldn't do this for me." Even so, it's like
That's submissive.
I would avoid that. I would avoid that scenario. Yeah.
You're gonna drink this chick's spit because she told you.
Okay,
to?
well, so like we can
Yeah,
get.
because she's gonna get offended. Oh my god, Lactoid, it's like you've never been with woman.
And we can relate this back a little bit to the sexual domain. Like, how would you ever have sex with your partner while they're on their period?
Oh, would I ever go down on somebody on their period?
That did that, and that is a thing
see.
that happens.
I don't know if I have. Fuck, have I done that before? I don't know. I know there's never been blood. I never drink blood, so. Would I
But
drink
like,
the blood from?
This
from
is getting
vagina?
real fucked real quick.
you started it. Like what? And
Okay.
so like
Lactoid,
you know.
it's like it's so funny is that like even when somebody is questioning another person, you still squirm and.
Yeah,
squirm
because
from it.
I'm just
Yeah.
imagining it. Like
I'm the one in the hot seat.
my
and you're just like,
brain-
"Ah!"
Well, I know, but my brain like imagines the scenario, right? Like
So I've never performed for oral sex on my partner when they've been on the period. I've totally had sex while.
But
they're
you can
on the period.
imagine it, right? So I haven't done that either,
Yeah.
but you can imagine what it'd be like.
Yeah.
And okay.
But
And
but I
thought-
don't
I've
get
done it.
feelings of like revulsion. It also helps that generally speaking they don't want me to be
What if-
down there either while they're on their period. But
What if a girl said, "Drink my blood," or "I'm gonna get mad at you and I'm gonna leave you"? Would you do it?
yeah, I mean if it's like a gallon of blood like that, like depends on the amount. But I would totally entertain the idea. Absolutely.
Okay, if she got a cut and she was like,
No,
"Lick
like
this,
period
it'll make me
blood.
feel better." If it was a period,
Like well, I mean yeah,
period
if it's like a liter of the stuff, like
No,
I'd have a
it's
hard-
not a leader. Like get down there and drink it kind of thing. Like otherwise, like I want it
yeah,
now.
like whatever, go to town. I would entertain the idea. Yeah, that doesn't necessarily like I'm not like
I would clean it first.
completely averse to
I'd be
it.
like, "All right, grab a paper towel, do a little bit of scrubbing, and then get to work."
But
Get to work.
I have no doubt that like this probably like really revulses and disgusts you.
Yeah.
Dude, this
Well,
is why
that-
I feel like libertarians are. I would. It would just be so much easier to consider them conservatives.
And
No,
yeah, it's what-
I will not criminalize what I find disgusting. I just will be disgusted. Okay, that's it.
Libertarians are so
That's the
like
distinction.
conservatives.
That's the distinction.
but yeah, but it's super interesting. Where like you're hyper rational, but you appear to have like this stronger emotional response to these things. I think that's super interesting.
To
Uh,
me, hold on. I don't have like a logical explanation for the fact that I like vanilla ice cream. Like I just am logically recognizing that it's the case that I do, and I would never criminalize chocolate ice cream, even though I don't think it's good. I don't think it's even
I don't
close
know,
to vanilla
maybe
ice
one
cream.
is more sweeter than the other.
Whatever the reason is, some other people prefer chocolate ice cream. Some other people prefer,
Right.
pistachio. I don't whatever they come up with, right? Whatever they want. And in fact, it doesn't make me any less libertarian or whatever the fuck, like to find pistachio ice cream disgusting, in the same way that I might
at a
find eating
policy
shit.
level, I agree.
Eating shit disgusting. But again, I would never criminalize like disgusting behavior as long as it didn't cross that line into what I would consider to be like an infraction upon another person. Which I mean, eating ass isn't, right? Presumably the other person's consenting to it, right? I would never criminalize it, but I'm gonna make fun of it.
Yeah,
well,
but
for
but
sure.
do you think it's completely arbitrary, like in terms of like
Are tastes
like when-
arbitrary? I think so.
no, but like no
Tastes
so you-
tastes are just opposite disgusts. That's all they are.
Okay, so yeah, so you think like, okay, I just happen to like vanilla ice cream, and also I happen to be disgusted by holding my child's hand. You think these are like in the same vein and
Yeah,
category?
100,
And there's no
100%.
yeah, then you just don't understand like human psychology.
No, tastes are opposite disgust, right? When you like the taste of something, this is like the diametric opposition to finding it disgusting. So in the same way that like what I find tasteful is entirely arbitrary and subjective and up to the individual, like whether or not I find vanilla ice cream like the tasty ice cream or not, can also like depend on whether or not I find like eating ass to be disgusting or not disgusting, right? I think it's all the same concept.
You think there's no underlying psychology underpinning some of these things. I'm not
There
saying
might
all
be
of these things.
yeah, there might be reasons like maybe you ate chocolate ice cream 50 years like or 15 years ago, and like at the same time you're eating it like you stepped on a nail, and so now you associate chocolate ice cream with pain, and yeah, there could be reasons why you have these tastes. No one is really sure about why they like the things they like and why they don't like the things they don't like. There's probably a lot of different factors there.
No,
but I'm
agree,
just saying like
right,
but in terms of just like the fact of liking it, this is a very subjective and relativistic kind of situation we're talking about, in the same way disgust is, right? Nobody's ever wrong for finding anything disgusting. They just either share that disgust with somebody or they don't.
No, I totally agree. Like it's subjective, and I'm not
Yeah.
going to say like you're morally wrong for whatever liking vanilla ice cream, or you're morally wrong for not enjoying eating ass. But like again, I think there's like an underlying psychology there that you might want to like look into. Or
what's the
question.
underlying psychology that makes me think eating ass is disgusting? Because that should be instilled in every child in America, because the fact that happens too much.
So I assume part of it, part of your disgust levels is like due to perceived threat. Okay, like this is one of the reasons why we have like we have a disgust response, we have a fear response. Like this is part of our threat detection processes. And so like I'm not saying like there's absolutely no concerns to be had about eating ass, but then at the same time, you can also recognize that there are ways to do it while minimizing any sort of like
minimizing but not eliminating, right? And as long as those risks like exist there in any kind of disproportionate fashion, I think I'm justified. I mean, because look, you're never going to get all the shit particles out of your ass, right? And also you're relying on me trusting this person to have actually cleaned it. You know how much percentage of men and women don't wash their hands for leaving the bathroom? For men, it's more than half, and for women, it's pretty close.
In my experience, it's like 90%. Like I can count on like one hand the amount of times I've seen a man in my lifetime leave a bathroom washing their hands correctly.
Yeah, they've done studies on this. Men are worse. Surprise, surprise. It's awful. But men need to get better. This is part of MGTOW, by the way. Like, fucking wash your fucking hands.
I go to the gym. I'm in these men are disgusting.
Yeah. So, but here, like, women also don't do it that much comparative, like at all, like on an absolute level. And so you're gonna trust that somebody like has a completely clean asshole for you to put your mouth on and lick it?
So there's an underlying question in terms of like you want to equate like so I don't know how you're engaging in whatever your sexual practice is, but like assuming this is like a significant other, like you want to equate the level of trust that you have with strangers versus the level of trust you have with a potential partner. Like yeah, I would hope my partner has my interests in mind, and that like if we have the discussion of like, hey, I'm okay with eating ass, but I would want like a clean ass. I don't want a freshly used asshole. Okay,
you can't be sure. It's the risk of the shit coming out, right? That's the hole in which it exits.
Just as you can't be sure that like if as a relationship progresses and evolves, like you can't be sure they're not cheating on you, and then if you engage in unprotected sex, that they're not transferring an STI. That's how you build
perfect information.
That's how you build hopefully you know how to build a a relationship that has trust involved. I think you'll probably struggle in that department.
No, it's not about like, so it's not about it's about just like physical. It's about physical. It's about physical. It's about physical impossibility. Sorry, I'm getting messages. It's about physical impossibility. Yeah.
Yeah, look, it seems like you just want like if you ever establish like a long-term monogamous relationship, you like want an STI test before you engage in any like unprotected sex. Like each time,
everybody
like
should do that.
Well, no, at each session, like
Oh, at each session.
yeah, at each
Oh,
session.
okay.
Because
This
you
okay.
yeah
This kind of
you can't know whether they're being faithful or not, right? Like like before you engage in any sexual acts, like it was good last week, but this week before we engage, I need a new fresh STI screening test.
Okay, so Prime wants me to go into the open panel, so I'm sure you guys will be accepted.
I'm
as
sure it'll
well,
be
but,
totally different than what we're talking about now.
I'm sure he keeps yelling at me though, so
No,
I'm
wanna
gonna
yell at Corey.
I'm gonna bounce real quick, and then I gotta be I gotta fucking go to bed soon. So
Always a pleasure, Lactoid. Take
Yep.
care.
All right.
Enjoy.
Yep. Bye bye.
You wanted to yell at me, Jay Chad?
Oh yeah.
Very much.
Yeah,
Do we
I-
have to-
I've been inside many
Hey,
women in my life,
Lactoid
and
is-
I've
we
never
bullied
accidentally raped somebody. Okay, I know
Lactoid
you can tell when a woman's into it or not into it. And if she's not
Sure,
into
yeah,
it,
I
she
agree
gives
with
you
that
like
part.
a
I
hint
agree with that
that she's
part.
not into the thing, then you don't do the thing. It's very simple.
Sure.
Well, wait,
yeah,
wouldn't it be
absolutely.
more masculine?
Hey,
to do the
Lactoid,
thing
what's up,
more
buddy?
Dominant,
My hair-
even?
What's up, guys?
My
just
good friend
asking.
Lactoid is here, and I'm very happy to have him. I'm not gonna be happy with the things that come out of his mouth, but Lactoid, you have started a firestorm. DB is here defending your points, and
Oh, again.
doing a
People wanna
terrible
know.
job.
This would be a
Lactoid,
lactoid fucking thing.
this is a
God damn it.
Lactoid. Yeah, I know,
God
right? Like,
damn
that's
it.
exactly what would come out of his like twisted mind.
Everything's a lactoid thing that's degenerate and weird these days.
Source of the corruption. But Lactoid, sorry, like we're never just insulting him now.
About
Friend,
eating someone out, right?
okay, so I want to start with this, but maybe we can go later on go into your other thoughts about sex because they're all interesting. But we are back on the dominant and submissive of cunnilingus. So I think you've already said, like, you've admitted that there are some points where it can be dominant, right? Like you bit that bullet last time.
Only like the only scenario I can think of is like if you actually crave the taste of the poon, and you crave it so much that like you are asserting yourself and you're like you better give me some of that poon juice. If like that could be dominant.
That actually made me gag.
What I was talking about.
Yeah, that scenario could be dominant because like again you're going after like what gives yourself material pleasure. But if the desire, which I suspect is most of it, is like I get off knowing that they get off, like that's like an intrinsically submissive interaction.
Okay, well, hon, what about fuck.
What-
God damn it. I
okay,
think someone dropped. Oh, that was like
What's
okay.
intrinsically just that
Yeah,
that
well,
exchange? What's intrinsically submissive about getting
An act of
pleasure from
But
other
before
people?
that,
It's
before
servile,
before
right?
you answer that, though, like, can we define what dominance and submission is? Because I think we might actually be using different definitions here. So, Lactoid, what do you think that is?
So I would define dominant as ultimately control, but when you're looking at control, you have to look at for what reason is the action taking place, to whose benefit, and why, and then what ability does that person have to affect the outcome of the event, right? I think that's like dominance, and then like submissiveness is somebody who maybe doesn't have as much control over the outcome of the event, and like the purpose of the act is not them in and themselves, it's like someone else. It's like, the master, right? That kind of ideal. And so like, again, like if you're serving somebody, like if you're making them happy, like you are taking the role of the servant, right? You are being the submissive party. And then the other party is the dominant party, right? They are the ones that are using you for their own pleasure. And the person being used might like being used. They might derive a ton of pleasure knowing that this other person's getting off, which again is fine. It's just submissive, and we just have to acknowledge that.
See, I don't think that this is necessarily true. Like, I think you're painting a picture, which I think works in some instances, but when the light hits it a different way, it's an entirely different picture. I'll give you an example, right? If you mentioned control, let's talk about that, right? The ability to give someone pleasure and like know their combination to their lock, right? Basically, to almost on command know the buttons to press to give a woman or a man, if you're into that, super amounts of pleasure. That's dominant.
No, in the same way a butler like that.
I don't
Like,
think it has
no,
to
if you
be,
have like
yeah.
a butler or like a maid or a servant who's like really good at like they know the exact like combination you
They
like
have
every
a
morning
form
for
of
breakfast.
control over their steward. Or the
Well,
person
that's
they're
why I'm saying like
serving.
it's a
The
mix.
butler isn't dominant.
The butler is not dominant, right? The butler is serving you. That's why this is
Lactoid.
why I don't think it's just control. I think it's a mix of both control and like
Lactoid.
whose benefit is it for?
Hey, say it one more time. Say your entire argument one more time.
Yeah, so I think
Please, no,
like
he spent like 20 minutes.
No, no, no,
saying
no, no,
entire-
no, no, no. Say it one more time. Sum it up really quick. Hold
yeah,
on.
okay.
I want to hear this again.
Dominance is a mix of control of the outcome and the primary target of the derivement of pleasure.
Why would it be control of the outcome?
That's part of it, right? Because if you can control what somebody
Okay,
else is going to do, I would
next.
consider
Okay,
that to be
so let's go to
dominant.
the next step. Let's go to the next step.
Yeah, and then the other step would like the other concept here is for whose like direct benefit is the pleasure
always
being
mine.
derived, right? Like
It's always mine. Look, when I
no, because no, you're following the
giving a woman-
dance, right?
if I'm giving a woman pleasure, it is for me, right? In a very
Well,
real way.
wait,
It's a
now you
selfish
you
act.
kind of
What is for you? Her
kinda
pleasure is for
fucked
you?
it right there, right?
Yes.
It's
Yeah,
the
sometimes.
act of
That's
giving
And then the
submissive.
other way
submissive part.
around, though, too. Sometimes she demands pleasure from the other side, right? Or no?
What?
Can't there be times
So
when
wait.
dominance on the other
Here,
side,
here's a
you're
great.
saying?
Have you guys seen Django Unchained?
Yes.
Do you remember like
movie.
Samuel Jackson's character where he got a lot of pleasure
Sure.
from making Candy happy? Would you call him the dominant character in that interaction, or is he the submissive character?
Yeah, but we're not talking about a slave-master relationship. We're not talking about butlers or employees or anything like this. We're talking about a relationship, a sexual relationship. And in that scenario, in the bedroom or the coffee table, I don't know where you want to do it. In that scenario, the dynamics do not play out the same, right? And again, if I am pleasuring a woman or giving a woman pleasure, right, it is for my benefit because that gets me hard.
Right. Yeah.
Right?
So you are somebody.
Yeah, you're a
who
submissive person.
You benefit. Yeah. So submissives can benefit. I'm not saying
It's
that again.
absolutely a dominant strategy.
It is
right?
not dominant.
No, it's not.
This is so kidding yourself.
In fact, you just said that you get off
If
by
you
like
have,
getting other
if you
people.
do not have the
is
control
absolutely
and the
submissive.
capacity,
This is like the
So what
butler
about
who
it?
goes,
Hey,
the
what
butler
about
who
your
lays
having?
his head,
Hey, let me ask
who
you a
lays
question.
his head on his
So
bed
what
at
about?
night,
Hey, what
proud that
about?
he
Hey,
that he
hey,
served
let
his
me ask you
master.
a question, guys. Let me ask you a question, guys. So let's say that let's say that none of that happened beforehand and you guys are fucking, okay? And then halfway through having sex, you say, "Get off right now, let me eat you out," and you whip her off, and then you start eating her out. Is that not dominant then?
Wait, hold on. Did you just say that you had your penis inside of her and then she
Yes.
got off you? And then
No,
you
no, no.
lick
You
the,
say,
lick the
"Get off
hole.
of me." You know, I'm
Okay,
saying, "Get off
take
of
her
me."
off.
hold on. Then you lick
Yeah.
the hole that you just had your dick inside with all its
Yeah.
pre-cum and shit.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So you're
Is
like,
that not dominant though?
that
or
is
no?
like that is
I'm not
the
talking about
most
disgusting. I'm
disgusting
asking
thing
about
I've ever
dominance.
heard in my
Yeah, yeah,
fucking
sure. I'm
There's a
not
difference.
talking about that. I'm talking about dominance.
Doobie, you don't count because you're a germaphobe.
I'm
So-
no, no.
I'm not
I'm
a
talking about
germaphobe.
fuck the germaphobe.
Wait, look, I can
shit. I'm
answer.
talking about dominance.
So
not
I think you're expressing like one element of dominance while simultaneously
Oh,
not.
so you agree it
not-
has dominance?
You're a
though,
switch.
correct?
So I think you're expressing one element of dominance, but once
Okay,
again,
so there you go. He's got
Brother,
dominance.
brother,
and you
brother.
eat
Hey,
pussy, right?
Lactoid was fine.
but you're not expressing the other element. Okay, that's the important part because again, you're expressing the control, like you're lifting her up, you have control, but you're controlling this not to derive direct pleasure to yourself, but to derive pleasure to her, right? Like you're
That's not
controlling the
true.
situation for her benefit.
That's
And
not
then,
true.
and then your only benefit is apparently like the psychological benefit that you get knowing that she's benefiting, and that inherent relationship is again a servile relationship. That's a
No,
dominant
that's
sub.
wrong.
necessarily assuming that he
Wrong.
doesn't like to lick pussy, right? But
What-
like if he
what's that
did, then it
hat?
would be kind of dominant, right?
You got a simp hat?
What's that?
I just
Yeah,
want to know. I
I
just
do
want
a
to hear
little
you say
something
one
on it.
more time. I just want to hear you say one more time that eating pussy. You can eat pussy and be dominant.
You are
No.
listening to the
Lactoid.
pro simp party right now.
No,
Okay?
no, I don't think.
You
I-
just said that before that.
No,
though,
I
didn't
said
you, Ryan?
one again. Dominance requires two elements: control and like the focal point of
Yeah,
pleasure.
you're controlled. I
This
controlled her,
only-
and
yes,
I
this
took her off my
satisfies-
dick,
so
and
this
I-
satisfies
and then
element one.
And then I said, "Let me eat you out," and that's the control, and that's the
no,
action.
this
yeah?
satisfies element one, but it does not satisfy element two.
What's element?
It could satisfy
Element two is whether or not
That
you are
could
the
be your
focal point
kink.
of
That could be
pleasure.
your kink.
Well, if your kink is again, if your kink is getting somebody off, now we're not even talking about you being the focal point. You are the secondary point, right? You are like derivative, like getting
No,
pleasure,
if
like
you
I
really
derivatively.
agree.
like the
I
taste,
agree.
I
If you
have
like
a-
the
I-
taste, then yeah.
question
Wait,
that I
wait.
think- I have a
Here's
question
my
that I
question.
think
Why are
will
you
help
guys so?
explain-
When most
Why are
lawyers
you so
enter a
terrible?
dungeon, they are the submissives because they constantly do this rules lawyering bullshit
Why-
even in their own brain.
Why are
I
you
think I
guys
can
so
help
scared about
reframe
being
the
a sub?
conversation.
Just admit like can be submissive in some occasions, and that's
no,
not.
Just admit that
there's
it could be
nothing
dominant.
wrong with
Hey,
that.
Just admit that when you eat pussy, you could be
You-
dominant
Why
too.
don't you?
Lactoid.
Why don't
Lactoid,
you?
No.
Lactoid, I have a
You're
question.
Scared of women.
I have a question for
I'm not.
Lactoid that I think will help us hit
Scared
better.
of women.
Okay?
Lactoid, you're scared of blowjobs.
What? I'm not
True.
saying it's wrong. I'm
True.
just saying
Wait.
it's submissive.
You're scared of
True.
women. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Neon, I want to hear what you
Hey,
have to say.
Wicked, I would love to come on your show every
I
once in a
think
while, by
I
the way.
think I think I think this will help us get to better.
Just
Okay,
throwing that out there,
Lactoid.
buddy.
Is it submissive when you're having unprotected sex with a woman to come inside of her if she likes getting came inside more than you like coming?
Well, no, it depends on like why you're doing it, right? Because if you
Okay,
know
well,
that,
like,
if you
let's
if-
think of okay.
yeah,
go
yeah.
ahead,
So,
go
so,
ahead.
so I can imagine a scenario where, like, if you know that, like, she gets off more from being cummed in, and you don't, let's say you don't really come in, you don't really like to come in people, you don't really care, but you know that's
Okay,
what
but
she
come on.
likes, and then you do that, like, and you're doing that for her pleasure, that could be submissive, absolutely.
Can we live in like the real world? Like everybody likes coming inside, right?
No,
Like
you gotta do hypotheticals. You
It
have to
depends
do
what your
something.
it depends what your intent
You
is.
have to do that. You have to do that.
What do you mean you have to do that?
Calm down, you fucking.
No, I'm saying
You
both
don't need
sides.
to-
I'm saying both
whoa,
sides.
whoa, whoa, whoa! Hey,
I'm not talking to you, Lactoid.
Oh
I'm
my
actually
God! Stop!
talking to,
Hey!
Neon.
Okay. So I can work with this. I can work with what Neon just said. All right.
Yeah.
So with me, I'll give you an example. All right. So we'll keep it personal here. So with myself, like I like sex and I like a lot of it. Big fan. And my rush is not to the finish line, right? Like that's just like the end of my fun. And most of my pleasure comes from the act of doing it, right? And I've had girls who say like, "Well, I'd really like you to come in me." And I'm like, I'll do it for you if that's what you want, but I'd rather like just keep on going, So like in that case, like they derive for those who want me to do that, they derive more pleasure from me ejaculating inside of them, feeling that process, whatever that feels like, than I do actually ejaculating.
Are you doing it for your pleasure though, or are you doing it because like it pleasures them? Like what's the split? If you had to like put a split on it, and like that's a split submissive compared to the split dominant.
60-40, 70-30.
Then you're 60 sub, 40 dom. There you go. It's like internet quizzes to test this shit.
This isn't really the way dominance and submission works when you're talking about dynamic relationships like this, especially when you start talking 24/7 BDSM relationships. This really doesn't fucking function like this. This is a very transactional view of sex, and if that's how you view it, honestly, you're going to have problems with sex your whole life.
All social interactions are transactional.
No,
Not always.
they're really not.
Based.
Of
Holy shit.
course they are. What are you talking about?
Technically true.
Yeah.
Wrong.
Wait,
Technically
what?
true.
It's
Wick, that's all I
technically
need.
True
Technically
if
true.
you're looking at everything in a vacuum from an ivory tower, if you're
No.
looking at how you interact with humans, no, not everything is transactional. Sometimes you will do things for people expecting nothing in return. Sometimes
Bullshit.
you will do something. Bullshit. Okay. So you're telling me you've never done an altruistic act ever?
I don't think altruism
Well,
is real.
the altruism is kind of to make yourself feel good, right? So
No,
in
no,
that way, there
sometimes it's
is
literally-
something.
No, sometimes
But-
it is literally I
okay,
feel like
but it-
shit.
but it
I have
is.
I have no energy for anybody else, but somebody else is having a worse day than me, and I'm like, you know what? I can help out. That
Yeah,
is
and at the end of the
enough.
day,
and that's
what
not
you're,
for
what
me.
you're, what you're doing
That's
in
for
this situation
them.
is purchasing this feeling that you just expressed right now. That even though you're feeling down in the dumps, you went out and you did a good thing because you're a good person. That's what you're purchasing in that interaction. This is what homeless people sell on the side of the road.
Yes.
No, it's
Yes,
really
they are
not,
selling
because it's
something.
not about
Absolutely.
feeling like a good person.
Wait,
It is
You know
I
how
have
you
the
feel like the
ability
best
to
person?
do something.
You sub to prime. That's how you want to feel like a
Also
good
true.
person. Sub to prime.
That is so true.
Okay? That's just what
The
I'm
best people
Space.
sub to Prime, really.
Any Twitch primes in the chat?
The most dominant people. Lactoid, a dominant person. He subs to Prime. Okay.
So, Doobie, are you just basically a nihilist? Basically?
I'm not a nihilist.
You're not? Okay.
I mean, I guess it depends what you mean by that. I feel like
You
I'm a
self-identify.
Well, I mean,
We're
like
just
we're
dominant
like,
men.
Like, admit, like
I
the
deal
whole
with the world
story is-
as it is, and not how I'd like it to be.
Yeah, we're just
You know,
dominant
reality
men.
is
That's-
reality is
that's-
that the interactions are transactional. Unfortunately,
We're not submissive.
Yeah.
That's
I think that's a. I think
You're
that's
scared
like
of women. What do you mean?
that sounds like something a submissive
That's
would
actually kind
say.
of true too, by the way, because I mean that's like an okay way to live. Like, hey, like
this take, right? We're not just basing that off of this take.
I know, I
We're
got other
basing
ones,
it
yeah.
off your other takes.
I thought we were going to talk about the sex worker one because that's been one
what's
that I
the
think
sex?
is really...
What's the sex worker one?
Another way he's scared of women.
Yeah.
Well,
But
sex
go on.
workers are
Scared of
predatory.
women.
They're it's
Like we
it's
should get rid
predatory.
of sex workers? What's
No,
like the
no,
argument? I
no.
have
Like
idea.
they
Never heard
the,
of it.
like OnlyFans and sex workers are comparable to like drug dealers, tobacco salesmen, like alcohol peddlers, like
No
people.
shot,
Yeah,
right?
people,
Or are they?
people,
Yeah, absolutely.
people who like thrive on.
Let's hear the argument. I would love to
on
hear this. I've
abusing
never
like
heard
somebody
this.
else's
He's
like
literally
chemical
saying it-
addictions.
Oh my
It's
god!
addictive.
Hal,
I know. I'm
Hal,
sorry. I'm sorry.
He's
Sorry,
literally
sorry,
saying it
sorry.
right now. Go ahead. Please.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm
It's like
excited.
somebody who like thrives off of like the chemical like addictions of other people, and the fact that they, even when something they're doing is not good for their overall well-being, and like every study shows is like not conducive to like being able to progress as a person, they just can't stop themselves. I think that this is exactly what a drug dealer does. And so you have sex workers who come on that are proud of the fact that they peddle this, and I think that's kind of like problematic, wouldn't it be?
Sure, there is a lot of exploitation around sex work, both for the customer and the provider, right?
For
This
sure.
is the thing.
Yeah, it goes both
I
ways.
absolutely agree.
What about
with you.
like
It
cancer?
doesn't
though?
necessarily have to be so. However, I don't think it's intrinsic to the transaction to be
It
exploited.
absolutely is.
I don't
Why-
think
What
why
about
would- why would-
cancer?
Wait,
right?
hold on.
You can
Why the
do
fuck would you
ethical
pay to
sex
put your
work.
dick in somebody if you weren't like craving that chemical feeling that you'd get when you do?
But for exploitation to exist, right? It can't just be a need or an addiction or something like that. So both parties have to engage. Like one person has to exploit or take advantage of the other to a large degree. It's not just someone.
Yeah, and in fact, what most sex workers
wins in the
do.
That's not what I
What
would.
most
That's
sex
not the
workers
definition
do
I would
is they
use.
present themselves in the most sexually charged way possible.
Sure.
They'd like to ignite that chemical arousal within you that they can take advantage of to get your money.
But that's again, you can do that in a non-exploitative way.
No, so
No.
so
What
wait,
about
wait, wait, wait,
cancer?
wait. Here,
What about
here.
cancer?
What?
Like,
hold
well,
on.
because they're saying like like the outcomes of like doing something is equivalent. What about like things like cancer? Like easy enough, like with like tobacco and alcohol. You're
You're
saying
gonna have to explain this, my friend.
no, because they were saying basically like, you were basically saying sex work, correct, is equivalent to like a tobacco or
Yeah.
a
In principle,
a-
yeah.
alcohol.
They're
In pr-
talking about from
in
the
principle. In principle.
of
Yeah, I don't think it causes
In
cancer. I could be wrong.
Yeah,
No. I
it
didn't know you said in
causes
principle.
addiction.
Well, I mean, maybe
got
it
you.
could.
I got you.
You're
I got
thinking
you.
it
I apologize.
causes addiction.
So
correct?
so yeah, so
Yeah,
the,
yeah,
so
sure,
here's
sure.
here's the concept, right? So
Yeah.
I think
No, I got it.
I think well, to answer Wick, I think exploitation is different. So I don't think it's like the degrees necessarily matter. I think that I'm comfortable labeling not I don't want to criminalize exploitation, but I'm comfortable labeling something exploitation when the relationship between the two parties is advantageous to one and disadvantageous to the other. So one party is actively being harmed by continuing to engage in this relationship. And so somebody who smokes cigarettes
I'll
constantly
accept that.
is being harmed in the same way as somebody who's like on OnlyFans
Well,
and like
No,
blowing
I
their
don't
money.
think- okay, I don't think. Again, I would
I
say
would-
I agree with you, and I'll
I
move
would like
both
to
sides.
ask what the harm is.
I mean, the harm of losing
I
money, the harm of like sex addiction, the harm of like not going out and meeting women, the harm of like having unrealistic
Okay.
expectations. Like, there's all sorts of harms. That come.
Yeah. Well, I mean, to
Yeah,
me,
well,
to
I
me,
was
my
gonna point out.
opinion,
I
I
was
just think
gonna
that
point to
sex
the other
work is
side.
like predatory, right? It's not like exploitative, at least not between like the sex worker and I don't even know what the fuck you would call him, sex purchaser. I don't know.
The John.
Right? It's
I think,
just-
ex-
yeah,
I think
sure.
exploitation
Right.
and like predatory are kind of like synonyms here.
Well, see, and this is where I was gonna slightly should point to the difference here, Lactoid, is the sex worker in and of themselves are being exploited as well. So this is reciprocally bad on both sides. So why would this inherently be different? Because you're saying that it has to be one-sided, etc. This is hurting both sides by most studies' opinions.
So
Most studies' opinions. Not
well,
most
it
people.
depends. It depends. So it can be mutually horrible. So And this is often true with drug dealers as well. Like I think I saw some study that in downtown LA, the average lifespan of a drug dealer is like 2 years, 3 years.
There's a citation in this book called Freakonomics. You are 5 times more likely to die as a drug dealer than you will die as somebody who is on death row in Texas.
Yeah, so like being a drug dealer is an incredibly dangerous profession, and being a streetwalker is an incredibly dangerous profession. But oftentimes
I gotta bounce early. I'm sorry. I'll see you guys later. Bye.
Have a good one, Wick.
Oftentimes this danger comes like not necessarily from what they're doing for their profession, but other like external things. So like we have to like analyze these relationships separately. So yes, like is the drug dealer in danger of being shot by other drug dealers? Yes. Are they in danger of being stabbed? Yes. Like all those are like dangers unique. But when we're specifically analyzing the relationship between the drug dealer and the drug user, the drug addict, that relationship is the drug dealer has the power. Even if things are more dangerous for him, they're more dangerous for other reasons. The specific relationship between the drug dealer and the drug user, the drug dealer has the power because the drug dealer gets to control, like is manipulating the other person's serotonin receptors. They're literally manipulating their brain in order to profit off of that, in order to induce action. This is identical to a sex worker, right? They are quite literally weaponizing like the lizard brain in men.
That's not true, man.
To
The buyer
Coomer.
is not always not like in power. That's ridiculous. They have basically some of the
on
most
OnlyFans, I would say.
Okay.
Well,
so
yeah,
hold
in
on.
general.
So Lactoid, I deeply disagree with you.
Yeah, and I'm like
on
debate
this.
brain right now. I'm lost, Prime.
I'm talking. I deeply disagree with you on this. On multiple levels. One, I disagree with. I'm not sure if Jack is still listening, but the idea that both people are necessarily harmed within a sex worker client relationship. I think that's nonsense. I think it can happen, certainly, absolutely, but like no, that's a thing. But anyway, like what you are describing is that some person benefits from a transaction and then go ipso facto that is exploitation, that a person gets something out of this transaction, and so this is some sort of exploitative relationship when it's simply that a person, you know, like they want a service, they need a service done for them. Like, okay, here's another biological factor that we have: eating, right? Like, need to eat. I absolutely need to eat, and so I go to a grocery store, and then I buy that grocery store. Is your contention that within that context between me as the client and them as the grocer, that is an exploitative relationship?
It can be. So
it can be.
Well, it could be. So I'll explain why. So again, going back to the definition of it benefits one party at the expense of the other, or to the detriment of the other. Like if I sell you apples or some other healthy unit of food, that's beneficial to both of us because without this you would die. You need this for healthy survival. It's beneficial, nutrients, yada, yada, yada. And then I benefit because I get some money, right? So we both benefit. I wouldn't call that exploitative. However, if I'm like, you know, selling a bunch of like soda pop to a child, that could be exploitative, right? Like if I'm pumping out mass media, like getting, you know, 5 or 6 year old kids addicted to Coca-Cola, and now I'm selling them 2 liters of Coca-Cola. That's exploitative because it's to their detriment.
Let's try to keep things comparable. So let's talk about the realm of adults. Let's not introduce any other axes here.
Well, so even adults, right? If you sell an adult a Coca-Cola, like a bottle of Coca-Cola, I would consider this to be especially if they're addicted to Coca-Cola, I would consider this to be like an exploitative relationship because you have one party who's benefiting at the detriment of the other. In the same way, if you sell them cigarettes or alcohol.
No. So the issue here is the detriment, right? Like at least within the definition that you've laid out, you're saying that there is some detriment to the other. What is specifically do you think in a sex worker client relationship is the detriment happening to the client?
Sure. So I mean, it depends on what kind of sex worker it is, but there's been.
Let's go to escort. Let's use escort.
Sure, escorts. Okay, well, we can look at the number of. There's a number of harms. First of all, like the financial burden is an absolute harm when you're dishing out money. There's risk to yourself in terms of like physical safety, disease, venereal disease. risk of for certain like career harms, the risk of and we can go down the list, and also psychological harms, right? Like when you're like the kind of people who are kind of falling into the habit of buying sex as opposed to like maybe working on themselves and like working on how to talk to women, and maybe not seeing relationships like as like directly financially transactional, but more of the transaction should be I'm offering myself and that's enough for a woman to take because I'm actually worth it, as opposed to just like throwing some money to make up for some whatever detriment.
Okay, so I'm going to respond to that. So I'm going to. You gave 2 categories of detriments, and I don't think they all apply. So one category was the personal detriments you see between the sex worker and the client, right? In terms of like losing money. That would be the personal thing, right?
Yeah.
But on the other hand, you talked about like relation. Sorry. You talked about
There's 3 harms I outlined, right?
so-
Financial, physical, and psychological.
yeah, no, yeah, but I mean, and in the other category, it's a harm that's brought about by society. So to say that like there could be like a career harm. Well, that career harm could be like if you're arrested for buying sex work, that can damage your career. That is not sex work. That's simply within the
police, yeah.
yeah, that's within our. So you could go to Canada, right, where it's legal, and well, you know all about this, right?
Yeah,
so
so
you
maybe yeah, sure. Maybe I'm trying to think about like fitting. Maybe career wouldn't fit in as well, assuming that you just like legalize it, which I think should happen. I think it should be legalized across the board. Let's get that clear. I just think just like tobacco, it's something that like we should advise people not to like fall into doing.
It should come with a warning label.
Okay,
wait.
sure. No. So I don't believe that a lot of those detriments. So those personal detriments are the ones that happen within a. We're talking about a heterosexual relationship. Any man and woman relationship, like that you'll lose money, like trying to get sex. Yeah, you're gonna do that.
Yeah, well, yeah, but the level of
that you can get a
self-satisfaction.
venereal disease. Yeah, most venereal disease transmission happens between casual sexual
Right, but
interactions,
again, let's
not
look
sex work.
at the like the overall well-being between like people who like work on
and
themselves and date.
hold on. And then your idea of working on yourself, right? So you are imposing your idea of what some relationship should be between a man and woman. You were saying that, hey, meeting a woman at a bar or whatever, right? Going through the process of going through Tinder and getting rejected or that just level of disappointment when you just want to have some sort of intimate reaction, right? Like this is the objectively better way of doing things rather than sex work. You're saying that, well, if you're not gonna, you are losing out. There's an opportunity cost because you're going to visit sex workers rather than quote unquote working on yourself. As if one of these things are even
No, that's what the numbers
because
show.
you could literally even be like a fucking Chad and visit sex workers for whatever reason, right? You could get women on their own and still visit sex workers. So that is not some sort of detriment. You can hold on. So I'm almost done. I promise I'm almost done. You can simply decide as the individual that for whatever reason this is the how you'll get your intimate reactions, and there's intimate interactions, and there's a myriad of reasons why you would do that, not simply quote unquote you haven't worked on yourself. And then secondly, like the other detriments you talked about like are mirrored and sometimes greater within like the casual environment. So yeah, I think those detriments are ephemeral. Go ahead.
Okay, so by the numbers that I've seen, when you look at like overall life satisfaction, it's people who have like long, fulfilling relationships, usually monogamous, in which they're with somebody for a very long time, as opposed to somebody who kind of spends their time hiring sex workers, right?
What is? Where's this numbers? Where's these numbers?
You can look up happiness ratings by like people who are monogamous.
Yeah.
No,
so
where
the
are these
numbers
numbers?
are
Give me the numbers.
they've been published. I think it's like people typically settle down with their partner at like higher rates if they've had like 0 sexual partners, 1 sexual partner, 2 sexual partners, and I think the
Sure,
number
you
starts
can
to
have
fall
one.
off
You can
after
have
3
one
or 4.
escort, then one escort, and then settle down for
You
partner.
you
Whatever.
get one. You get one
Well,
Yeah,
government
that's not
subsidized
my point
escort.
is that's not actually answering the question, right? He's specifically making the claim,
Yeah, yeah,
talking
yeah.
about how
I was
and
just giving you the number. You know what I mean?
Well, it
yeah,
also
but
not
I'm saying those numbers, if that's the numbers that he's referencing, don't actually go to the point that he's discussing. So that's why I'm asking for these numbers.
Sure. So we
Could it
can.
also just be that like you like find someone you love like more often than people think, like throughout the history, and that's why 1 or 2 is very low, or like with happiness.
No, I'm
Oh
looking
my
it up.
God,
I'm looking it
Kyle.
up, right? So like,
Oh my
is he
God,
asleep?
Yeah. He just comes in here and just like sometimes he'll just like chill here, and it was a little fucking
Hilarious.
whatever.
I'm
So
surprised you keep letting me back on Prime. I appreciate it.
okay, so you guys can just like look this up, right? I mean, it took me a quick Google search, and like everything I'm looking here says like getting married, like makes you happier. Like there is like a direct association. There's like a direct association. So I'm not saying this is like mutually exclusive. I'm not saying that you can't have exceptions. I'm implying the fact that like the archetype of somebody who's like in a well-rounded relationship and somebody who's like progressing in life is not the archetype of somebody who's like hiring sex workers. Now you can have exceptions. You can have like your occasional chat.
Someone hiring sex workers.
The person who can't get women without paying money.
No,
that's the archetype.
You're absolutely wrong. Hold on. If you talk to sex workers, if you literally talk to sex workers, most of their clients are fucking married. Most of them are married. Most of them have already done exactly.
Is that a happier marriage than one who like they don't require hiring sex workers?
You have no idea. And this is exactly what I was talking about. This is exactly what I was fucking talking about. Because you don't have any idea why people actually hire sex workers. It's literally just in your head. You're like, you have like Pretty Little Woman understanding of sex work. That's what you do. Pretty Woman. Understanding of sex work. That's your level of get. Like a married man.
That's cheating.
Could hire a married man. A married man could hire a sex worker because his wife is like, hey, like I've reached menopause or whatever the fuck, right? My hormones have changed and I can't provide you with this. And so you can step outside the marriage. That happens all the time. The scenario that I laid out just happens all the time.
Do you think it happens more often than not?
You can have.
It still happens.
I'm not saying it doesn't happen.
Literally, a person cheating on another person doesn't imply that they're not happy within their relationship. You can have you talk to women who cheat, right? Outside of sex work, talk to women who cheat, and some of them will say, "Well, yeah, I'm just completely dissatisfied with my marriage, and that's why I do it." And that's a reason, certainly, right? Other reason is that this other like I love my husband, I love the family that we built, I love the home that we maintain, I love the life that we are living, right? But in terms of sex, in that moment, I'm fulfilled, and so I go and sleep with this other person. That's not a person who's necessarily unhappy. It's just that, you know what, this other person happens to fill this very specific need of mine, and so I use them. And it's no different if they happen to fucking pay them.
Yeah, I forget the exact percentage, but it is greater than 50% of people who are arrested for solicitation are married.
So I'm curious. So I didn't know I'd have to like defend or go against like cheating now. Okay. I'll look. There's a couple of things here that this is interesting. I mean, this is why it's good to get challenged, I guess, because there's a couple of things I kind of like in having this discussion before. Like most people would say, like most people would kind of agree to some like baselines, right? And one of these baselines is that like, well, we don't generally want people cheating on their wives. We generally don't want people focusing on, again, like paying sex workers, paying for sex, as opposed to making themselves someone desirable enough to get sex without paying. Obviously, like with there being caveats for people
who pay either way.
Yeah, you pay either way, but one involves like self-improvement and the other one just involves like a cheap
No,
shortcut.
it doesn't necessarily. Hold on, you can just be like like our friend Doobie here. Is on the upper scale of wealth there, right? You can, without working on yourself, throw money around and get women, right? You can, without improving yourself, flash cash and like eventually get yourself a wife who can take advantage of that cash. Now you could say, well, I guess must be an inherently better relationship because he didn't specifically, DB didn't specifically go over to this woman and say, hey, I want sex, right? And so let me hand you a few $100s, right? I'm looking for sex for you. Instead, what he did was he lavished her with gifts. Instead, what he did, he took her to the most expensive restaurants. He made sure that he was driving the most expensive
I
cars.
don't like
He
doing
did
that.
all of that, right? Without working on himself, becoming a better human being. And I'm throwing DB on the bus, but he's a great guy. But he did all that without becoming a better human being. But he got the girlfriend, then he got the wife. You can do all of that. Those things that you're marrying together, that you are intrinsically tied, are not intrinsically tied.
Do you think like using tobacco, like do you think tobacco companies like exploit addiction?
Exploit addiction. I'm sorry. Yeah, but these aren't the same thing. These aren't comparable harms. So yeah.
Okay.
There's nothing inherently harmful because
About sex addiction?
my contention. You can have sex.
If it's addiction.
You don't never have to pay a woman. Pay them specifically for sex because we have to define that, right? Because you pay any one way or other if you're a man. But you never have to like pay a sex worker for sex to feed a sex addiction. There are plenty of people. If sex
You
addiction
don't
is a
have
real
to.
thing, yes, exactly.
But they make
So-
money off that, right? They make
do
money
make
off
money.
sex addiction.
Exactly.
Here's the thing,
Yes.
not
And the
everybody who uses
the advertising industry makes money off of sex too, of exploiting our desires,
Sure.
right? And so and in that case, you could say that's exploitative. And in the case you're specifically talking about a person who has a sex addiction, I could say, yeah, that could be exploitative. But to say that the industry is inherently exploitative, that's my problem. Not that you can't have exploitative interactions, you absolutely can.
No, I
But
think
go
the
ahead.
people giving their life savings on like OnlyFans or like giving tremendous amount of money or going broke hiring these escorts or spending like a large amount of money on these escorts, money that like they could very well use for other things. Like I think all these are
You can use your
indicators of
money
like
for anything.
I'm not trying to
be
stop you from
fair-
using your money on like if you want to buy like 8 fucking bottles of Jack Daniels and go wild, I'm not going to stop you. But what I'm saying is that like when you are engaging in this practice, you're not engaging in something that's furthering your well-being, and this other person is making money off your own detriment. You're not.
You are wrong. Hold on.
How
If-
are you
okay, if
improving?
you're- if
How are you improving?
You can improve your hold on. You could definitely improve your emotional well-being
For
by
hiring
engaging-
hookers.
Yeah, exactly that. That's exactly what I'm saying. That exactly is my contention. You can do that if you are a person who, for whatever reason, has trouble having an intimate connection with someone, right? And there are a myriad of reasons for it. It's not because you haven't worked on yourself, right? That's a dumb thing that people who don't understand the sex work industry say, right? It's a very dumb fuck thing that people say. But for any particular reason, right, that you have trouble with that, then you could hire a sex worker and have those experiences, and then in all other parts of your life, live a happy, normal life, right? Like you can have fulfilling relationships. But just hey, like instead of the normie way of visiting people in bars, like going to bars over and over again, and to be rejected, and to like have that that loss of self-esteem, right? Because you're failing there. Rather than doing that, hey, I'm just gonna pay for the service. And I get it, and then I live a healthier life. It absolutely is the case. That happens to people all the time.
I think going to bars and like hookup culture can also be unhealthy. And I think
Or meeting them in fucking church and being rejected. It's the same fucking thing.
But like, are they financially benefiting off of like your detriment there? Maybe. I guess. I'm not sure.
Oh.
I think that there's like a very like well-defined difference though between like traditional sex work like escorts and stuff and something like OnlyFans, right? Because there's an aspect of OnlyFans like this parasociality, right, that I do think is like truly predatory. That's kind of absent from something like escort services and things like that, right? Like if you go fucking, I've got Twitch pulled up on my other monitor here, right? Like if I go down basically half, like the hot tub streamers they have in their on like their either their YouTube channel or their Instagram, right? I only answer DMs on OnlyFans, right? And I think that aspect of it is like truly exploitative because it's starting to manipulate like the feelings, right, that some of these men have, right? You can talk about sex addiction. You could talk about like nebulous, psychological issues that might come from like hiring a sex worker. But I think if you want to get into like the truly damaging, like truly like psychologically altering aspects of it, it's going to come from like porn consumption at OnlyFans, etc.
Well, I mean there's that, but there's also couples who patron OnlyFans models and shit like that too. So it's not all one way like a lot of people think it is. Just like escort work is not. There's a lot to this that if you have not talked to either people who engage in the practice or engage in practice yourself,
Jack, that was a
very
brilliant
little.
point. Jack, that was a brilliant point. Actually, both of you were brilliant points. That like in OnlyFans, it's like that parasocial relationship, and you may not be getting much of anything out of it, right? Like what you
It's
receive within the
one-sided
context of
necessarily.
yeah, what you receive in the context of an escort is different from what you receive in the context of OnlyFans and putting money into that, or in fucking Twitch, right? And like getting attention from an attractive woman. That's another way people do these things, right? It's like the same way. But and then Jack brings in that literally couples do this. So if a couple decides that we love having another person involved for whatever reason, and there could be many reasons why, right? And they go to a sex worker, right? Man and woman go to a female sex worker. Are they being exploited there? Is that is exploitive relationship?
I just want to be clear that I don't think like traditional sex work is exploitative. I think it can be, right? But I don't think it is like inherently. Now, if you want to have a conversation about porn, well, we can get into that. But
Well, dude,
Well,
would love to
I
have
wouldn't
that. Dude,
put
dude
this
would
on
love.
OnlyFans. Put this on the OnlyFans model sex worker.
True.
The couple. No, that's what I'm saying. For this question, apply it to the couple going to the OnlyFans model and having that parasocial relationship of the OnlyFans model watching or them watching the OnlyFans model, etc.
In terms of the question, I wanted to get Lectwood, is that exploitive between having a couple visit an escort?
Again, potentially.
Potentially, of course, but is it inherently?
Not inherently.
Okay,
I
there
don't.
we
I,
go.
so I think again, my whole point is, could you have, just by nature of the fact you could have like certain situations in which it's not necessarily exploitative because you could have somebody who genuinely benefits off of it. So I can't like make the statement like sex work is inherently predatory. If I made the
Great.
statement, that's strong. But I will say the industry is predatory, and I will say that overwhelmingly like this industry like engages in predatory behavior and gets people who again like would otherwise be spending their money in better ways or spending their time in better ways and kind of abuses the serotonin loop in their brain to get them to keep on coming and get them to keep on
So
viewing content and to hiring them and to doing things that they'd be better off just not doing in terms of
so
their own well-being.
okay, so I don't want to touch. I don't want to touch like the video stuff, like so like the content stuff. I want to move away from that. Focus on one thing because these are all, as our friend Neon Defcon just pointed out, they're different. They're different relationships, and so that like adds another access to this. And that's why I'm trying to just focus on one part of the industry. But like I'm willing to have a conversation on other parts. But specifically, oh yeah, talking about like spending their money in better ways. Is it like I don't think you get to say that. To say that this other way of spending money, right, is better. I've decided for you that this is a better, healthier way to save money. You could, in the interest of like doing it the right way, the Lactoid approved way, of meeting women, you could spend tens of thousands of dollars and get nowhere and tens of thousands of dollars on working on yourself, on going to psychologists, right? And then meeting people at bars and all that stuff, and literally get nowhere. But that apparently to you is inherently better than going to
Yeah.
a sex worker and
Yes.
say, Yeah. Oh, see,
Yes,
see, that's my problem.
No, because
That's
if,
my
if this
problem.
person spent that time and money like working out or learning how to talk to women and like without having anxiety or without having
It
awkwardness,
doesn't.
like being able to do that, being able to learn those skills, that's going to
You.
benefit more likely than
You
not,
don't.
benefit them more later in life. Now, do I know for
Again.
sure? No. Can I tell them what to do with their money? No. Again, if someone wants to blow all their money on heroin, I'm not going to tell them no. But like, you
Again.
probably shouldn't do it.
And again, this inherent idea that like that's what's happening, right? This that the reason you're visiting a sex worker is because you can't talk to a woman, rather than you for whatever reason, hey, you wanted to engage in sex work in the escort industry, rather you would just like to do that for any reason. And when again, most of their clients are married. That's the thing. Most of their
Yeah,
clients are
then
married.
you shouldn't be
So
doing it for
obviously
other
that's
reasons.
okay, great. Yeah, for other reasons. So I'm saying, like, my only point here is not that the sex work industry isn't at all exploitative. It most certainly is. I think you've given examples in which it is exploitative, and I agree with you on that. But the idea that sex workers are inherently exploitative, that's my problem, right? That's what your original assertion was.
I can
Now,
think
if
I
you,
can think of scenarios in which it wouldn't be, but like the whole
oh,
industry is, and most of the time it is.
I don't think the okay. So then I disagree with you there. That the all right. You know what? Let me back up. I don't have the numbers, and you don't have the numbers to say one way or the other, right? Like I don't like have like a whole like a list of Johns I could talk to, right? And list of sex workers I could talk to, like thousands of them, and like compile their stories and understand like their life outcomes. I just don't. Like, and we don't as a society because it's illegal here, and so we can't compile that data. It makes it very difficult. So like I can't actually say if the industry in general is exploitative. My intuition, right, especially from talking to a bunch of sex workers, because we've had a bunch of sex workers on this platform, right, and people who do full service escort. That they had them come on like Amazon Lily when we were doing that, right, a female panel. We've talked to them, and I've heard sex workers talk in all kinds of different forums, right, and my sense is that the industry as a whole is not exploitative, but I'll admit that I cannot prove that. Can you admit that?
It's yeah. So I'm trying to get the numbers now. It seems so fucking intuitive to me that like again, like the act of you're paying for it, right? Like this in of itself,
Yeah,
the fact that you're
kind of
the fact
ubiquitous.
that like you're just expending money to do this shortcut instead of like getting to know somebody or working on other parts of your life or
Talking
not cheating on your wife. Like come on, for fuck's sake.
talking.
If
You
can I
pay
jump in
you
real
pay
quick?
for along the other. Oh, I didn't know you were here. I didn't realize that was you here.
Oh, I
So
saw
yeah, I
you
would love
guys
to hear.
going at it. Yeah, I saw you guys
Yeah,
going at
yeah.
it, so I didn't
Well, it's
want
my
to say
friend
anything.
Lactoid, so like that's how this usually ends.
Oh, I
But
know
yeah,
Lactoid.
I'll
New
I'll
salsa
say
knows
finally,
lactoid.
like it's not like you pay either way. So when you just say like, well, you're paying
It's
for
not
it
the
as if
same.
that means no, it is a fucking. You can pay less.
It's
It
not
is
the
less
same.
expensive,
No, because
right?
one is
No,
one is you're
I
paying to circumvent like again like the social interaction. You're paying like for the sex. The other one is
No, that's
like you're
only one
paying for
interpretation.
maybe
There's
you
also
don't want
that
those
you don't
social
have the
interactions.
time.
yeah. So
Yeah,
maybe you don't
aren't
want
you
maybe
trying
you.
to say that it's the same exact thing that happens, like to you in the brain? You were saying
Let me
like
let
that's like the
me
comparison. So it's not about the sex; it's about the euphoria it gives. Yeah,
I'll let in our friend New Salsa. And
Yeah.
Neon Defcon, you want to
right,
go? And
Lactoid?
I also
Yeah,
want to
I
hear.
think I have something to reply to you, Prime.
Okay, why don't you? All right, so you go first, and then we'll go Salsa. Juby's been sitting there quietly, and I'm very curious what he has to say. He's going to say something that pisses me off, and it's going to be explosive. So let's have that happen as well. So Neon Defcon first, New Salsa next, and then our friend Juby, who's sitting there staring blankly at the camera, but there's something terrible going on in his brain. Go ahead.
Yeah, sure. I think these things are only similar. Like you keep saying that they're like the same, right? I think they're only similar if like your goal of like talking to
Which things?
women,
Could you?
like
Which things are you
going
talking about?
yeah. Like talking to women, going to bars, like getting on Tinder, hiring a sex worker, right? These things are only the same if the goals that you have out of those first like three things is having sex with a woman, right? But there's a whole other aspect of this conversation we were talking about earlier, right? Where like we have the metric, right? People are happier when they're married, right? Now we can say that most people that hire sex workers are married, right? But the data is still there. Married people are more happy than unmarried people, right? And so I think the argument that Lactoid is making, or maybe just another part of it that he hasn't said, is that you are improving different aspects of your life that may lead to things that are not just the acquisition of sex, right? Like if you're to be a little red pilled for a second, right? Like if you're learning to like spit game, if you're learning to like talk to women, if you're learning, like if you're like fucking going to the gym, if you're learning like a skill, if you're learning like a trade, right? These kind of expand out to other aspects of your life, not just having sex with people, right? And that's I think a part of it that's been kind of missing from this conversation up until this point, that not just like yeah, maybe you like you don't really connect with people, right? But maybe instead of like going to a sex worker and just kind of hacking your serotonin, maybe you should like focus on becoming like socially
Sure.
coherent.
I'll quickly respond to that. Then I'm gonna get new sauce in.
Sure,
He's been
yeah.
waiting quite patient. I didn't know it was you, buddy. I would have reached out to you sooner.
It's all good. Don't worry about it.
But yeah. So I hear what you're trying to say, but like when I was responding, I specifically said intimate connections, right? I didn't say well, maybe I did say sex at some point. But like I didn't mean simply sex. I specifically use the term like intimate connections, because when people do use sex workers and talk to sex workers, right? Talk to them on the platform of Twitch. Just talk to them. They will tell you that when people visit them, sometimes they don't want sex. There are people who go to sex workers and never, ever touch them. The reason why they're doing that is they're searching for intimacy, someone to talk to, someone to hang out, someone in places that in a role that they can't get fulfilled otherwise. And they're married, So like these things aren't separate. So when going to a sex worker for sex or for intimacy, you can get both of those things, right? We can. Well, I'll leave it there. I'll leave it there for now. And we can expand on that later. But let's go to our
Sure.
friend Salsa, and then Doobie, because I know he has something to say.
Oh man, you guys basically stole all my thunder. I've been sitting here quietly, was going to talk about like what are the big motivations about trying to go to a sex worker, right? Because I think I'm personally in Lactoid's camp. If somebody's just going to the sex worker and they're strictly looking after sex and they're like not using that time to do anything else. Because I'm in Prime's camp now when it comes down like, hey, let's say I don't know how to talk to women, right? Maybe I'm interested in like, I still want to have sex because what guy doesn't, right? Or that's toxic, but you get the feeling, right? And but I talk to women now and she's kind of coaching me and she's like we go out and it's more like an escort type of thing where I pay money to force her to spend time with me, but I learn how to talk to women. I'm less nervous because I'm talking to an attractive girl or whatever, right? So I think it's really going to depend on whoever the John is and how they're going about the engagement, how they're going about the relationship is really what's going to figure out if it's like in a bad thing or not, right? Because it can be like absolutely horrible and abusive where maybe the sex worker is 100% leading him on, right? Because he knows that like, hey, this is some programmer. He's fucking 20-year-old, but he works for Amazon, so he's making a lot of money. So I can keep on like, he doesn't have the social skills yet to know what I'm doing to him is wrong. Or it could just be like, some 40-year-old dude. He's just like, I don't feel like going to a club. I don't feel like going to a bar and playing the whole game. I just want to spend, a weekend or a night with a attractive woman, right? And then we just go our separate ways. Just like, if you ever been to a strip club, the strippers don't actually like you, right? But it's fun to pretend.
Doesn't
right?
that
It's
feel
fun to pretend.
That doesn't feel gross to you at all? Like paying somebody
Well,
to pretend to like you?
Or it like no, it's how do you say? The way that I look at it is it turns into like it's just a giant fucking game because I agree with you, right? It's like, but if I know that she knows that I know, then it's hilarious and it turns into fun. Now, if you don't know that and she doesn't know, then it's fucking gross. I agree with that. If somebody doesn't know that, like, oh, I need you.
Aren't there a
No, but it's
lot of
like, no,
guys that don't know though? That like
sure,
actually think
right? But
she's into them?
Yes, and that I agree there. That would go more into the camp where I talked about that's bad. That's
Agreed.
not the type of thing. But I'm talking about from the specifics of, like, I'm assuming most of us in here, we seem to be talking about the situation. So I'm certain we're aware about sex workers' motivations. We're about our own motivations. So I'm assuming if any of us happen to go to a strip club, we know they don't actually like us. So that's why I've referenced that in that type of context. And so, like, yeah, in that case, right, I know that she knows that I know that she, she doesn't actually like me. So then you can have a fucking blast, man. I'm telling you, when that relationship gets established, it turns into a hilarious because
It
everybody,
removes a certain layer of pressure so that you
yeah,
can quote unquote be yourself.
it's
Like I
just so
remember when I was
funny.
like 19, I'd go to strip clubs and play pool. I didn't even watch the girls. I'd sit there and play pool because talking to the girls was a way to learn to interact with women. $10 cover charge and $1 a game was a hell of a lot cheaper than going to an escort. However, I see no problem with somebody using an escort for the same purposes.
That's a really good. I'm not sure who left just now, but
It was Paul.
it was Paul. Oh, okay. But that's really a point that like even going to an escort can literally teach you those skills, right? Those skills you're talking about. Like because you can pay them. You're paying them well for their time. That's what I'll tell you. We're just paying for my time, whatever. But like since you're paying them for their time, you can use that time however you like. So a sex worker once told me like going stream, right? She talked about like how there was this guy, like she used to work for an agency or whatever, right? Who would come to this agency, the sex work agency, and he would pay for like 3 hour blocks of time to play songs on his guitar for escorts. That's all he did. He didn't do anything else. For like 3 hours at a time, he would just have sex workers listen to him play the guitar. I don't fucking know why. She didn't fucking know why. No one knew. But he did that for whatever fucking reason. He can go to a fucking cafe, an open mic cafe, and do that shit, right? For free. He could do that. But he doesn't do that. But my point is that you can literally improve yourself. You could go to a sex worker and like, hey, like I'm nervous about talking to women, right? I'm nervous about like performance in bed, and I'm nervous about talking to women. He helped me with that. That's literally a thing that can happen.
So a couple things.
They almost become sex educators in that.
Oh, God.
No, I mean there was actually a thing about this back in the 90s. There was this profession that was creeping out into the public eye at that point called sex therapists or an intimacy therapists who would lay naked in bed with their clients. They wouldn't have sex, but like they would be accused of prostitution and all this shit. And literally all they were trying to do is help people get over their social anxiety, get over their sexual anxieties, etc.
I would call that sex work, and I think it's fine, right? They're not escorts, but that's sex work. So you can respond back to it, and then Salsa, if you have anything else to say, then let's let him do it again.
Okay, so I want to first of all just briefly, before I get into the numbers that I was able to find, talk about just like again, like the sort of gut reaction I have, like the idea of paying somebody to pretend to like me, or to pretend to be sexually interested in me, like I guess I can't really describe it, but like that makes me feel so sad. That, like just knowing that happens. It was like the thing I read about in Japan where people like hire a family to pretend that like the family loves them. Like just hearing that and knowing that exists like hurts me. And I like I said, not going to criminalize it, never would be on that basis. But the idea of doing that is just, it's very foreign to me. And to me, it does feel like there's some level of, I don't know, like pride or like in honesty or integrity that's sort of tied up with that, where, again, you're throwing your money at this. And I was able to find one study. Most of the studies in this are analyzing the lives of prostitutes, just because of how like gender studies tend to be. This one, interestingly, actually looks at men before and after they hired a prostitute. And one of the things the study found was that on average, after men have seen a prostitute, they tend to think of themselves worse than before when they hire a prostitute, right? So they begin to use more.
This?
Yeah, absolutely. They begin to use more negative phrases to define themselves, such as, "I'm not satisfied in my mind," looking for more partner satisfaction, regretful and remorseful, disappointed, what a waste of money, angry at myself, morally at odds, confused, lonely, still, psychologically dirty, guilt about my relationship with my wife. That's probably a really fucking big one. Asking myself what has led me to this. These are like the increase in negative phrases associated with this. And I mean, just by the numbers, like men just on average don't feel as good after hiring a prostitute as before. And so at least on average, right, people are like worse off by engaging in this service. So going back to my definition of exploitation, like somebody who engages in a service in which they're more likely to be worse off than before, that's probably not the best thing to engage in. Same with alcohol or tobacco or heroin. I'll post a study in.
Yeah, please post it in VC chat. I'd love to hear it. I'll say this. I completely believe. I haven't seen the study, and I want to look at it. But I completely believe you, and I completely believe that study on those results. That actually makes complete sense to me, and still doesn't necessarily negate my point, because we live in this society, especially the American society, which is puritanical when it comes to sex. Which shames people all the goddamn time. I'm curious, like especially a few decades ago, if you talk to men like who engage in sex with other men, like gay men, right? If you talked about like who went to like gay clubs, right? You know, those underground gay clubs, and they had sex. I'm curious if you had talked to them, if you would have gotten the exact same results, because I think you would have. I would say that you can't separate the fact that our society shames it. That like for you, you just said before you how you prefaced that was talking about how sad it is for you, right? That someone would go to an escort, right, who would pretend to like them. Like that's what you said.
Yeah,
to
because it feels
preface
like
that.
lying.
Yeah. So like, rather than looking at this, hey, this is just a service that people of two consenting adults engage with, right? And it's morally neutral. It can be bad, certainly, and it can be fine. You could just leave it at that. You didn't. You said like this makes me sad, and
It
and
makes me
makes so
sad.
many other people sad. It makes other people who are in the audience they're sad. People on this panel, other people will feel sad too, right? But that's because I would say that our culture tells us that like well you send an escort, there must be something wrong.
No, it's
Like
not
you
just about
said,
sex.
you're privileging these normal interactions and saying, well, this is some sort of deviant interaction.
No, I didn't even say about sex. I said like if you pay for somebody to pretend to like you. So in the same way, like I walked into a strip club, like what New Salsa was talking about, like maybe you can find it fun. But for me, like if I see some kid like pay another kid, like here's $10, will you please be my friend? That makes me want to cry. Like seeing that interaction. And like when I see an adult walk into a strip club and give like a woman like $300 to pretend to like him, that makes me want to cry.
Okay,
Lex, but
Salsa and
I think
then Doobie. Go ahead.
I think you're misunderstanding. All right, first off, let me give you 100% the benefit of the doubt. There are people who do that with the intention of like they need that comfort, right? And I'm not talking about them, right? And going back to our example, I would hope like we're not talking about each other, right? But in very much the same way, when you're on a tour guide, when you go take a tour guide, or when you go deal with literally any customer service representative, they rather not talk to you. But because you're giving them money, right, they're gonna now exchange at a level of pleasantry, right? That's more nearer to like being your buddy than not, right? But you understand this. This is the way it is. That's really easy and that's really intuitive for us to have. It's that type of relationship now that you have with the stripper, right? It's not I paying you to so you can like me and be my friend. No, it's one of the situations where you pay money. Now this person's being literally a customer representative, but now she can flash her titties at you and laugh, and you can laugh about something stupid, right? If you find that like saddening, then I think like that maybe that clicks like a little bit more on you, right? Which is fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But like during this entire conversation, when it comes down to like the sad part and giving out the money and yada yada yada, honestly, like I started thinking about my own personal situation, started to cringe, but in the reverse, where this relationship is set and defined with this sex worker, right? For me, or stripper or whatever, escort, whatever you have. This relationship is set and defined. But the couple of times in my life, because it's literally only been a couple, because this is the main reason why I stopped, using Tinder and everything else like that and forming those relationships there, knowing that it's like a one-off and they may not do it and or they may get attached to you or blah 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 and you're like killing that there, like that, like I find it difficult how those two can be separated when the relationship is already defined in the other. And oftentimes in like the dating market, when some of us just want to fuck the fuck because we just got out of a long relationship or whatever, right? And but you know, we can't be really 100% honest about that because maybe they're not going to stick around, right? Like, let's be true here. It's like I don't, and I think this probably hits on like Prime's example where we villainize like vilify sex work so much where it's just like, okay, this is inappropriate behavior, but then we can have the contrary. We're like, hey, we're literally using this person for sex, maybe not even identifying that to them, and they're not even getting anything in exchange. We're actually manipulating them, but we're not going to get sad about that. We're not going to get upset about that. It's like you know, it to me it's like an interesting dichotomy where, you know, 100 years in the future, sex worker isn't like this. I don't think we're all going to make these same.
I think manipulating or lying or being deceitful in order to get sex, I think that's like in the same vein of like not okay. I don't think you should. I think maybe there's too much acceptance of that, where people are just very comfortable, like putting on a fake smile and manipulating people into doing what they want, and that's just maybe that's just like general thing that I'm like angry about. But like, I think with sex work is just so it's so like transparent because you know you look at how drugs work, you look at how like heroin works and like methamphetamines, and they quite literally like use the exact same dopamine and like and serotonin receptors and the overflow those like those are like the limbic like the lizard brain systems that exist like to reward sexual activity, and those drugs abuse that in order to like get you to keep doing it, right? Like that's the point. And so like this is why sex addiction happens. And again, like websites like OnlyFans or you know other services, which I think are you know have kind of exploded lately. They're sort of making a whole fuck ton of money off this dynamic, and I don't think it should be illegal, but it sure as hell seems exploitative. It sure as hell seems like they're milking these you know this army of people for everything they got, and that just seems to me to be I don't know. There's something a little bit weird about that, but
I mean, like Todd, I could agree with you, right? Like, there's definitely an element of like, you know, dopamine and whatnot that attaches to it. But I don't know, maybe it's just me because I'm getting older or whatever. But uh, like sex, you know, it's great. Don't get me wrong, but it's not no fucking heroin, right? It's not no damn weed. It's not alcohol. It's great. It's in the motions or whatever. But you know, I'm confused on like how do you say I don't necessarily accept, or at least not as common as it seems to be that you're portraying, uh, uh, the level of addiction that may come up off of engaging in a sex worker. I would say it's much more likely when it is like, let's say, a younger person who has a lot of money and feels they've been shafted by the world. Like I would imagine, like incels may participate in this, right? A whole bunch, right? And that is like obviously that's horrible, but I guess casual use and someone that just seems to be like, yeah, whatever, because I don't want to do X, Y, and Z, so I just rather pay someone to go bang them, right? It's which still it seems like you have a problem with, right? I would say like, that seems like a little bit much of a stretch when it comes down to like the sex addiction and that repart, because like sometimes you just want to get your nut right with
yeah.
your girlfriend.
So I mean,
I think the reality is
DB, please.
I think the reality is that what they're exploiting is like male loneliness, right? And that's why it's sad because if you're at the level where you're paying to listen to you play the guitar, or lay down with you and not have sex, but just lay there and be with you and make you feel comfortable being near another human being, or to like sit there and just like talk to you and pretend to be your friend for a while, right? I feel like that's just an indication. And you said, oh well, this in other places. Well, because they're lonely, right? Because they're either don't have a relationship or they're stuck in a relationship that doesn't have that intimacy and they can't leave it, right? So they're stuck, they're in a bad place, and these sex workers are exploiting that to make money. That's the reality. It's sad, right? So and I know that we can like try to like battle this up and like, oh, these sex workers are there, they're just providing a service, and oh god, it's like a like a waitress or whatever the fuck. But the waitress isn't taking advantage of not just loneliness, but like chemicals and the way that sex workers are, right? Like chemical responses, natural like human responses. Um, so I don't think it makes any sense to put them on the same level. Um, and I don't buy that like the man who cheats on his wife with a prostitute is not being exploited just as much as the incel fucking a prostitute. Because for whatever reason he's unhappy in his marriage. Maybe he has like a sexist marriage with his wife, and so he's not having that need met there, but it's a need that he has physically. So he's being exploited by this woman who's willing to grant him access to her hole for like a few $100s or whatever. It's all exploitation. So I don't understand why we're like softening that at all.
I guess that's so confusing to me because it's like, how is exploitive when, like, let's say we could go with the husband thing, right? And he's just like, I just simply am not interested in my wife that much sexually, right? Like, we still fuck, we still have fun and everything else like that, but he's like, I just want wants everywhere else, right? And it's like, can I live without it? Yeah, of course, right? But like, I feel like just gonna go have a beer, and I feel like just gonna go fuck this lady, right? It's like it doesn't have to be this big dramatic decision. It doesn't have to be this
But
whole, it bells
it
and whistles.
inherently
Like, I don't think it is inherently. Like, I guess a lot of
Necessarily, it
people
kind of
are
has to.
more casual with sex, where you can go up like, "Hey, you wanna fuck?" It and they may say
no,
yes,
but in this case,
then it's fine.
so I'm assuming. So here's when you example, right? Like it's like cheating on his wife. This is somebody who is so worked up because he's not getting sex at home that he's willing to risk his marriage, right? Something that he's probably devoted years of his life to forming and maintaining. He's willing to risk that to get off, right? To fuck this lady for like 30 minutes or something, right? Like that's a person at that level is not in a stable state of mind. They're not in a logical state of mind. They have a physical chemical need that they're trying to get through, right? And this prostitute is taking advantage of that.
Doobie, I think you're running to a whole bunch of like bad, like straight, honestly, like logical conclusions on there.
What's
Like those
illogical
type,
about that?
those type of people, 100% do exist, right? I just want to clarify and give you that. Like, that individual 100% exists, but people cheat just to fucking cheat, right? People cheat just to get out of there. And let's
But
say if
people
you're
cheat
making like,
because they don't have any impulse control. There's
yeah, or
fucking
like they just don't care, right?
Yeah, and
Let's say you're
prostitutes
making
take advantage of the lack
30,000,
of impulse
maybe you're
control.
making $30,000, right? So now 300, right, is a substantial amount to give to a prostitute or whatever. But if you're making $300,000 or $200,000, or you have a large nest egg somewhere, and you're out and it's just like, whatever, right? And like maybe your budget is $500 per month to go fuck around, do whatever you want, and then you save that, and you're like, okay, I have enough, and you go and you make that decision because it's just simply not that big of a deal to you.
But it
Right? It
is.
doesn't have to be. You don't have to be in this horrible place to just like, I'm just gonna go buy a prostitute. You don't have to be there.
Think
You
about
could
what
just
None
we're
of these
talking about.
things.
You don't
None
have
of
to
Think
these
about
be.
things
because
ultimately
in,
matter,
especially
right?
in the current like legal context, even our social and legal context. If you're like a guy making $300,000 a year, and you go see a prostitute in the United States, and in the majority of the country, it's totally illegal to do this. You are risking not just your fucking like marriage, you're risking your career, right? To get this nut
give you
off.
that.
Somebody doing that, right, isn't thinking rationally. Like that's just
Yeah.
the truth.
Nah, it's like
That's what
because
I'm.
it's
That's what I
you
mean when I
just
say that, like, it doesn't really matter. None of these things ultimately really matter, right? There's kind of fluff to the conversation, right? Like, it doesn't matter how much money you're making. It doesn't matter if you're in like a marriage that you're risking. It doesn't matter if you're risking your job or if you're doing this or if you're doing that, right? All of these like factors, right? That do what like Doobie's talking about is that these people that ultimately go buying like sex from sex workers are in like a state of mind, and all of the circumstances that would lead them to be in that type of state of mind are bad, right?
Wait, hold
So
on.
that's, I
I know
think,
that you guys
that's
can relate to this because
yeah.
I'm sure. Okay, there's a thing. There's post
I
post
can.
nut clarity. Post nut clarity is a thing for a reason, right? People call that for a reason. Sometimes you're a dude, your dick gets hard, it fucks up your brain, and you do dumb shit just to get inside the vagina. Then they're near and you're out, and once it's out of you, you're like, oh shit, what the fuck was I doing? And then you move on, right? If you haven't fucked up your whole life in the process, which some guys do. right? So that moment, that impulse, right? This fucking like a coom demon inside of you is what prostitutes are taking advantage of. In the cases where you're having sex, in other cases, they're just taking advantage of your loneliness, right? If you're just sitting there talking to them because you're lonely and you don't have anybody else you can talk to. So this person you're paying this person to pretend to like you for a while.
I guess so would it now be all right, now let's adjust it a little bit, right? So now we're not talking about straight sex workers and official escorts and everything else like this, right? But we're now talking about here's like an interesting tidbit. I moved to Puerto Rico for like 3 months before I moved to Cali, right? So now I'm in Cali now. So
We
in
still need
that
to meet up,
time,
by the way.
yeah, by the way, just hit me up, Doobie. I'm like a little bit outside of LA, so whenever I
Cool.
go to LA almost every other weekend. But anyway, so I'm in I'm in Puerto Rico, and I put on my shit, Puerto Rico. Like, hey guys, I'm in Puerto Rico. I get hit up by people who don't hit me up about Puerto Rico, right? And like hinting that they want. I know, right? I know 100% that I can go up to several people, right? Or to several women and on Instagram, my friends that I've known and infer like, "Hey, you want to come out to where I'm out? I'm going to fly you out. I'm going to pay for everything, right? We're going to have fun. We're going to fuck a little bit and then you're going to go home." And like that's all it is going to be. Like that's literally like in a roundabout way prostitution, right? Like cuz it's really there's no relationship being built here. Like, hey man, let's just keep it chill, right? Like whatever. You come out here, we're gonna fly out, and we're gonna have fun, yada yada yada. That's just like, but we don't do we make the same criticisms towards those men that we do to the men that buy escorts and prostitutes?
It's a little bit different, right? Because you said these are like your friends,
Let's
right?
say if
So
it's not let's say if it's you add just people on Instagram, right? You may have met them one time, but you don't know them at all, right? Because we have thousands of
and
those people.
in the exchange is, hey, I'll let you come with me to wherever if you fuck me a few times along the way.
No,
Right?
it's no, because maybe that's not realistic. It's like, hey, you want to fly out? You want to come? Like, you want to come into LA? It's like, oh yeah, yeah. It's like, go ahead. Like, I got. We'll go out to the pier. We go out get some drinks. I got a hotel room. Everything straight. You don't got to worry about nothing. Like, and you say it just like that, and she says yes. The inference is like right fucking there, right? Everybody knows what that means. So it's like, is that staying? Is still the same negative?
Um, I don't think so. So I think it depends first off, but in the way that you're describing it now, because you're basically talking about meeting up with a woman that you're attracted to, and spending the weekend together, and if something happens, it happens, right? You're like kind of like naturally through the interaction. I
It's
don't
no, it's very much likely it's gonna happen.
sure even if it's likely it's going to happen, right? So I don't think that inviting someone that you enjoy being around, who also enjoys being around you, to engage in some activity with you is like exploitative, right? But with prostitutes, that's not the case. Typically, these women would not be fucking you if they weren't getting your money, if they didn't need your money, right? So it's
I
I
mean,
don't
but
think they're comparable.
that's honestly that's pretty much the same thing here. Where if you moved over to her city and you asked her out, she's probably not going to give you that time of day. But now you're giving her an experience that she normally cannot have for free. You're buying, not first class, but you bring her on a plane. You're taking her out. We're gonna go get some free drinks. She's gonna have a good fucking time in LA. She's gonna be running around having fun with you. Blah 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 blah. And then she's gonna go back home, right? And so like maybe let's say like prostitutes, straight prostitutes, sure, right? But like escorts, right, who are going to come out and they're going to hang out with you for like a couple hours. You're going to go have dinner possibly or whatever the hell you want to do. You can even get the type of escort you want. Like, hey, I want a Latina. I want her like 5'2", and I want her like bubbly personality and all natural, whatever. Yeah, sure, 100%. We'll dial that up for you, new salsa, right? And give me that, right? And so it's like, and does she have to have sex with you? No, that's how escort services still like are legal, right? If she wants to, she can, right? But she doesn't have to. There's no like
Okay, but
that's
in that interaction. Not only are you going on the like date or hanging out with her or whatever,
hmm
and paying for all that, but you're also paying for her to be there at all, right? And that you're paying that like initial fee or whatever to get her to show up.
I mean,
So
yeah, I'm
it's like a
doing the
totally
same thing
different
with the flight.
dynamic.
No, I'm doing the same
No,
thing with the flight.
but it's not the same if this is like a friend or somebody that you're friendly with, right? If
But
it's like
it's
a
like, let's say if
fucking
it's not even someone that you're
if it's
friendly, you
basically
just
like a
met him one
service worker
time.
that you're hiring to pretend to like you for the day, like and then maybe at the end of the day, if you smooch her up enough, she'll let you put your dick in her. I feel like that dynamic is going to be totally like that different.
I guess for me and the way I'm weighting it is that I see the other possibly like a little bit worse, right? Because like the thing I already repeated, I'm gonna just touch on lightly again, right? It's just like it's the known contractual, it's a known relationship with the sex worker, right? It's a known. If you don't know, we're not talking about you, but for the people who do know, right? As opposed to like the friend situation, like something might pop up because you're right. Like maybe you do vaguely know them. Maybe you know you see them at a conference and you spoke a couple times. Not no intimacy there, right? But then you left and you went your separate ways and you have each other's Instagrams and now this popped up because you just feel like it, right? And it's like because you're still paying. Like, hey, would you come to LA with me? And I have my hotel, whatever. She's like, no, I won't do that. I'll buy your plane ticket. Okay, now I'll go. Right? That's still cost of entry, right?
But
And
again,
it's
this is a little bit. So you're basically talking like, oh well, it's like a date, right? But it's like in some way like related to prostitution because you're paying for them to get there. Like I don't know if that makes any sense.
I'm not. Well, I'm not saying it's like a date, right? That's entirely different if you're expressing like genuine like relationship with them and hey, blah blah blah. No, I'm talking about like, and I've seen it, right, where you just sit there and you say like, hey, I have this, I have that, I have this. Why don't you come down? It's like ain't nothing serious. We keep it casual, you know. We're just friends, right? It's like, but it's everything is implied. Everybody knows this. You may even get
In that
clarification
case, then
before
yeah,
she goes.
right. Hold on. So if there's like an unspoken agreement that you're gonna show her out on the town, and in exchange she's gonna fuck you, yeah, then she's basically just like a prostitute for like an experience, basically.
Okay, so you're 100% like down for condemning that and in a near enough light to like escorts and prostitutes then.
Yeah, if she's only coming along for the experience and she's basically offering up her vagina to you in exchange, I
Okay.
think you two are you're engaging in a form of prostitution.
Lactoid, do you feel the same way?
And that situation is inherently exploitative on both sides.
It's definitely transactional, right?
It's definitely
I would
prostitution.
agree with that. Yeah.
So if I could just use a second because I gotta go. So I'm gonna just say this in the bounds. From what I would say that's prostitution, and you can think of 100 examples of like, you know, I'm seeing a lot of like, you know, comparisons and like analogies, and well, if this is the case, isn't everything the case? And extrapolations along these lines, and I agree. I agree to some extent that you can always come up with some example in which engaging in this activity is not necessarily going to be harmful. The problem with this, though, that I kept trying to point out, is that you can say the same thing about, again, like there's people who can use tobacco responsibly, there's people who can drink responsibly, there's people who can use drugs responsibly. My understanding is most heroin addicts don't actually even get addicted to heroin, right? People who try it recreationally for 1 or 2 times, they don't necessarily go on to become lifetime addicts. And like the concern though is like, is this industry just like disproportionately predatory? Is it sort of taking advantage, like what Doobie said, is it taking advantage of people's loneliness? Is it taking advantage of people's lizard brain sex drives? And are men better off for it? And between, again, like the psychological, the financial, and the physical, I think on those 3 elements, they're financially worse off. They're physically, just in terms of like risk of different venereal disease or violence, right? They're worse off. And then psychologically, there seems to be negative attributes there as well. I just, I wouldn't illegalize it, but I just think that we have to come to terms with that it is somewhat, I believe, and I believe the argument's been made, it is somewhat predatory. So, but thank you guys for having me.
Good before you leave. One, I didn't see that study. If you could DM me
It's
that
in
study or
General
something.
Voice. Or General Crew Members Mess Hall. I can send it to you directly as well. I don't care.
Yeah, please do that. And another thing, like, dude, I really appreciate you. I'll say that all the time. You're great. I love when you because you have a way of complicating these issues and presenting them in really thought-provoking ways. So shout out to you, Lactoid. That's why I'm always happy when you like you're a lawyer. You got stuff you could be doing, right? But like you take time to come through on my panel and have these great conversations. So I just want you to know that you're always like very much valued. Thanks for stopping by, buddy.
Oh, thanks. No, thank you for having me. I love coming on panels and talking to everybody. And Good talking with everybody. And New Salsa, good to see you again. You got to come around more often. I
Fuck
haven't
you,
seen, I
Lactoid.
haven't seen you in a while. You got to come back. I got more crazy takes for you. Okay, I got.
Don't worry. Like maybe 2 weeks. I got some camera equipment coming in. I had a leak in my place and blah 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 blah. I've been saying that for 2 months now.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
you know,
All right,
yeah. So
catch you later.
it's really 2 weeks out. Cross fingers.
All right, you
All
better.
right, man.
Hopefully,
Hey,
we'll see you Saturday.
good to see you, Lactoid. Genuine. Take care,
Yeah.
man.
All right. Well, thank you all for tuning in. It has been a night. 6.5 hours. We got through a whole panel. We got through a little mini in-between panel with the great Corey and Jay Chow. And then we did a after panel with Doobie, who I think Doobie, honestly, first of all, you can just tell he's a smart guy. Like, he's a successful guy in his real life, I'm sure. He's talked about his business acumen. But he has an incredible way of making arguments persuasive that I think people don't fully appreciate because of how much of a troll he can be, right? He can very much be a troll, and he's very funny, right? So people just kind of don't take him seriously. But like when he's serious and he takes a moment to say something kind of like sternly but quietly, it's incredibly powerful. And I don't think, I think you'd be making a mistake to underestimate that, honestly. So yeah, I just noticed that, like, when I was arguing, going back and forth with Prime, and then he just, when he was asked, like, I think the problem is loneliness. That's an element that was just perfect to put forward, right? Like the element of, like, there are industries which profit off of people's loneliness, and at the very least, we just have to recognize that's happening, and then ask ourselves, why are people more lonely today? Why is there a need for these industries now? Right? Crazy. Anyway, really appreciate all of you for stopping by and tuning in. You guys are all awesome. Incredible amount of interaction in the chat today, like I always say. I love it when people challenge me. Earlier, there's a couple people who just flat out said I was wrong, and I fucking love it, right? I'm pretty sure it was, Tainted. You give me a lot of pushback. I love it. Yeah, right here, your definition isn't great, and then you go on to like explain what you think the definition is. I don't ever feel like you have to agree with me. I fucking love it when people fight back, and that's because, look, this is be the crucible. Is it crucible or crucible? I don't know. I think it's crucible, where the best arguments are forged and put forward. So never feel bad about getting in there and making your voice heard. Really, I think that's awesome. And if you haven't given me a follow yet, please give me a follow. That way you can see when I come online. I really appreciate all of my followers. So that's all I got for tonight. We're going to be raiding on into Prime. Makes sense. We were just on him. And yeah, that's all I got. Good night, everybody.
Believe me when I say that we have a lot of super interesting conversations.